Hello, guys. Welcome back to the Urbans. Welcome to another live stream. Of course, today we are unfortunately talking about Dries Van Noten's last collection as a fashion designer at his eponymous label. So there's a lot to talk about here, a lot of references to his old work, a lot of Dries Van Noten history we're going to get into. So yeah, it's going to be a really fun thing. Dries Van Noten is one of the designers that I first got into and learnt about when I learnt about, the Antwerp Six. As most of you know, one of my favorite designers is actually Menswear, who is another member of the Antwerp Six. And Dries Van Noten leaving fashion, of course, means that there is only one man standing in the Walter van Beirendonk in terms of a designer that's still churning out collections at Fashion Week. So yeah, it's a sad day, but hopefully it means kind of like a changing of the guards to the new school. It almost feels like my favorite designers are unfortunately passing, or they're all retiring, whether we're talking about, the Issey Miyakes of the world, or, Dries Van Noten leaving his brand. But yeah, what did you guys think? How's everyone doing? Let me see the chat, see what's going on in the chat. I remember visiting a Dries Van Noten store for the first time. It felt weird, but now I get it. What was weird about it? What was weird about it? Can we get a quick Dries for dummies like house codes or other useful things? Yeah, I was planning to do that, so don't worry. Don't worry. I've got a book here. I've got a book here with all the Dries Van Noten references. Don't worry. I got you. I got you. I got you. This is why you come to the Fashion Roadman streams, because you're not going to get this anywhere else, are you? Especially not on a live stream. So yeah, I'm going to do that slightly before I even talk about the show anyway. Because I understand that Dries Van Noten is not that mainstream compared to a lot of other designers. So yeah. I love the Dries stores in LA and in Paris. You know what? The only Dries Van Noten store I've been to is the one in Antwerp. But the Dries Van Noten store in Antwerp is amazing. It's so, so nice. It's really, really nice. It's unreal. I'm pulling out every sports jersey he owns. I mean, I'm even sweating now. Luke says Scaparelli was arse. I haven't seen Scaparelli yet. I haven't seen it yet. Athletes go on a summer break and Io starts wearing all their jerseys. Money says, great clothes you could build from his collections. Also great pieces by themselves that receive many compliments. I always wanted Dries fragrance in my collection. Yeah, the fragrances is something that I'm definitely going to talk about. I think that from a design perspective, Dries Van Noten has probably one of the best fragrance lines I've ever seen from a designer. Because most times the fragrances are very disjointed. The thing about Dries Van Noten that I love, since today is Dries Van Noten Day, so we're just going to say everything about Dries Van Noten and everything I love. So one thing I've really loved about Dries Van Noten is his world building. Maybe I should go later on in the stream. I'll go and get one of my other books from downstairs, which is on like show invitations. And this book shows like Dries Van Noten, his invitations were so themed on like kind of what he wanted you to think about for the show, or what he wanted you to consider and kind of part of the brand. And it's kind of this really good world building, the campaigns, the way they're done, the way the store looks, the way the fragrance line is, the fact that there are these obscure floral notes in a lot of the fragrances. And we know that Dries Van Noten loves flowers. He has his own flower garden. So it's just this really, really good attention to detail that I don't really, get from other designers. Some other designers, their fragrance line is just like, I wanted this fragrance to smell like, I was just in the French Alps, and it's a nice day and the cold breeze, and it's just so random. Whereas Dries Van Noten is so strong, his branding is so strong, and his world building is so strong that he has a way of, tying all these things together, where other designers can't. Dries 2015 was a masterclass in tailoring, visually stunning. Started commuting and the show less than half looks. I went to sleep thinking it was kind of a day after all I saw the streaming. It was great. Are you talking about Dries Van Noten? The inspiration for the fragrance was a summer's day in the Moroccan desert. I've tested a lot of Dries Van Noten fragrances in the past, but I don't actually own a bottle. I really want to own a bottle, especially that floral fragrance that has a note of osmanthus. That one is really, really nice. I've forgotten what I think it's called like Fleur de Mal or something like that. So yeah, should be very interesting. To me, Dries Van Noten's garments always felt like the new Dior. Unfortunately, not as popular. I would have loved to see a Dior collection made by Dries. Yeah, I mean, in the sense that Dries Van Noten is very much about the fabrics and about the craft, and we'll get into it. But I think it's been 6 minutes now, so I'll just jump straight into the Dries Van Noten talk. Sorry. So for people that don't know, because we've started to discover that a lot of people that join these live streams, they're just getting into fashion. It might be their first time even hearing about Dries Van Noten. So kind of like a background on who he is, but just to bring you up to speed. So in March of this year, Dries Van Noten announced his retirement from his eponymous label, so the brand that bears the same name as him. After having a very storied career, runway shows in Paris and, collections stocked at the biggest stockist and all that sort of stuff. Very successful. And Dries Van Noten is famous, started being famous because he was one of the famous Antwerp Six. I would tell you about the story of the Antwerp Six, but Walter van Beirendonck can actually tell you better than I could tell you. So if you want to learn about the story of the Antwerp Six, you can watch my interview that I did with Walter van Beirendonck, and he explains the story. It's better to hear it from someone who was actually there versus me telling you. But if you still want a summary, basically, the Antwerp Six were a group of 6 designers that studied at the Royal Academy of Fine Arts in Antwerp. And in the 80s, they went to a design show / fair in London to showcase their designs. At this time, they were kind of already touring different parts of Europe, as Walter van Beirendonck literally says in the interview that I did with him. And they decided together to, to showcase their work in London at this design show. And because they were unknown, no one knew who they were. They were in a showroom, but they were on the top floor because they couldn't be on the bottom floor where, brands that were more established were. So they were at the top floor, and someone finally sort of, found them on the top floor. It was actually a buyer for Barney's. And this buyer for Barney's was so infatuated by the clothes and was so, interested by what they were doing that she ended up, buying some of Dries's stuff. Aunt Wilhelmista at the time wasn't there, but she had a collection of sunglasses that they brought with them. So that was kind of how the story of the Antwerp Six became to be. The reason why they're called the Antwerp Six is because people struggle to actually pronounce their names. So the Antwerp Six, off the top of my head, is Aunt Wilhelmista, Walter van Beirendonck, Dries Van Noten, Dirk van Sanne, Marina Yee, and who's the last person I'm forgetting? Doug Bickenberg. There we go. So that's the Antwerp Six. So because people couldn't pronounce their names, English people, they never like pronouncing any names. They're like, oh, that's too hard, mate. We're going to call them the Antwerp Six, mate. So that's basically the story of the Antwerp Six. Of course, all of them went on to have storied careers. People wrongly say that Martin Margiela is part of the Antwerp Six because he studied at the Royal Academy of Fine Arts around the same time. But actually, Martin Margiela is not part of the Antwerp Six because he didn't go to a design show with them. He instead actually went to intern for Jean-Paul Gaultier. That's a separate story. That's also interesting. You read interviews of Jean-Paul Gaultier at the time. He said that Margiela was like so skilled. I don't know why he came here to be an intern. And he respected Margiela because Margiela genuinely went there to learn how to run a fashion business. And he was so impressed by how interested Margiela was in doing things the right way, even though his design skill was so advanced. So yeah, story for another day. But that is essentially, the story of the Antwerp Six. That's the summary. But anyway, so to talk about what Dries Van Noten is known for, Dries Van Noten is very much known for like drapey silhouettes. He's known for using very interesting fabrics, nice colors, interesting color usage. He loves a print. He's always layering different kind of fabrics that you wouldn't, think go together. It's kind of like a very Dries Van Noten thing to do that. So those are all like kind of ideas and tropes that Dries Van Noten uses. And we'll of course get more into some of these ideas that Dries Van Noten uses. He actually comes from a storied family of clothing makers, right? So I think I remember reading in a book that his granddad was a tailor and his dad also worked in fashion and owned a menswear shop. So of course, just naturally because of who his family were, he understood the business of fashion. He knows, quality. Actually, a good kind of little fact about Dries Van Noten is while studying at the Royal Academy of Fine Arts in Antwerp, he was actually already designing for Belgian manufacturers on a freelance basis. It almost reminds me of Rei Kawakubo, because that's kind of how Rei Kawakubo started. She was kind of like sort of like a fashion consultant, consulting for different people on a freelance basis. And then she eventually, started her own brand. So it's very interesting to know that Dries Van Noten, his design skills were, so advanced when he was designing that he was, designing different things for different Belgian manufacturers. That's a really cool, like little thing to note. Also, kind of in the story of Dries Van Noten, in case you guys don't know, but in 1999, he met someone called Christine Mathis who introduced him to fashion in India. And this went on to influence and inspire a lot of his work. So, especially his early work, actually, you see he built a lot of relationships with a lot of local Indian manufacturers, a lot of, Indian embroiderers, people that would do his sequin making and all that sort of stuff. And one thing I'll give Dries Van Noten credit for, because this is something that grinds my gears with a lot of fashion designers, they don't give credit where it's due. That is something that I always will say, that Dries Van Noten always used to talk about, the artisans that he uses in India. A lot of people that he works with in India, they were at his final show. He obviously, like, you can tell he values them in a way. It's not just like, big brands where they just see them as another number and all those things. And so a lot of those Indian design techniques started to influence a lot of his early work. You see a lot of Indian embroideries, you see a lot of Indian, even some Indian silhouettes sometimes in his collections. But a lot of the time he would use these traditional Indian techniques, but then recontextualize it for a Western market. So by changing the silhouette slightly, doing all those sort of things, different fabrics, different prints. So that was really, really kind of cool. I can see in the chat some people are asking, what will Dries Van Noten do now that he's retired? I think he'll just focus on his garden, because we know that Dries Van Noten loves gardening. So in my opinion, I think Dries Van Noten is just going to stick to gardening, tending to his garden, living his life, enjoying his life. I'm jealous of his garden. His garden in his house in Antwerp looks sensational. So I think that's what he'll continue to do. And obviously, he has actually said that he is not leaving his brand permanently. He's actually going to be consulting for the brand. So whichever creative director is there, he's going to kind of be advising the brand from the background, which I think is a good idea. We've seen many cases where designers have left their brand and it's gone to shit. Something that comes to mind is Yohji Yamamoto. Yohji Yamamoto left his brand for a tiny while and they almost put the brand under, and he came back and he was like, okay, I'm never leaving my brand until I die. The same thing happened to Embellishments. She kind of left her brand. The quality went downhill to the ground. BBVA, I don't know what Anne Chappelle was doing at the time with the brand. And she didn't get back involved until Antonioli bought it, because, of course, Antonioli was one of the first stockists of Embellishments. And so she kind of had this idea that if he buys the brand, he actually cares about the brand. He cares what I think. And she became more involved. You see her and her husband being involved in the design of the new store in Antwerp, all these kind of things. So, I think that it's a very good idea for a designer to kind of watch over their brand, even if they're no longer the creative director, because if you leave it in the hands of companies and, all these people, they'll literally run your brand into the ground. So I think that's a very, very good touch. Some Bex was saying there's a documentary on Dries where they show his garden. Yep, the Dries documentary is very, very good. For guys that are subscribed to my Patreon, I'm actually posting my reaction to the Dries documentary on Patreon tomorrow. So that's actually already on my Patreon or whatever. It's just going to be posted tomorrow. So if you guys want to rewatch that documentary with some of my commentary, that's going on the Patreon tomorrow. And then this week also, I'm also posting a reaction to the John Galliano documentary on my Patreon. So that's kind of like a good nugget if you guys want to learn more about that. Something that I've always found interesting, and this is a quote that I've heard from Dries Van Noten in some of the Dries books that I've read. And he says that his process always begins with the development of prints to form the basis for silhouettes that could either be loose or structured. And that is so interesting. Like, I've never really seen, you know, designers that start their design process from the prints and the patterns. And I've seen videos, even in the documentary, you see kind of his process where he has all these images on a table of like prints, and then he decides the fabrics and all this stuff. Most designers start from a fabric, or, you know, they start with a conceptual idea and everything comes after. If you think of the likes of like John Galliano and stuff like that, they have a very different process. So his process is very, 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 very interesting. Very, very interesting indeed. Let's see some of these images that are on Instagram, these kind of like close-ups. The modeling casting was very interesting because he had a mixture of, you know, models that are modeling for their first time on the runway, and then also designers who have been like muses for the brand and kind of have been with the brand for a really long time. The model that actually opened the show, who is over here in the top left corner, is actually Alain Gossuin, who was the same model who opened Dries Van Noten's first show 38 years ago. So that was a really good touch to kind of bring that model back 38 years later. Like, time flies. That's honestly insane. Oh, Marina is bringing up the quote of Dries Van Noten. He said, "I'll stop designing collections, but of course, I'm still going to be involved in the house, in beauty, store design, advising on collections still. It's not that it's a big goodbye. And I close the door, but of course, I'm going to have more time now to do things which I was dreaming about for a long time," he tells Vogue Business. Yeah, so exactly, kind of alluding to what I was saying earlier, where he was saying that, you know, he was going to still be involved with the brand, kind of similar to Andre Lemista and many other designers. So yeah, that's kind of the vibe that Dries Van Noten is going to be on moving forward. But something I actually want to do now is I want to show you guys pages from this book in my hand, because I think it's interesting. So this book right here it's from the last exhibition that I went to in the MoMu in Antwerp. For people that don't know the MoMu is a fantastic fashion museum in Antwerp. And of course, because it's based in Antwerp, they have an insane archive of, you know, Belgian designers. So the likes of Martin Margiela, Andre Lemista, Doug Bickenberg, even like the new school designers like Botta too, and, you know, stuff like that. So they have an insane collection of clothing. Of course, Dries Van Noten is a designer that they have an insane collection of. And I actually went to this exhibition. This is the book that I bought, that kind of talks about every single piece of clothing that's in the exhibition. And of course, this section in the book right here is from the Dries Van Noten stuff in the book, right? So what I wanted to show you, because they just have a lot of looks that they have in their collection from different eras. Like here you can see autumn winter 1996. This is a lot of the earlier work where I was saying that it's heavily inspired by, you know, him discovering India and using a lot of the techniques. You guys can actually see from the autumn winter 96 collection where the silhouettes are very much that way. So I find that really, really interesting. Of course, if we're talking about the Dries Van Noten, you know, prints and patterns, that is heavily illustrated in this book. You can see the crazy fabric uses. Dries Van Noten also does love a sheer fabric because he very much likes to layer fabrics, right? So he loves to, you know, contrast and compare different fabrics, and that's why he uses and plays with, you know, sheer fabrics a lot. We see some more looks. So this is from Spring Summer 2018. This piece here. This is from Autumn Winter 2019. So you guys can have a lovely gander at a lot of these looks. Someone says, I feel like the Met Gala should have been hosted at his house. I totally agree. These are some looks and the invitations from Spring Summer 1999. Well, I actually love that they've added the invitations, and I actually have a YouTube video on this. I think it's called like The Importance of Fashion Invitations. And I remember talking about Dries Van Noten in that video, right? Because like I said, something I think that is really good with Dries Van Noten is world building. He's really, really strong at world building. And that goes down to the way the stores are, the way the campaigns are, the way that the invitations look and all that stuff. I think actually in this exhibition, they had the Moss show. That's quite recent. I really loved that show. Some more looks. We can go on forever. Like, if you, maybe I should do like a close-up of a lot of this stuff on like Patreon, but we can keep going. It's actually a massive section. I think the last thing I'll show you, because otherwise we'll be here forever, going through the Dries Van Noten looks, is the Moss collection, which is more recent, because I really like that. Actually, something to tell you about. So this look is from Autumn Winter 2019, and I actually have a really interesting thing to show you. So take a look at that that like gold print with the purple boots. Take a really good look at that, and let me show you something. I'm going to put something on the screen for you guys, because this is actually quite interesting. Let me see. Let me show you guys, because this is actually pretty cool. So, okay, let me show you guys this stuff. Okay, so what you're seeing on the screen right now is a project that I did when I was at CSM. So when I was at CSM, we had this project. It was called the publication project. And essentially what the project was we had to form pairs, and then we had to pick a designer. So me and one of my classmates called Erica, we picked Dries Van Noten. And so basically what we had to do for this publication project was imagine that the designer made a magazine and how the magazine would look. So we made this print that obviously wasn't a copy, but was kind of inspired by that look that I just showed you. So we made this print ourselves. We printed on the fabric ourselves, and we kind of made this like fabric sleeve for the magazine, because we just imagined that if Dries Van Noten made a magazine, it would have this like really nice looking, like, you know, fabric sleeve. It would obviously be a print that's referencing one of the prints that he's done in one of his Runway collections. So we did that. And then we had this accordion magazine that kind of opened out into like a massive accordion. I think there's a picture of it here. And we had like different articles of things that we would imagine a Dries Van Noten magazine would have. So we had like illustrations of Dries Van Noten in the magazine. I made an Antwerp fashion guide. Of course, the first thing on a fashion guide is the Dries Van Noten store in Antwerp. You've got the Mode Museum in Antwerp. So yeah, that's kind of how it opens, like an accordion. So it opens into like a really big wide thing. And I did loads of research about Dries Van Noten for this project. So this was like a really fun project, but I just wanted to show you guys as kind of like just the show of how much respect I have for Dries Van Noten and how much I actually do love him, that I did a whole project when I was in uni about Dries Van Noten. So yeah, I literally just wanted to share that with you because it's kind of like a really fun thing that I did when I was in school. Yeah, I remember you talking about this on a previous stream. Yeah, I know, right? No, I don't sketch. So we just got people that know how to sketch to do illustrations. I can't illustrate myself. So no, I wasn't doing that. That's amazing. That makes me miss school. I know, right? School is the only time when you have the freedom to just do like crazy projects and just go deep and not have to think about how am I going to pay the bills and stuff like that. But yeah, so that was inspired. That's why I wanted to show you, because it was inspired by this look. So it's cool that obviously that was in this exhibition. This is a more recent collection that I think I actually reviewed, you know, the Dries Van Noten moss collection that I loved. So that was really cool. But yeah, I just wanted to show you guys kind of like a big breadth of his work. Of course, there's so much more in this book that I could get into, but we'd literally be here forever. So I won't bore you with loads and loads of just old Dries Van Noten work. I think why it's relevant that I bring all of that stuff up is because a lot of the stuff in this show wasn't a direct reference, but a lot of it was slightly referencing some of his old work, right? So in my opinion, I think if you have a good, strong idea of what Dries Van Noten has done in the past, then it would help you kind of understand a lot of looks. Like I said, the model right now who you're looking at, who opened the show, is literally the same model that opened the show for Dries Van Noten's first show 38 years ago, which is insane. That was way before I was born. Like, I feel that makes me feel so young, actually. Also, you guys can see the set right now. There's this like silver leaf thing going on. That's actually a reference to his fall winter 2016 menswear show. Sorry, not fall winter 2016, fall winter 2006 show that featured a gold leaf runway. So that's kind of interesting because he's kind of changed it this way by using a silver leaf. Someone says, I love the use of older models. Part of it is because they are models that he's used over the years. And then obviously part of it is like new models that he's casting for the first time, right? So yeah, that's very interesting. Platinum leaf. I feel like these European parents knew what they were doing when they named the Antwerp 6 hard to pronounce names. I know, right? Even when they kind of do things like calling them the Antwerp 6, just because their names are hard to pronounce, they end up almost making them famous because it becomes like a group that people want to follow. These kind of gold embroideries, that's a clear reference to Fall 2016 menswear, where it kind of had these really black looks with like all these golden like embroideries and stuff like that. So yeah. Cornbow says the audience was mostly, if not all, industry members like embroiderers, pattern makers, and genuine lovers of the brand. Yeah, exactly. I mentioned that earlier. Dries Van Noten is one of the few people that actually gives his crafts people credit. A lot of fashion designers kind of just, it's very much this vibe of like me. Everything is about me. I'm the star of the show and all that stuff. And you lose a sense that it's actually a team that makes these collections and it's not just one person. That pinstripe coat is very Dries Van Noten. I remember, what show was that? Where he did a similar pinstripe. It was a women's wear show though. But yeah, so very much just, you know, referencing a lot of the old pieces that he's done, which is kind of interesting because in interviews he said that he didn't want the show to be so referential, but it really was. It seriously was referential. I think because he said the idea for this show is kind of like nostalgia for the future. So it's very much like, okay, yes, there are some best hits in this collection, but it's also this idea that I'm trying to push the collection forward and I'm providing a template for the brand to move forward into the future with, you know, different designers and the next creative director that takes over the brand. But I don't know if that actually his intention was shown in the collection, because when I looked at the collection, I just saw a lot of old stuff that I've seen from Dries Van Noten before, right? So that was very interesting. Can you explain how he uses prints but it never looks dated? I'm always floored by this aspect of his work. I guess in a sense, because of his design process, as I mentioned earlier, where it's kind of like he starts with the prints and the patterns, I think because there's a strong consideration of how the prints, you know, flow in the sense of the collection, it's bound for him to always be able to do prints in a very fresh way, to be honest. So I think it's to do with his design process. I think that's why. Also, to talk about Dries Do you guys remember during COVID when Dries Van Noten was kind of calling the fashion industry to produce less and to kind of slow down, and calling the fashion system to slow down, right? And it's kind of lovely that not that many years after, he decided to bow out of fashion. I think someone actually mentioned this in the chat earlier, but something I really respect about all the Belgian designers is they value the craft so much, and they don't like the circus of fashion. If you think of all of the Antwerp Six, right? Or even Martin Margiela, who's not part of the Antwerp Six, but he's kind of associated with them, right? Martin Margiela didn't like where fashion was going, and he just left. Under Millimeter in 2011, she was already giving us shades of, the fact that she didn't like where fashion was going. She didn't like, the fashion system and what fashion was standing for at the time. She didn't like, how fashion is. And that's why she had Sebastian Mounier in 2011 take over the menswear. And in 2013 is when she finally left, and, she gave the fashion industry a big letter while she bowed out. You have the same Marina Yee left, Dirk Bickenberg's left, Dirk Van Sane left. So all of them kind of, when they see fashion, not going where they like it, or they think that the fashion system is just unsustainable and they don't like the fast fashion system and the way that fashion collections are churned out, and the fact that all these luxury brands are, promoting overconsumption, they all leave. And I love that, because they're almost like fashion purists. They're kind of people that were into fashion for the craft of it and into fashion for the art. And the second that they see fashion going too much away from that, they quit. And that actually makes me respect them much more, because it means that they would rather be purist in fashion than make more money. Because if it was about making more money, they could make more money. You think Martin Margiela couldn't make more money? If Martin Margiela wanted to make money, he could just start a new brand. That brand would sell out every time. Like, it's not about money for these guys. It's about the craft. It's about the pure essence of what fashion design is, which is about craft and, designing clothing that's made to last, designing clothing that people have, an emotional attachment to, designing clothing that people cherish for years to come. And that's what I always loved about the Belgian designers. It's something that I can definitely say that is very unique to the Belgian designers, this idea of just like bowing out. So I really love that. Pilar says Margiela got into Hermes to do money. That's true. Even though Margiela Hermes was very much short-lived. But yeah, very much true. But I think it shows that Dries Van Noten is not a poser. And that's why, once again, I said I love Dries, because he's always highlighting the craftspeople that he works with, right? It's not me, 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 me. And it's very indicative of Dries Van Noten's character that shortly after, he's telling people in fashion, the fashion system needs to slow down. And after, the lockdown, the fashion system didn't slow down. And fashion went back to square one, where we're having resort collections and cruise collections and all these pointless collections that, in my opinion, shouldn't exist. And so he's just like, you know what? I don't like where fashion is, and I'm just going to leave, because I don't agree with the fashion system as it exists right now. Dior working like a fast fashion brand, exploiting workers, all that sort of stuff, right? Pure cash grab collections, exactly. Exactly. Van der Vorst too is another Belgian designer that I forgot about. Just skipped my mind. But yes, Van der Vorst 100% did that too. She bowed out. But I also think the case with Van der Vorst was also, if I remember clearly, her brand had a lot of financial issues too. So that was part of the issue. Who do you guys think would be a good fit for Dries Van Noten? I've seen a lot of people say Heider Ackerman. I think because Heider Ackerman went to the Royal Academy of Fine Arts in Antwerp, so everyone now, and there's that Belgian collection. Of course, Heider Ackerman, I think he's Colombian descent, but I think obviously because he comes from that Antwerp school of thought, anytime there's an opening, people just throw Heider Ackerman's name into the mix. But who do you guys think would be a good creative director for the Dries Van Noten brand. I already have a cart in essence with 2 Dries pieces. I'm sincerely going to miss his work. Yeah, I love Dries. Honestly, I really do. Fashion means that to me. The people I've met, my friends, would be considered nerds if they loved anything else as much. And you will always find your people if you find people who truly love fashion. Yeah, I mean, some of my closest friends are people that I met through fashion, right? Because we just connected on this idea of the craft of fashion and, getting into the same designers. Actually, one of my closest friends is actually an Underminimista stan like me, Jason. You guys might have seen Jason on the channel. I remember he was actually on the channel because I asked him for his thoughts when Sebastian Munier left Underminimista. So yeah, Jason is a big Andy head. And I've met some other Andy heads through Jason. So yeah, fashion is very much like that. You meet friends for life just through fashion and people that share the same interest. A lot of people are saying Grace Wells Bonner. That's very interesting. Someone said rock. That would be cool, actually. Rock would be really cool. Kind of like the Korean silhouettes with the Phoebe Philo aesthetic and sensibilities. I like that. That would be a cool idea. Because Dries Van Noten is very much about like flowy silhouettes anyway, and rock is very much on that vibe. So silhouette-wise, it works. I guess the only thing that I don't really see much from rock is loads of prints and patterns. So that would be a cool thing for rock to play with, right? How they're going to work with like transforming fabrics and using prints and patterns in ways that the designer hasn't used in the past. Honestly, I think all the other brands, established brands, need to calm down with the creative director musical chairs. I think the reason why you need a creative director is it adds kind of like mystique to a brand, or it's kind of good for marketing if you have one figurehead at a brand. Because like I said, Givenchy's last collection that the team designed, that I went to their re-see, I talked about it on a live stream in the past, but that collection I thought was incredible. And especially because I got to see the clothing up close, I really saw a sense of craft there, which is very rare for a lot of these luxury brands, right? The lining was on point, the finishing was great. Um, but no one talks about the collection. I think I was the only person that talked about the collection. And I think a big reason why no one talks about the collection is because it was the Givenchy design team that designed the collection, so no one cared. But I think if there was a creative director there or a single figurehead, I think people would have talked about it because it kind of would have been, oh, let's see what this designer did for this brand. So I think in terms of money and marketing, it works to have a creative director. And kind of what Leah is saying too, it is also true that to have a sense of cohesion, a creative director kind of works. So long as it's not a celebrity, please. I do not want to see any celebrity at the helm of any brand. Of course, that would never happen at Dries Van Noten. Dries Van Noten is the brand least likely to do something like that, right? So yeah, exactly what culture is saying. One thing about Dries, he designs with actual people in mind. His men's and women's are equally wearable while being very forward. Exactly. Let's just name someone to be a creative director and not allow any of them to have any say. No Lady Gaga as creative director. At Dries Van Noten, it's not like a job where you can just do the big lines. It's very hands-on. It's somebody who really breathes the love for the garments and beauty. Yeah, facts. Please, someone said yay for Dries Van Noten. Please, no. No, 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 no. What other brands does Pug own? I know he sold to them a couple years ago. Yeah, I don't actually know. Let me have a quick Google, actually. Um, let's have... Let's see what brands. What brands do they own other than Dries? Okay, so they own Jean Paul Gaultier, Dries Van Noten, Carolina Herrera. They own the fragrance line by Rado. They own Charlotte Tilbury, Nina Ricci. Oh yeah, I should know Nina Ricci. Yeah. They own Rabanne. They also own Penhaligon's, the fragrance line. So they have quite a few strong brands. They own Christian Louboutin. They've got quite a strong stable, actually. A very strong stable of brands. Very, very strong stable. Someone's talking about Acne Studios. I bet this collection is going to sell out quick. That goldish metallic fabric is everything. Yeah, I agree. But like I said, a lot of this stuff looks like it. I feel like you can get a lot of these looks. Not that it's a bad thing. In somewhere like Labels Inc. in Antwerp, where they have all this like archive Dries that you can just find randomly in a store that people donate or like try to sell. And like it feels like I've seen a lot of these things the few times that I've been to Labels Inc. I think at some point every designer leaves when they feel like their creative integrity will be at stake. I don't think every designer leaves, but I think the purists do that. Most designers just stay until they get fired or until like something goes wrong or until the brand goes bust. They don't actually leave because they don't like where fashion is going or they feel like, their creative integrity will be at stake, which is why I say that it's more the fashion purists that do that, right? Oh, and the fact that this spectacular runway material is placed in such a dark environment that one cannot see the audience. Yeah, and people are speculating that, of course, because a lot of really big fashion designers and a lot of Dries Van Noten's friends, Walter van Beirendonck was at the show. But people were speculating that Martin Margiela was actually in the show. So that's interesting. I wonder if anyone's spotted Martin Margiela at the show, but allegedly he was there, which obviously makes a lot of sense. They're friends, but yeah, that would have been cool if anyone spotted Martin. He came out of hiding just to support Dries. That's really sweet. Please, for all the silent billionaires watching, don't buy up all the Dries. I want a jacket. Exactly. Ever since, we talked about jewelry on this collection, on this stream, sorry, and the jewelry sold out on Dover Street Market, I was like, yeah, we need to be very careful. We've got some silent billionaires in the chat. I love Dries Van Noten as a true artist and as a human, though I've never found anything I personally wear/buy, but no worries, nothing but respect and admiration. Yeah, and that tends to be the case. I personally think that Dries Van Noten isn't my personal taste either. I do you know what it is? I think if I was a woman, then I would wear a lot of Dries, but because I'm not, and my style was so far away from what Dries is, yeah, I wouldn't wear it. But like he has those like heels, those thigh-high heels that have insane prints, those kind of boots that he does. If I was a woman, I would eat those things up. Like I would be buying those in droves. But yeah, it's just not my personal thing. Nadine Gossuin, now Dries, I know, right? Next thing, we're gonna go on Dries Van Noten's website and everything is sold out. Dries is also very easy to get secondhand. I agree. That's why I said that, like, if you go somewhere like Labels Inc., you could probably find some insane Dries for a really good steal also. If the trousers weren't so tapered, maybe I'd get a pair. Dries makes great clothes for soft boys like me. Who do y'all think the silent billionaires are? Yeah, we need to. It's kind of like a mystery in this chat. We've got a few silent billionaires and millionaires that just they don't even comment because, like, for example, right now there's 121 people tuned into the stream, but we always get like the same 20 to about 30 people that comment that I see all the time. Like, I recognize everyone's name in the stream, right? So the rest of the people are just silently watching. And some of them are silent millionaires and billionaires that just wait for me to recommend something and then they buy it. or they wait for us to talk about something. They're like, oh, that's interesting. And then before you know it, everything's sold out. You says Micah. Mucha and Raf, according to ChatGPT, went to the last Dries show. Notice how Micah spawned in when you said billionaire. Micah has a Soho House membership and dates spicy whites. Oh my God, Micah, what do you have to say for yourself? Micah, you have to hop in the stream and defend yourself. I'll post the link to the stream in the chat, but we can't let all this Micah hate keep going on. Oh my God, that's hilarious. But yeah. Also, something I actually wanted to talk about, I wanted to go on the Dries Van Noten website and just talk about the fragrance line, because everyone at this point knows that I'm a fragrance addict. And the fragrance line I just think is sensational, honestly. Like all the different, it's such good world building. It's insane. Like I genuinely think that no designer has a fragrance line as good as Dries Van Noten. In terms of like world building and it making sense in the context of the brand. Like the fact that he's a very, a flower lover. He has an insane garden. He loves flowers. He has the most obscure floral notes in his fragrances. This is my favorite one I smelt, this Fleur de Mal. It has osmanthus as a note, which is really, really cool. And not many fragrances even have that as a note. And then you even have like a comb. You have like the world building is just sensational with Dries Van Noten. It's so good. Even the makeup line is very new. The makeup line and the fragrance line came after he sold the brand. So even though obviously the way they're doing it is very Dries Van Noten, that very much might have been, maybe he didn't have the infrastructure to launch this stuff until, of course, he sold his brand. And also I like how with the fragrance line, with the lipsticks line, they're kind of refillable. So they have these interestingly designed cases, and then you can just like refill them. So it's kind of very sustainable, which is very, because I like that Dries Van Noten is not the kind of person that comes around and is just like, I'm a sustainable designer, I'm so sustainable. It kind of just shows in the way that he designs clothes. He doesn't make loads of products. Every single accessory is baked into the way that things can be refilled, the fragrances can be refilled, all these things. He designs things that are cherishable. The fabrics are really good, so you hold on to it for a really long time. This is why the secondhand market for Dries Van Noten is so strong, because the clothing is so well made that it actually lasts that long, right? Think about like people are buying Dries Van Noten from the 90s and the 80s. It says a lot that a brand can literally, last that long. And the clothing can last that long. So Guerlain is a fragrance line. So I wouldn't say that Dries Van Noten makes better fragrances than Guerlain, but I was talking about fashion designers. I think that Dries Van Noten has the best fashion designer fragrance line. But yeah, I don't think you can compare Dries Van Noten, who's a fashion designer, to Guerlain, which is literally like an extremely historic fragrance house. Like fragrances is what they do. That's their history. That's their heritage. So I don't think you can compare those. But in terms of designers, I would say Dries Van Noten over every other brand for fragrances. Like, what other designer has a fragrance line that's as good as Dries Van Noten? I'll wait. I will literally wait. Yeah, when they say they're sustainable and do nothing to show it, that's crazy. I know, it's really annoying. He doesn't do campaigns because they drive up prices. So he didn't do campaigns for the longest time. That was kind of like part of the thing. But he did do a few campaigns for the fragrance line and the makeup line. I think you can actually, let me go on his Instagram page. You can actually see some of the campaigns. So for the longest time, that was part of his thing. Like he didn't do campaigns, but when you sell your brand, you don't really have much of a say. And that was kind of what happened to Martin Margiela, right? Once he sold his brand, he started to not agree with a lot of decisions that they were making around the brand financially that he felt, didn't really align with his design language. So yeah, Dries Van Noten, loving it in his garden. But I'm trying to find, because I remember a while ago, he actually posted a lot of those campaigns to his Instagram page. Let's see if we can find some of those. The single Rick Owens fragrance is crazy. Culture says, I'm just not a big Chanel person. Yeah, but I guess Chanel is one of the most important brands because Chanel was one of the first, couture houses to have a fragrance line along, brands like Elsa Schiaparelli that had the shocking pink fragrance. You had Paul Poiret, who was also a couturier that had an early fragrance. So there's importance there. I will say that Chanel has better fragrances than Dries Van Noten in terms of like quality. Like the L'Exclusives line for Chanel is insane. That being said, I still would prefer the Dries Van Noten line only because the Chanel line, once again, is a bit random. Like, they're not themed. Like, the L'Exclusive line, once again, it's very much like, oh, this fragrance is inspired by, going to Morocco and all that sort of stuff. So it's not world building, really. It's just a very really nice line of fragrances that are really good, but there's nothing to tie the L'Exclusives line to the actual clothing that is going on the runway for Chanel, or the world building, or the aesthetic of what Coco Chanel herself stood for, or what Karl Lagerfeld stood for. You know what I mean? So the fragrances are better, I will say. The quality is better. That just goes down to economies of scale. Like the fragrance line of, Chanel is literally worth billions. So that is, you can't compare that to Dries Van Noten. That being said, I will take Dries Van Noten over Chanel or Dior that I guess have better fragrance lines in terms of like the fragrances themselves, but in terms of world building, in terms of a fragrance that's interesting. I'm also a very aesthetic person, so I would rather have, a Dries Van Noten bottle in my room that kind of looks cool, and people are like, "What's that? Like, that's really interesting," versus a Chanel fragrance or like a Dior fragrance that's just like a translucent bottle and it's not really that interesting. So yeah, that's why I would still take Dries Van Noten over any of those brands. It seems like they've removed the campaigns from their Instagram because I can't find them. But I remember the campaigns. He had some campaigns when the fragrance line just dropped, and some of the beauty launches happened. I think those are the only campaigns he's actually ever done. Actually, so yeah, for the most part, he never does campaigns. Like it's part of like the brand. They just never do campaigns. But yeah, these lipsticks. Look at the cases on these lipsticks. Like that's just so interesting. LA says no, Chanel perfumes are themed. Actually, patchouli is the base of all the fragrances. There's a theme, but I mean in terms of like the brand itself, they're not. So patchouli being the base of all the fragrances has nothing to do with like Coco Chanel did not have a patchouli print on her clothes, is my point. Like there's no world building other than, oh, we're going to use this fragrance note, or Chanel number 5. Oh, it's very jasmine heavy. But what is it about jasmine that ties into the actual clothing that Coco Chanel made? Like they should be making, limited edition bottles with tweed and, like all those different things. There's no proper world building that ties into the clothing itself from Chanel. So there might be a theme in terms of like how they make clothing. Another brand that makes really good fragrances, by the way, is Hermes. Hermes is a brand that have always had a really good in-house perfumer, and they've also been really strong, in terms of having really, really nice fragrances. So yeah, Austin said, "Don't give me free ideas." I'll try not to. But yeah, they should be doing those kind of things that ties. But I guess Chanel is not really about world building because yeah, like people are saying, I'm giving Chanel too many ideas. I guess Chanel is not really about world building because Chanel is about lifestyle. I think Chanel is more about being rich, and it's more about a lifestyle of just being rich and having clothing that fits into a wardrobe of things that are easy to wear, right? Um, like all the rich women in LA, I just see them wearing Chanel all the time. Like they're like, I've got Chanel earrings, and my jacket is from Chanel, and my skirt is from Chanel, and my socks are from Chanel, and my pumps are from Chanel, and my bag is from Chanel. Like you see a lot of those women on like TikTok, and they're all in like LA and stuff. So I feel like Chanel is more of a lifestyle of people that just wear head to toe Chanel and wear all the fragrances and all that sort of stuff. Wall scented fragrances. Someone said Chanel number 5 smells like soap. To me, Chanel number 5 just smells like old lady. Not that old lady is necessarily a bad thing, but it just smells like it reminds me of a time period. I just smell it and I just think of like the 80s. I don't know why. Don't give away the ideas, they're listening. I have an issue of always giving these brands ideas. I need to start charging them. Chanel has been criticized for exuding arrogance and maintaining controversial historical associations. I mean, that doesn't surprise me at all. At all. Cartier, Hermes, Chanel, Dries Van Noten, Salon, Gucci. You mean in terms of fragrance lines? Yeah. But Hermes is like really good. Like Hermes's fragrance line, really, really good. I'm trying to bully Micah to join the chat so he can defend himself. I'll post the link in the chat once again. See if he bites. He said, oh my God, Culture said Chanel groupies actually turn me off from liking Chanel. The Chanel phantom is unmatched. Chanel always gives status signaling to me. Yeah, that's why I said that kind of like, I guess the goal of Chanel and Dries Van Noten are very different. And Dries Van Noten is on a much smaller scale than Chanel. I just think it's more interesting. Like, if you have a Dries Van Noten fragrance, people are actually interested. Most people won't even have heard of the brand. So it's just more interesting than having a Chanel fragrance that everyone else has. That's just my personal opinion, though. That's just my personal opinion. Those are my personal thoughts. I'm just a guy streaming in my living room. That's also a strong line. The Maison Margiela replica collection, that is also like themed. Obviously, it doesn't. I guess it ties into the idea of what Margiela does, but I like it. It's kind of like, oh, under the lemon trees, and it smells like under the lemon trees. Like jazz club, it smells like a jazz club. By the fireplace, it smells like a fire. That's cool. I do like the Margiela collection. I don't like the fragrances only because some of them don't last very long, apart from maybe by the fireplace and like jazz club, but the rest are like water. As Aya likes to say, interesting. There's this one Armani perfume. I smelled it once and fell in love. Now I can't find it anywhere. Just remember the bottle is maybe green. Yeah, that's why if you like a fragrance, you have to buy it quickly. Not that I'm trying to promote overconsumption, but if you really love something, especially fragrances, you have to buy it, mainly because sometimes fragrances get discontinued. And I can imagine if you're watching this channel, you're into very interesting things. You're into, fashion that's very interesting and very unique and sometimes avant-garde. So I can imagine the kind of fragrances that most people on this channel will like are not, the basic ass fragrances. And therefore, if you like fragrances that, let's say, most other people won't like, there's a high chance that it will be discontinued very soon. And, that'll be the end of it. You'll never find it again. Yeah, Armani Privé line is also really strong. I do agree. I've never known how to pronounce. Is it zoologist But yeah, Zoologist. I talked about some of their fragrances in the past, like that fragrance that, what's it called? T-Rex or something like that, that just smells horrid. It's supposed to smell like dinosaurs or something like that. It's like horrid. But like Zoologist is like veering into the world of like avant-garde fragrances. That's like super niche fragrances. Like most people don't even know about those kind of fragrances. Um Yeah, Bond number 9, they make some good fragrances. Their fragrances are really expensive though. They're really, really spenny. Really, really expensive. Really, really expensive. Wait, how's it spelled? Zoologist. Zoologist. Okay, interesting. I've never known how to say. Is it zoologist? Zoologist? They have some that are really bad, I can't lie. There's one that legit smells like feces. Exactly why I said, like, some of their stuff just smells insane. Like it some of their stuff, but it's avant-garde fragrances, like I get it. It's just funny. Comme des Garçons perfume is cool, but I don't find a lot of the Comme des Garçons fragrances very interesting. But maybe it's just me. Bear in mind that I'm like obsessed with fragrances. I have a collection. At one point, I had a collection of like 100 fragrances. It was like out of hand. So I think because I've smelt so much stuff, some stuff like a lot of the Comme des Garçons fragrances, they smell like so many other fragrances that I've smelt. They don't smell too unique. They smell more like mass appealing. So they're cool, but I'm not that interested by Comme des Garçons fragrances. Um, so yeah, that's. Oh, I'm always disappearing from the chat. I told you guys I need to perfect my swiping on the screen because when I swipe through the comments, if I swipe the wrong direction, I just leave the stream, and it's happened every single stream at this point. It's happened the past 3 streams, I think, actually. Yeah, someone said, I used to live for those Lagerfeld Chanel runway shows and better yet, his short films. I totally agree. Ray Kalkubo is after me. How dare you not like the fragrances? That's funny. What type of scents do you typically like in fragrances? So I don't like super strong fragrances. My taste in fragrances is more like citrusy, aquatic, green. I like notes like vetiver, which is more like an earthy smelling note. So I kind of like green, aquatic, citrusy fragrances. But most aquatic or citrusy fragrances, they're very boring smelling because most like really commercial fragrances go that direction. So I find you know, fragrances that are citrusy but really interesting. So that's what I like. But that's not the only thing I wear. I like some ouds. It's not my taste, but I do like some ouds. I like, you know, musky fragrances and all the other fragrances. But my preference is definitely something that's more veering on the side of like earthy green, you know, citrusy kind of vibe. I don't like to choke people out with my fragrance. Yeah, I actually care about like other people around me. I like smelling like mahogany, coffee, leather, a clean, ashy knuckle fresh out the shower. That's interesting. I like that. I like that. That's very, very interesting. I love how we started talking about fragrances, just talking about Dries Van Noten. Something I do want to see, since we talked about the collection, is kind of how his ready to wear is priced. Because obviously, when I think of Dries Van Noten, like if I was to buy Dries, I'll buy it secondhand because I know where to buy it, but secondhand for really good prices. But yeah, it's kind of what I would expect. I mean, it's well made, it's made in small quantities. You know, Dries doesn't have the economies of scale that LVMH has and all that sort of stuff. So their pricing 100% makes all the sense in the world. Um, like, you know, a check shirt for £450 makes a lot of sense for Dries. A wrap skirt for £500. Printed scarf for £560 is crazy though. That's insane. The mules 460. It's cool. Obviously, everything is like a loose silhouette because that's what Dries does. It's either loose or like a taper. That's what he likes. And people are talking about how they like to smell. Elle says tobacco, honey, vanilla, a bit of citrus. Yeah, I love smelling sweet fragrances, but not on myself. But on other people, I really love smelling like a good amount of vanilla and mixed with tobacco, honey, and citrus is nice. And I love citrus in fragrances. So give me like a good bergamot or a yuzu. That's why someone I think earlier said, "What do I think about Issey Miyake fragrances?" I think they're amazing. One of my favorite fragrances is that yuzu fragrance. What's it called again? L'Homme de Issey or something like that. It's just the main note is just Japanese lemons. I love that fragrance so much. It's so good. And you can find it because it's like it gets discounted a lot, so you can find it for a really good price. So yeah, that fragrance you can get it for the low on like discounters and stuff. I love musky fragrances, top tier. To me also, I think most fragrances smell nice, unless like you smell like, one of those zoologist fragrances where you're literally smelling like feces. You smell like poo. Um, then no, but for the most part, so long as someone has a fragrance on, that they're going to smell pleasant. Although there are some people that don't really like people that wear fragrances. They just think any fragrance is like too much, which is fair enough. We all have our different tastes. Dear Piss Cologne. I have so many fragrances now. I no longer have any favorites. Appreciate so many. Yeah, I genuinely will admit that I had a fragrance addiction at one point. It was really bad. I've stopped buying fragrances, but there was definitely a point in time when I couldn't help myself. Like I was just obsessed, and I just felt like if I liked a fragrance, I had to get it. But I've grown out of that now, which is why I like gave away a lot of my fragrances to family members and like friends, and my fragrance got reduced from like 100 fragrances, my collection, to like maybe now it's maybe at like 35, which is still like super excessive, which is why I don't see the need to buy fragrance, especially because a lot of fashion brands send me fragrances now as well. So yeah. It's easy to have fragrance FOMO. Exactly, Rachel. It's really bad. It's really bad. Fragrances, I suppose, are meant to show your personality, but not all are made for both day and night. And that's my issue, right? Because I started by having fragrances for occasions that also, I need a fragrance that I can wear in hot weather because I don't want to wear something that is like crazy, projecting, because in hot weather, it makes it project even more and I'll choke people out. So I need something more aquatic for the summer, for the hot weather. Then I need something that's more like date night, more sweet, more kind of like nice and intimate spaces. Then I need kind of like a fresh, clean fragrance. Then I need like just a beast that cuts through like the winter cold. And then before you know it, you're like, oh, I've got 100 fragrances. It's just, it happens so quickly. Oh, Rose, I haven't actually tried this fragrance. I'm going to write it down and I'm going to see if I can find it somewhere. Um, Let me write that down. I've never actually tried it, so that would be really cool. I don't actually have too much experience with Bulgari fragrances, funny enough. So yeah. What I love about fragrances is that it's hard to fake liking one. It's hard to trick the nose. Yeah, that's true. That's true. More categories. Let's look at what the menswear looks like. Yeah, Bulgari Black. I've Bulgari Black, that's supposed to smell like Spice Bomb Extreme, or is that do I have the wrong one? I know there's a Bulgari fragrance that's supposed to smell like Spice Bomb Extreme. I don't think it does. Also, do you know something that's also interesting about fragrances? Some fragrances are so predictable. Like there's some fragrances I know that if I buy it and I wear it, everywhere I go, people will be like, oh my God, you smell nice. So if I'm in my own space, I'll be wearing like my super interesting fragrances. But like when I go to Fashion Week, I just wear something that's very mass appealing. Like I'll wear like Creed Silver Mountain Water because it's like a smell that is pleasant to almost everyone. So I know everyone is going to like it, and everyone's like, "Oh my God, you smell so nice!" Or like in the winter, if you wear something like Spice Bomb Extreme, for some interesting reason, everyone just loves that smell. So when you wear it, people are like, "Oh my God, what fragrance is that? That smells so good." But those aren't like the fragrances that I would love to wear. Those are just my crowd pleasers. But in my own space, or if I go on a date with someone, I would wear something more interesting, because when you go on a date, you want to present yourself as your authentic self, right? So I don't want to do the crowd pleasing thing, but most places I'll just do the crowd pleaser, some Silver Mountain Water, all those kind of things. He said Io isn't trying to flex the bougie smells on the common fashion folk, baddies only. That's so funny. Do you have any advice for a beginner fashion photographer trying to make it in the industry? I would say become a good photographer first, because the competition is steep in fashion photography. Build your own unique and authentic style. So every fashion photographer has a style, and that's what they go to you for. I know a lot of photographers that they kind of show me their work and there's no like actual style. They have no like photography language, which is really bad. It kind of means you're just kind of like a random photographer and you just shoot things, which isn't great. So that's kind of something you want to work on, building your own, kind of like a designer has a design language, photographers have a photography language. That's why when you see, I don't know, any photographer really, whether it's Gabriel Moses, it's a shoot, or Raphael Pavarotti, or the bigger, more storied photographers, you kind of can tell that it's their photography. So that's definitely something. Do a lot of test shoots with different models when they're up and coming, build a portfolio, and then just start pitching to different fashion brands. You have to be really proactive if you want to make it as a fashion photographer. So yeah. I deserve because your dates are for crowd pleasing. Lighter. Put us on some affordable but amazing fragrances. It depends. Do you want something super interesting, or do you want a fragrance that everyone is going to tell you that you smell nice? So depending on what you say, I'll put you onto some fragrances. I started wearing offensive things because normal smells kind of bore me, and I like seeing people's reactions because sometimes I do get compliments. That's so interesting. I'll say it's the Axe Golden Mango for the baddies. I use the Lynx Africa from day to day. That's so funny. Hanan, if you're still in the chat, I'll post the link since Micah is an op and he doesn't want to join. I'll post the link of the chat so you can jump in and share your thoughts on Dries Van Noten quickly. So yeah. I don't know what kind of photographer I am now. I used to say fashion photographer, but now I don't know. Interesting. Micah's ducking the stream. How dare he? Hello.
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 Screw you.
Inside joke is every time I call Hanan, he answers by saying hello. That's his like British accent.
Only to you though. No one else. But I hello it like so much. I turn the Britishness up to 1,000. I'm like, hello. I like
Hello.
like turn to people and I'm like, do one more water. And they're like, are you okay? Or do you have a heart attack?
Do you want a bottle of water?
One
A
more.
bottle of water. That's
I
so
love it.
funny.
I tried, girl. Like it doesn't, but it's good. It's good. Yeah.
What did you think of the Dries Van Noten show?
Oh, I love that. It was
The
beautiful.
farewell show.
It was
Yeah.
beautiful, honestly. But what a great way to go. Like
Yeah.
nobody's pushing you out. It was great. Like he's like, you know what? I did this. There were 10 levels. I finished all of them, and I love that. Honestly. By the
Yeah.
way, one thing that I have to criticize him on, and I need to criticize fashion industry. Do you guys know that there's a different song to finish a runway than Donna Summer? I Feel Love. I swear to God, if I hear that song one more time at a fashion show, I will lose it.
Yeah.
There's million songs out there. Why is everybody going to that? It's a beautiful song, don't get me wrong, but I swear to God, everybody's like, let's finish the show. Oh yeah, Donna Summer it is. But the show was beautiful. The show was beautiful, honestly. So I'm very happy. References, even the runway was a reference. Um,
Yeah.
to like the goalie from 2006. I love that.
Yeah.
I mean, like it's him, and I'm happy. I'm very happy. Now the question is like, who's going to take that over?
I know, right? Everyone's saying Hyder Ackerman because they just throw him. You know, he
But isn't
studied at the Royal Academy of Fine Arts, so
but
just
isn't he like
throw him
isn't
in
he
there.
at that couture house now?
Hyder Ackerman.
No. Why would you take
You're
away
funny.
Why would you take away?
You are funny.
But you know what? This is the thing. I love Hyder Ackerman. I want a Belgium designer.
Yeah.
I want a Belgium designer. I think that like the best designers that we have, some of the best, are Belgium. And I'm like, I don't think that a lot of people can do Dries the way that like people think they can.
Right.
So I'm like, you know what? It has to be somebody who understands this kind of like world of Dries, to be honest.
Yeah.
Hyder is great, but I don't think that Hyder will do it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Brit, that's
exactly.
the joke.
The couture
That's the
house.
joke. The couture house, like
That's
Canada Goose. That's why I was laughing.
the CG CG house. No, but it was beautiful, honestly, and I'm very happy. Even though that show was so late.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it was so late, but it's fine. Leo asked, "So you don't want to see Ludovic at Dries? Maybe just for 6 months."
Wow. Wow. He
Just for
came
one
in all
season.
guns blazing.
Just for one season. Why not? I mean, like,
6 months is
sis,
crazy.
imagine if they have Ludovic in every house just for 6 months. I would die. Like the only designer that gets to do 6 months and dips, that would be iconic. I'm sorry.
He came here and chose violence out of
It
the
would
gate.
it would be cute though. Like his thing is like 6 months at Celine, 6 months
Oh
at Chanel.
my
Like,
god.
come on, come on.
I know. Too soon? Too soon?
Nah, never too soon. Honestly. But yeah,
Abid says, I wish I could like your comments. Oh, Abid was saying earlier that a lot of fashion YouTubers don't have personal style.
did a
Do you
lot of
know
fashionable.
YouTubers? Do you know what it is though? I think that a lot of fashion YouTubers, and I used to do this when I first started making content. You kind of dress for content, so you're no longer dressing yourself. You buy stuff and you wear stuff that
You want to tell me that my dog pants are not how dare you?
I mean, there's a difference in actually dressing on Instagram versus what we wear in our
Oh,
house. Like I'm
oh,
wearing a Nigeria hockey jersey. It's not exactly the most fashionable thing in the world.
girl, when I'm creating content, only waist up counts. Trust me. Only waist up. That's all you're going to see.
It's wearing like Scaparelli up top and like
Mhm.
Nike shorts on the bottom.
Are you happy if I even have shorts? No, I do have my traveling shirt that says I need space. I love to go to the plane in this shirt. So
Yeah.
because the stewardess is always like, "Ha, ha, ha, that's so funny," and I'm like, I worry because of you to make your day better.
Yeah, I know, right? He's swagged out to the max. Absolutely swagged out.
100%. I just finished my Maria Grazia Dior couture live stream. So
Oh, what did you? I haven't seen any of the couture collections. The Schiaparelli happened as well, right?
beautiful. Yeah, Scap was
What
great.
is what was Dior like?
Uh, what do you think?
I'm
Take,
guessing not.
take one guess.
I'm guessing not revolutionary, but I
Mm,
haven't seen it,
You're
so
on the right path. Yeah, it wasn't. Let's just say it wasn't my cup of tea. Otherwise, people are like, "Oh my God, you hate women in fashion," and I'm like,
that's a shame.
"Yeah." So it wasn't my cup of tea. Honestly, I didn't like it. Yep,
Don't worry, in this stream we can balance it out. I've already talked about my love for Andu Minimista, so it's fine.
exactly.
The
By the way,
balance is there.
did you see the whole like? Did you see the picture of Anne with Dries?
Yeah.
It was so cute, honestly.
She was at the show. It's so sweet. All of
No,
them were at the show. It's cute.
yeah. I mean, like we do not have that picture of Margella, but that's fine.
He was somewhere there,
He was somewhere.
apparently. Allegedly.
No, I'm sure that like he wouldn't miss it, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't think he would. They're
Yeah,
definitely good friends, I can imagine. Although it seems like,
I
because
think
when
I
I
might
interviewed Walter van Beirendonk, I kind of asked him about, and you guys can watch it. The interview is literally on my channel. I asked him about like
shameless plug right there.
Margiela and when last did they talk to Margiela, and the way he talked about it is almost like none of them have really heard from him for like forever.
There's a picture of
So
Dries
yeah,
for the people that don't know. There's a picture of
yeah,
Dries.
so wholesome.
Yeah. Wait, you said that they haven't heard from Margella?
Maybe they've heard from him now, but like when you watch the interview, he was like, "Yeah, he just disappeared," and like we never heard from like from him for like years, and
Margella,
they're like close.
like Martin's like blocking people on IG, just being like, Walter, blocked. And blocked.
So yeah, he just didn't have contact, and he was just done with fashion and anything to do with fashion.
Nah, I
It was
don't
just
blame
like no.
that man knows what's up. He said, like, I know what kind of people these are. Like, out of here.
I'm gonna get the fuck out of here with these
I
people.
swear. Have you seen Vogue World?
No, I don't. I've never in a day in my life cared about Vogue World,
Fair.
and I got obviously because everyone was posting about it. It seemed like a hot mess. It seemed like a pantomime circus of like they're trying to do like fashion but make it Olympics and
Yeah.
kind of what sport is France known for? Oh, people play tennis. Oh, the Roland Garros. Oh, okay, cool. Let's get Serena Williams to walk and then let's get some really cool designers to make, dresses with the France flag. And it was just the whole mess.
But see that like that's the thing that I don't understand. First of all, can anybody in the comment section, what is it? What is
I
Vogue?
I don't even know. It's just like an event where they charge people loads of money and they try to make it kind of like a concert but make it fashion.
Is it for charity?
I don't actually know, to be fair. I need to look into it.
I swear to God, I'm like, because I think like what one thing that like I want to know about this, I'm like, what is it? like I get the concept of it, but I'm like, what is it? What's the purpose of it? Is
Yeah, like Manny
like,
says, a marketing event. Probably that.
but it's like I swear to God, there were so many cringy moments there, but there was a couple of good moments. I cannot lie, but there were like a couple of cringy moments where like Sierra, poor Sierra, I don't know what she was wearing, but like you could literally see her in the back just like dancing, and nobody gave two shits. And I'm like,
Oh no.
that's Sierra. Like guys, like like that's a. Is she the biggest celebrity on earth? No, but like that's Sierra still. But like too many celebrities, and I don't know. Interesting that none of the big models were there. Meanwhile, Nick
Right.
were there. Like there
I
were
know, right?
there.
Someone said it's just an event for Vogue to flex their contact book, which is hilarious.
But there's like nothing new. Like the only new thing was the Alaya dress that No Kai wore.
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
why don't they like ask these houses to create something new that like we can gag over? But it's all the dresses from like the previous collections.
I just personally, like I said, I don't understand the point of it. It doesn't make any sense to me. This is a really good take, by the way. If it was done like the Montclair Genius exhibitions, that
Mm,
would be more fun. And then you have like a celebrity performing like the Montclair stuff at the end, or like, just something more
yeah.
interesting.
No,
That's like
there's
how you do an event.
correct. There's definitely better ways to do it, to be honest. Definitely better ways to do it. But and to do it like literally a day before couture, I'm like, guys, do you want us to talk about it? Because what the hell?
Yeah.
It was weird. But hey.
It's just to show Vogue and Condé Nast investors that they're relevant. That might that
And look,
might be true,
I
actually.
think what she's trying to do, she's trying to create another like Met Gala or Fashions Night Out. Somebody just mentioned it, but
It's
like,
not going to happen. It's not going to catch on
you think so?
unless they change the format of it. I think the format is just off. I don't like the format. I don't think it works.
I think that there's potential for it to work. They do have to change stuff.
Yeah.
Night Out was so good. Fashion Rocks, that was so good.
Wait, someone said Vogue World is supposed to be the runway modeling focused. Hmm.
But then
Didn't
why
it didn't
why
appear that way.
yeah, but why to bring celebrities then? Because
And loads of celebrities, like
yeah,
loads.
because like Bad Bunny was there, Maluma, like the whole segment with Maluma, like Maluma took a drink and then walked to the center of the stage, and I'm like, talent.
I guess it was also perfect timing because obviously it was like just after Paris Fashion Week, so all the celebrities would have been there anyway, so they could just stay
Yeah,
over for over from Paris Fashion Week.
it was crazy though.
Oh, Micah's talking about, yeah, Micah, I think you told me about that. The new Louis Vuitton Timberland boots, they're like 2,500 euros. And the only difference is like some of the eyelets are custom and the sole is custom. Like that pricing is scary. Also, Hanan, I don't think I've talked to you about it. Did you see that article that came out of Dior bags being made for
$53.
$57,
Yeah,
$53? Yeah.
53 euros,
What did you
something like
think about that whole thing?
that. I was shocked to be honest, and I was shocked that was it who announced? Was it NSS magazine? I
Was
think
it anything?
with the story.
Maybe, yeah.
I was shocked that they did it. To be honest, I was honestly at this point. I'm like, I never expect like news like that to be, but it's like it's. I hate to say this, but this is like it's like such a fashion news that I've heard so many of these that I'm not even.
Yeah,
That's so sad. But like we've heard so many of these that were like, oh, 52. I'm sure that they could get it somewhere else for 50 for 47.
I
It's
know, right?
it's like we've heard so many brands do that that I'm not shocked at all. At all.
Because I told people that literally it's just because they're looking for cheaper labor markets. It's why all these luxury brands now they're looking at like Cambodia and like Vietnam and like all these places where it's even cheaper labor than China. So if anything, they're looking for how to make it even cheaper, even
Yeah,
though the prices are going up. So it's just insane.
correct. I mean, it just shows you the value of a name. It really does,
Yeah.
which is crazy. But I mean,
Wait, Mike is still mad about the Timberland boots. Oh, the turtle doesn't exist anywhere for £100, so we had to show him love. Also, I did it for Urban Law. Do you know what? No, do you know what Earl the turtle is?
El the turtle.
No, Earl the turtle is basically
No.
we were making fun of just how insane luxury prices are at retail on one stream. I was doing it with Micah, and
Uh-huh.
one of the things that we found, we were just trying to find the most ridiculous items, and we found this like Louis Vuitton turtle for 700 euros,
Damn.
and
Wait, something stopped. I think it's my stream.
So yeah, he actually bought it. I want to see if I can put
Did
it
you
on the
buy it? Did
screen.
you really buy it?
No, he did.
Oh,
Like
Jesus
literally.
Christ. I mean, if you want to buy something that you're not going to use, you can buy me some shoes. Look at me. Is that the turn? Oh, Jesus. That's so
Yeah.
that is so ugly. Why would you? Where's Mika? Why would you buy this? Why? Is it
I
a
love it
keychain?
though.
It's just a keychain.
It's a little pouch. You can
That is
open it
so
and you
real.
can
You can
you
put
can put
shit.
like
Oh my god.
one piece of pasta in there, one piece of pasta, one
Yoli, sweet.
AirPod.
That
Very practical.
is extremely. I can't.
Micah says, look me in the eyes and tell me he's not fantastic.
I love that.
If
That's
you're
hilarious.
hungry, you can fit like one grape for the road. You can do a lot of things with that pouch. One nut.
You know what, Micah? If that makes you happy, good for you. Get another one.
What I will say for Micah is it's a good accessory. So if you attach it to your jeans, it can like add a bit of pizzazz to an outfit. It's
Oh,
like a
there
good
you go.
accessory.
Oh, that's good. We love that.
Human Hugh says I stand on Tyrone. Tyrone for the turtle. Tyrone the Louis Vuitton turtle.
Mm.
Oh my god, people are saying it's to store drugs.
Oh,
Micah, is that true? Are you going to beat the drug allegations? I'm still trying to bully Micah into joining the chat. Guys, we need to bully Micah into joining the chat so he can
come on,
defend
Micah.
himself.
We need to see this LV pouch in person. We need to see all corners of it.
But then he might be in the sauna, so he can't join the stream. That's the only issue.
And that's not the reason. In sauna, you can definitely. That's a reason more to join.
He's talking to a baddie in the sauna. He said, I'll hop on for exactly 15 minutes, then I must go to a barbecue. I've been invited. A barbecue? It's 11 p.m. What what barbecue are you going to at midnight? A barbecue? What?
Out of all the things
No.
that you could have come up with,
That's the worst
a
excuse I've ever
barbecue.
heard in my life. A barbecue at midnight.
I love that.
Is that what they're calling it now? I know, right? You got invited to a cookout at midnight. You know some strange people, Micah. You honestly know some strange people. They're doing cookouts at midnight. Oh my god. It's so funny how we just make fun of Micah the whole time. Because Hanan, I'm not sure if you're in the stream, but we were talking about like people were asking Micah and I what our type is in terms of like women that we like to date.
Yeah.
So I said that like my preference is like black women, like I really like black women, and Micah said I like white women, but they have to be spicy white.
Spicy white.
So we were like, what does that mean? What does spicy white mean?
I have to see this live. I
So
can't.
now he can't beat those allegations. Now everyone's just making fun of him. Like Micah's with the spicy whites.
Spicy whites.
I
That's
think he probably means like the kind of white woman that like listens to hip hop and kind of wears her new era cap backwards, and like I think that's what he
Are you
means.
trying to justify him or like?
No, I'm just making fun of him.
Okay, fine. Then keep up the good work.
Oh my god, that's funny. Mediterranean. Or
Iranian woman.
Oh my god. Okay, so other collections. What did you think of? Because there's a few collections I'm going to be covering soon, but I did like the Le Maire show. I'm not sure if you saw it. What did you think about it?
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I thought the Le Maire show was really cool.
I don't know why.
What did you think of the Rick show?
I rarely think of Le Maire, which is ridiculous, honestly. Because
I do too, because I've never bought Le Maire, but I just really like it. Like I like
that's fair.
The aesthetic a lot of times, and I thought this collection in particular was really, really strong.
Yeah.
What did you think of the Rick show?
Oh, everything.
Yeah.
Everything. I mean, like that presentation, ridiculous.
It reminded me of Vicious in a way.
Vicious? Oh.
Yeah. Not in terms of like, because Vicious was more like, you know, like women of color kind of dancing with aggression and stuff. It didn't have this was more like angelic sort of, you know, soft vibe. But in terms of like production wise, it reminded me of it.
I could see that. For me, this collection was like, I don't know. I think that like no one understands the concept like this better than Rick. Because like it's so on point and it's so. Can you remove the turtle from the screen? Thank you. There we go.
Hello.
Hello. We successfully bullied you onto the stream.
I have to go
Mission
to a
accomplished. Right.
Wait, I have to go to a barbecue.
Is the barbecue full of white spicy women?
Okay, let's clear up a few misconceptions here. Let's clear up some misconceptions. Firstly, I don't think I ever said I like spicy white women. I think I was talking about the woman who worked at a particular retailer that I entered that I thought was attractive. And you guys asked what she looked like, and that's where the term spicy white came from. I think. Secondly,
Mike has beaten the allegations.
Secondly, guys, or Colin, don't know what his name is yet, but he's cute. I don't know why he's getting flack in the chat. Like this, he's a nice.
Do you have with you? We want
is
an
always
appearance.
with me. He's strapped to my bag at the moment, so I'd have to get my bag out. It feels a bit pretentious. I don't know, my tongue's blue because I've been.
This guy's tongue is always blue. It's the same Skittles every single time.
Yo, you're lying. Wait, did you see her at the Stone? Actually, no, wait. We're baiting out her retailer. Let's just chill. But,
but we've already come to the conclusion that Tosin actually knows who she is. So
yeah, but he doesn't know her name, so it's useless to us right now.
Yeah,
we can't find her on social media.
Someone said Micah came to clear his name.
What other allegations do I have to beat? I'm trying to remember. I
think those are the only allegations, actually.
Where's the turtle pouch? Do you have it?
Yeah, I have it, but it's strapped to my bag.
Yeah, Hanan wants to see it. You do it for Hanan.
I mean, like,
okay.
Do it for the vine.
Do it for the stream.
Exactly. Hey, here he goes.
Micah, people want to see the fit for the barbecue. Oh, hi, El.
I can't.
And this is the other side of him.
I wore green just because of you, Al. I knew I would be seeing you today.
I love that.
Yeah, that's our fun bit of stream lore.
I love it.
What's the fit? I'll show you guys the fit. It's a tough fit today. Actually.
People want to know that. What's the barbecue?
Oh no, actually, wait, no. Let me get.
This is the one that I got today. So you have the turtle, I have the dog.
Oh, this dog is cute as well, though. This dog is mad cute.
Yeah, I got those today.
No, God, that's cute.
Yeah.
Where from? Is that MCM?
It's an MCM.
Yeah, it looks like MCM,
I got a backpack also.
MCM still exists.
Yeah. They're doing like a huge rebranding thing, to be honest. So I'm like, I wanted to get this, and then because I'm a proud dog owner, I want to show off.
A very proud dog owner.
You're basically doing the same thing as me. Me and Hanan are twins, is what I'm hearing. me and Hanan, we're basically related. Like
a turtle and a dog, literally the same thing.
Exactly.
Literally.
No, we're basically related.
Wait, is Ben here?
Oh
As
yeah,
well.
these are the other allegations, Micah. Micah is a billionaire. Make me change.
Oh yeah,
my mind.
and I'm a nepo baby. To be fair, I can't deny that I'm a nepo baby, guys. I'm
Oh my
gonna
God,
come
I
out.
love
I've said
that.
it before. I'll say it again. I'm a nepo baby. I can't clear my name on those because those allegations are completely factual. But
Am I the only one that when I hear the word allegations, I swear to God, is it just me?
No. On this stream, luckily we don't have questionable
Okay, I
people
swear to
like
God,
that.
whenever
So
somebody says allegations, I'm like, what kind of allegations? You mean, what do you want to say?
no, the only allegations getting thrown around in this stream is like people being billionaires and things of that nature.
That's
So
like good allegations. Just
yeah,
be like, "Ah, Jesus."
it's because
I
like
don't.
for the past the couple streams that we've done in the past, like let's say the past 4 or 5, anytime we talk about a piece of jewelry or clothing item, it gets sold out after. And I've said that in these streams, like now there's
We've got to
123
be
people
careful.
watching, but there's only like 30 people that comment consistently.
Yeah.
So I feel like there's some silent millionaires and billionaires that just watch, and then every time we talk about something, they just buy it. So
Well, you know
we
what
need
would
to
look
figure
great?
out who they
You know
are.
what would look great on you guys? When you send me kiss boots, that would look great on you.
But the thing is, yeah, I can't even show these lot our wish lists anymore. Next thing you know, all the items you wanted are gone.
Oh,
There could be of 100 stock left, and they'll all disappear. The
bitch,
Urbans have
I should
deep
do that.
pockets.
I should do a wish list and post it on my IG, and then like if something appears, I'm like, oh my God, how did you guys know? Wow.
And on what shoe size are you?
44.
Okay, there you go. Something's gonna probably turn up your door.
No, that's Finn. That
The way
bitch is
these
not
lot
gonna
are
buy me
moving.
rig boots. There's no way. Well, maybe with a new job.
Damn, these lot are saying they can't afford my wish list. Guys,
Yeah, Micah, they know
Nadine,
your wish list is insane.
no, guys. The Nadine Gossuin jewelry we showed off was 20K, was it not? And it was sold out the next day. And there were multiple
20K.
pieces. So someone here is ready
It
to drop
sold out
100K
the day
off a
after we
whim.
talked about it. It's insane. It literally sold out the day after we talked about it.
That's
So
so
there's some dangerous urbans in this live
Yeah,
stream
no, I
that
can't show
dangerous.
are
anything.
hiding.
Until I've got my order confirmation and it's in the mail, I can't show you guys anything now. Literally.
Not you gatekeeping. Love that.
No, the chat knows I'm all for gatekeeping. We've had this discussion before.
No fair.
Yeah,
I'm
he
all
is.
for gatekeeping.
He's like, I have to gatekeep items so people don't buy what I want, and then I can't even buy it when I want to. Micah, they're just saying it was you who bought it, low key.
Guys, I mean, you know what? I'm a nepo baby, so who knows? Who knows at this point? Who knows?
Very possible.
At this point, who knows? Now, let me show off. I went out the other day and I got to wear Earl on my jeans, so I'll show him off a little bit. It was a nice day out, you know. Went to a little concert in London.
Calm little fit.
Calm little fit, bro. So,
see,
yeah,
but that's what I mean in terms of like, it's a really nice accessory when you put it on the jeans, and obviously that's LV denim. Is that Virgil LV?
Yeah, this is Virgil LV.
Yeah,
fall winter 22. I want to say, with the same boots as before. Oh, you know what? I basically showed this fit before, but now I've got the Supreme on because I found some Supreme in my wardrobe that I hadn't worn in a while, and it's the good Supreme. You know, like the cowboy. I don't know what it's called actually. From fall winter 17 or something.
Instead, you went to Taylor Swift.
Yeah, no, I live next to the stadium, so I basically I was out with all the Taylor Swift fans at one point. It was an interesting interaction.
Interesting interaction.
It was an interesting interaction.
Did not know you were a Swiftie. Love that for you.
Yeah, I'm a Swiftie, guys.
Virgil jeans sold out tomorrow. If it was reselling right now, it would be sold out. The way this stream moves.
And yeah, this was my day out with Earl. Look, he got lots of love, guys. He's loved, well cared for.
Aww.
I feed him. I take him to new places.
Give him a ball.
Like, I treat him better than I treat some people in my life, you know? That's how you're supposed to treat a pet, right?
Amen.
But yeah, you guys know about me and Earl's excursions now. You know what we get up to.
The fact you can afford to put a 6K bag on the ground for your pics is crazy.
It's not. It wasn't for the pic. That it was already there, and then I took a picture. Oh yeah, I forgot that that's the thing, that you can't put things you own on the ground anymore. All the bag girlies got bare mad at one of my
You
videos.
know
They're
that,
like,
yeah, that video you did on the bags, they were so angry at you in the comments.
yeah, they were like, "How dare you put it on the ground?" I was like, "What am I supposed to do? I own it. Where am I going to put
I
it?"
mean,
Like,
it's your
Oh,
bag.
exactly.
I think you can put your bag where you want
Wherever you
to.
want.
no, it's like, I don't get it. No, it's like, what I'm curious about is, do those people just never put their bag down? Do you hold your bag 24/7?
No,
Like,
they do. They do. They're just.
really?
I can't with that. I'm sorry.
Fair enough.
Like it's your bag. Like you paid for it.
Yeah, let me enjoy it in peace. Oh, Finn said, "Is it actually softer than usual Speedy?" Yeah, it is, because it's leather, and Speedies are normally canvas. So it's really soft. I can't lie. In person, it's very soft. I mean, you can kind of see the way the leather folds over here. Like it's really soft in real life. I can't lie.
No, it feels really good to touch.
Oh,
Really,
putting
really
your
good to
bag on the
touch.
ground is bad luck. I don't believe in luck.
Well,
Only luck.
so that's the only reason why I never put my bag on the floor is because my mom taught me. She's like, that is a bad luck, honey. You won't.
Nah, don't believe in luck. Only believe in karma.
Yeah. Well, that's the best.
Micro philosophies.
A real Swiftie, he only believes in karma.
Exactly. I put my robe in my Speedy. I actually have done that before on a nighttime excursion.
You don't believe in luck because he's a billionaire. He has all his luck. It reminds me of people on Grad who sell something for 3K while showing photos of it on the concrete.
And they'll be like never worn, and it's just on the concrete, and you're like, well, it's not been worn, but it's touched grass, that's for sure.
Exactly. He only believes in karma. Come on, Taylor Swift reference.
Come on, Taylor Swift.
Yes.
See, Micah, that's how we know you spent too much time with Swifties.
Bro, I told you, I was out there. We all had our boots on together. I was actually out there trying to buy some cowboy hats with them, but I was unsuccessful. The queues were kind of long, so I had to dead it. But no, me and Taylor are cool.
What are you going to say?
I can't remember. Sorry.
What did Finn say? I can't lie. I was looking at getting one as well for getting a job, which I still haven't got. Fingers crossed for Finn to get his
a cowboy hat
soon.
or a turtle. Finn, what were you looking to get?
You can tell he liked white women because he forced himself to like Swifties.
Guys, I don't want to dox her, but I promise she was Lang, man. I promise she was like Tosin. Tosin is the only person who knows, but Tosin knows I'm not lying. She's Lang.
It's fine. She was spicy white. It's cool. It's cool. It's okay.
You know what my favorite part of these streams are? This video is just like gonna exist for the rest of time. My kids are probably gonna see this, but you know, whatever.
They're gonna be like, Dad, we know
when you have kids, let me know and I'll clip this part out of all the streams. All the like spicy white talk.
I'm from Essex as well, Finn. I'm actually from Essex. So that's funny. Tosin said he's lactose intolerant.
My word, you guys are hilarious. I don't know why we have so many ways.
That's crazy.
Yeah, even like grey is mad, but yeah.
Right. Okay. No, you know what?
Examples of spicy white public figures.
Just the term.
Public. Ooh. Okay. Wait. I have to rack my brain a little bit. Okay.
Well,
you know that one picture of Lana Del Rey when she was with Sexy Red. In that one particular instance, she was probably spicy white. In that one specific
now
instance.
I have to Lana Del Rey.
No, I'm trying to find that image. That when he said that, I was like, okay, let me find this image. Like,
oh my God, are you serious? Okay.
We need to this one.
Yeah, in this one specific image, in this one occasion.
Oh my God, no.
I told you, Michael wants white
No,
women
I'm
that
trolling.
wear their...
No, I'm trolling.
Michael wants white women that wear their New York hat backwards. Oh my word!
The fact that he knows this picture by heart.
This always happens, by the way. It literally always happens. People that are part of the stream, they know after hours is insane. Okay, you and you so spicy white Latinas, Mediterraneans, Turkish girlies, Middle Eastern girlies that get mistaken for white.
Yeah, that's fairly accurate. That's fairly accurate.
Mika wants white women that pronounce Sade correctly. I cannot.
That's fairly valid.
I cannot. That's
literally just yesterday. Someone was like, "I listened to Sadie," and I was like, "Who?" And they were like, "Sadie."
What?
I was like, "Who's that?"
Sade?
You mean Sade? Like, is that who you mean?
remember when Supreme did the Sade tea? That thing annoyed me because I'd be like, "Bro, you got the Sadie tea," and I'm like, "Who is Sadie? Her name's Sade. What is Sadie?"
Now, to be fair, I feel like even she herself calls herself Sade. But I could be wrong. I can't remember.
But that's probably because she just, people have probably butchered her name enough. She's trying to make it more,
Whose name got butchered more, Versace or Sade?
Versace, because I think people call Versace. Versace.
Oh yeah, Versace is rough.
Because Versace is so far away from like Sadie Sade is kind of closer, but Versace is just like wow.
Yeah. And then on top of it all, in their like campaigns, they have like Bella Hadid, whoever it is, they're like Versace, and I'm like,
yeah.
Guys,
oh my god, I got my Versace pants.
I'm like, the team is there. Why isn't anybody? What the hell?
Nah, guys, the chat has a common misconception that I only like white women now. But
no, I'm just joking. But Michael doesn't only like white women.
No, guys, it's all right. I get all kinds of allegations in the chat. I'm a billionaire. I'm a nepo baby. You know what? I'm not gonna deny them. I'll accept all allegations thrown my way. These men think I have 100K in Nadine Gossin jewelry just sitting in my drawer right now. Like.
Micah just doesn't discriminate. Micah likes all kinds of women.
Yeah, facts.
So long as, according to him, so long as they're laying, it's fine. It doesn't matter.
This is
true.
True.
I'm just more on my. I think if I just go by people I've dated, they're all just, especially the recent ones, they all happen to be black. But I don't necessarily. I say I don't discriminate too, but then I end up with black women all the time. So now I just say I just like black women.
Hanan, what's your type?
All the black women that I've dated were amazing. I'm kidding.
Hanan, please tell us about your type.
What's your type?
Handsome, not handsome.
I don't know.
What's that thing that's like? What do people call it? Ugly hot or something like that. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, but like, why would you think that? Like, okay. He just like.
I'm just asking. We're getting to the bottom of this.
No, I don't know what my type is. I'm more like, to be honest, I'm like more attracted to energy than like if we get along and like the conversation is good. I'm not like crazy about the looks.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Yeah, I mean, like looks fade. I mean, like if you don't have anything to bring to the conversation, I'm like, what's the point?
Yeah, I think also like, as they say, like beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So like, we're
getting philosophical now.
No, but it's true though. Like, so there are some people that I think they look absolutely perfect, and then some people will be like, no, they don't. It just depends.
Oh, the worst as well is actually, am I gonna put people on blast? Yes. The worst is like when those girls who like are mad lang, and you'll like start speaking to them, and you realize there's nothing going on in their head. Like, I think I told you who I think on another occasion when we spoken privately, I've told you about this, that I was at an event once. This girl was moving to me, blah, 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 blah. I didn't know at the time that she had a lot of followers on Instagram. I didn't know who she was.
That's funny. This is about to be a funny story if he tells the full story.
She was an airhead. Like, it's actually peak. She was talking about how, like, she doesn't drive. She said she doesn't take the tube. She's never taken the tube before. And I was like, do you live in London? She was like, yeah. I was like, so how'd you get around? She was like, oh, I only Uber. I was like, okay. Then like she's like, oh, if we went on a date, like where would we go? I was like, well, we wouldn't, but like, I don't know, what kind of thing are you into?
Well,
She's
you didn't
talking
sing a barbecue?
She's like, oh, I love going shopping in Mayfair. You know, where would you take me in Mayfair? I'm thinking, bro,
Girl, bye.
like,
Bye.
Anyway.
No, that's the thing. Like, someone can be perfect, looks wise, amazing, but if we get along and if you can make me laugh, like the two things. If you can like hold a conversation, that's great.
So Paris Kim, there's nothing wrong with Uber. I think the kind of person that would say, I never take the tube, I only take Ubers, they're trying to flex. They're trying to like act like.
No, but the worst part is that it was true. For me, the worst part of it is that it was
they're trying to act like they're above public transport. But to me, I think that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Because like,
how can you be above public transport in London? Like,
yeah, in London where it's like the easiest way to get around. It's actually not even like.
No, there's parts of London where you can drive and the drive is 40 minutes, and on the tube it's like 5 minutes. And you're telling me still I'll only drive.
I call BS on people that are like, oh, I don't use subway. Girl, when push comes to
like
shove,
she's trying to be
train L going downtown, please. I can't.
Yeah, she's trying to be, you know, prestige. Like she's trying to be, oh my god, like you know, all you public transport takers, like I'm not one of you type of thing.
That and the thing that I hate the most, especially when you're talking about that, is when influencers write something like that on their stories, like when they're like sharing, oh my god, today I took a subway. I'm like, regular people take subway. I'm like, it is not an experience. Like,
for me, that's the kind of thing that will instantly turn me off you. Like, if I were interested in you, I'm no longer interested.
Yeah, same here. Same here. It's just like, I don't know.
For me, because Micah, I told you when you told me about what she said, my whole thing was that like, why it's crazy to me, even if like, let's say she has money like that to only Uber everywhere, it's more just like, sometimes it's actually more convenient to just take the train. Honestly. And I don't want to be talking to someone that's like, oh my God, you're going to take the train. It's like, well, it's going to take you 50 minutes to take your Uber, and I'll literally be there in 10 minutes. Like, I don't like, it's not even about money. Even if I was a millionaire, I'm still taking the tube if it's more convenient. I don't have this like elitist, like only go in cars. So I know that like being with someone like that would be a headache.
Oh, please.
It would literally be a headache.
By the way, all I'm saying is, during the time that Lana Del Rey picture was on the screen, people who haven't even commented once in this video were suddenly commenting in the comments saying she's laying. I'm just throwing that out there.
Oh my god. Subway is a fast food chain, not a mode of transportation, head ass.
Why does Leo know so much about London? Man said he's talking about the box. Have you been to the box, Ayo? Yeah, have you heard about the box? You've been to the box? What were you doing in the box, bro?
No.
Hanan, have you been to the box?
Wait, what is the box?
Oh, it's a club in London.
Is it like Basement in New York?
What's Basement in New York like?
Probably the same thing as box.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah,
probably the same thing.
All sorts of things going on there.
Yeah, I haven't been.
All kinds of things.
Where do you live, Hanan?
I live in Florida.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I live in Florida.
So you hang out with like alligators and stuff?
Yeah.
I knew he was gonna say something silly. I just knew it.
No, me and Hermes are really great close friends.
No.
Yeah, very, very. No, we where I live there is no alligators because I'm not on the river. I'm closer to the ocean, but is there alligators? I mean, like there's a lot of like reptiles. Like for example, like I'm gonna walk down the street and there's squirrels. I'm gonna see a shit ton of squirrels.
A squirrel is a squirrel a reptile?
No.
No,
but like lizards you're gonna see. You're gonna see like a lot of there's snakes also, frogs.
Does it flood a lot there?
Yes, Florida does flood because Florida's a swamp. That's the thing. It's
And
it's a swamp.
Do you see lots of Florida men?
No, because everything above Orlando, that's the Florida man paradise.
Okay, and
I
you
live
oh,
I live
Orlando.
south, so I live
Okay.
like an hour and a half north of Miami.
Okay, so you don't see like
interesting.
Florida men boxing,
Do you see?
like moving vehicles and things.
Oh
Like that.
no! Do you see a Florida man here and there? Yeah, like they're trying to get somewhere, but not to the extent that like you think. But yeah,
Do you ever go to Miami?
rarely. I avoid Miami under every circumstance.
Tell us more. Tell us more.
Why?
Because for Miami, I hate the traffic there. I hate the traffic because the only reason why I'm going to go to Miami is for the airport. If they have a direct flight to Milan, I'm going to go. Because like Miami is literally, when you go into Miami, is like this. It's like a funnel. And like everybody comes in and it's forever. It's a nice city. It's a lot of fun, but not for me. I don't know why.
Right.
Not my vibe, honestly.
I had plans of going to Miami. Should I cancel them
No,
based on your review?
Don't. No, don't. Miami's definitely fun. If you do coke, it's great. No, I'm kidding. It's a fun city. It's
Does
a
this
fun
count as coke?
Yep.
Because if that's the case, I do a lot of coke.
No, it's definitely a fun city. I mean, like, yes, especially like nightlife is crazy. But like, to be honest, like Miami is very much like it. But that's like America in general. Like people love to show off in Miami.
I want to go to Miami because it just doesn't seem like a real place. Like
Oh,
I don't really like everything I see about it, read about it. It doesn't seem real. I like want to go there myself and like.
Oh no, it's
I
definitely
want to
fun.
go for scientific purposes. Miami Strip Club for scientific
Scientific purposes,
yeah,
right?
research purposes.
What, like the barbecue you're going to?
Bro, I'm gonna be late at this rate. The way you lot. Yeah, I'm already running a bit late.
11:30. So he's even looking at his bare wrist.
His Rolex.
I keep forgetting my tongue's blue, and then I see it on stream. I'm like flipping out.
No, go to Miami. Miami's very much fun. It really is like something from the movies.
Right.
No, I want to hit Miami.
When I was there for like I went there for last time was for what's the Art Basel. And like literally, you're walking into a hotel and there is a woman with a white girl with like huge tits, and like next to her is like he's probably like a drug dealer, and I'm like, oh my god, this is like GTA. It was fun. It was fun to witness it, honestly. So like, definitely go. Definitely.
And I feel like everyone. Also, I feel like the people from Miami don't call it Miami. They say it like Miami.
Miami. Yeah, I'm from Miami.
I have no idea.
It's like Atlanta. I'm from Atlanta.
I'm from Atlanta.
That's a nice city. Now I like Atlanta.
I want to hit Atlanta as well. I want to hit Miami,
I've
Atlanta,
never
New York
been
City.
to. I've never been to the spicy parts of the US. Like I haven't been to Miami. I haven't been to Atlanta.
Should we go together?
we should actually, because
we can post up fully fitted out in the strip club, bro.
Micah is not a serious person, I swear.
Our Basil is for billionaires like
bro, I'll wear Iris Van Herpen head to toe, bro, at the strip club.
I went to strip club once in my life, and that's it.
In the UK, strip club culture doesn't really exist because the smallest notes we have are £5, and there's no way in hell.
Are you serious?
Oh, a vlog with me and Micah is absolute carnage. You don't want to see that. You do not want to see that. The spicy parts of the US, Miami, Atlanta. Fun places that I haven't been to. Like I've been to like LA and San Francisco.
No, all the places that just don't seem real. Like I want to hit all of them.
I've been to Vegas, but I need to go to Vegas again because I wasn't of legal age last time I went, so I couldn't do anything.
Aww. Baby Io.
This is why it doesn't go because Micah takes him to the street. Oh my word, that's funny.
No, because the thing is, here in the UK, you see a BBL like twice a year, if that.
This guy.
Whereas, no, hear me out. Whereas in Miami, I feel like you actually see BBLs, blah 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 blah. By the time you've hit a Miami strip club, You can see what it's like in real life. Because I'm just curious. BBL seems so
God.
prevalent in your culture over there in the US. I'm
No,
trying to
it's-
understand what the hype is.
In Miami, you're going to see them, but you're going to see a lot of people in shape. I swear to God, like you're gonna go to the beach. They have the gyms at the beach.
Gyms at the beach.
People are working out like crazy there.
That reminds me of when I went to like Venice Beach and there are these like roided up muscle heads that were just like lifting weights.
This guy said roided up muscle heads.
Because they look roided up. They look too big for them to be like natural bodybuilders. They were like too muscular. They were huge.
It's not that people are on Ozempic; they really care about their looks. Honestly, I mean, like think of it like this: Florida is constantly it's summer here, so like you're always kind of, like without your shirt and stuff like that. So that's one of the reasons why a lot of people here are like in really good shape. But like when you go to Miami, it's like
that's like
women
LA
are like
too.
they're like carved. It's ridiculous, honestly. I'm like,
Would you say people are in good shape in London, Aya?
In London, not like LA or Miami shape. Not really, from what I've seen. Maybe because I haven't lived there, so I can't really compare effectively. But in London, I don't get the sense that
I don't know if people are in good shape. They're not in bad shape.
That everyone's in shape like that. I don't know about all of that.
I feel like that's really LA culture. I don't know. US culture just intrigues me so much because so much of it, like,
because it's so different.
It's so different and not real. Like none of it feels real.
Fair. That's fair.
It's like movie logic or video game logic, but like in real life.
No, I think that like America is a completely because I'm not American. I wasn't born here. I'm from Croatia. But like when I came here,
my friend just went back to Split. I have a friend who lives here, but she just went back to Split.
Oh, I love that. It is a completely different culture than like what you think. Completely. Honestly. And I mean I'm used to it now because that's what I'm surrounded with, but it is completely different. A minute of silence for American.
Yeah, culture. I think the shape thing, especially in London, is like a class thing. So I remember growing up, I don't remember anyone really caring about being fit, like physically fit. And then I went to like boarding school, and all the girls, majority of them were just like white rich girls. All of them went to the gym. Like every single one of them was in shape. Like it was actually like crazy. I was like, oh my God, like geez, I should be working out more. Like
I'm finished. This guy said I should be working out more. Meanwhile, this guy's massive. Man bangs gym.
Dude, he came the other day. We went to the Gucci show, and
here we go.
Tell the story.
I'm looking for my seat. And I look around, and he's there, and like a shirt with no sleeve.
A wife beater.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't a wife beater.
It was like it was just like no sleeves, and then like he's standing like this. And
I was not standing.
What, his biceps the size of your head, yeah?
Literally.
No,
I'm like, let's take it.
I was not standing like that.
Wait, I have a picture.
You're about to get exposed, bro.
Yeah,
you're about to get exposed. This guy went to Italy on a mission. He said, "I'm making sure my arms are out, sun's out, guns out." That's what he said. Sun's out, guns out. I want to collect one nice Italian woman. This guy's up to no good, man.
Here we go.
That's so funny.
Oh, here we go. You cannot tell me that he did not come on a mission. Wait. And then we had to take a selfie. And I wanted to take a selfie just with his biceps, but he did not let me. Just so you know.
He took a selfie, and so I started smiling, and it was pointed at my arms.
Because I'm a petty bitch, that's why. But like,
oh my God, that's funny.
You cannot tell me that this man did not do 20 push-ups before entering the venue.
He said, "I've got to get that pump."
You cannot
get that pump. Bro was probably on the plane doing push-ups.
That's so funny. Oh my days, that's hilarious. And it made it worse because who did we see? And he pointed it out. Was it Hunter? Because we were walking, and then Hunter was like, "Ooh." ooh, biceps. And I was like, oh no, you're giving Hanan fuel. No.
Me, how dare you?
Nah, he went there with one mission. He wanted to find one babe that he can take back to Lake Como and be and they can wear Ricoins together in Lake Como.
And they can pronounce Andamila Mista. Yeah.
Oh
Andamila
my
Mesta.
God.
Andamila
no.
Mesta.
This is why I cover enough on Soon to be modest and hide the guns.
Wait, what did you say?
No, it's because the sun's not out. When the sun's out, I'm sure this guy says sun's out, guns out. In fact, I FaceTimed him the other day on a hot day, and man was just in a basketball jersey.
No, you guys are
No,
very welcome. Whoever needs that
that's because I went to play basketball. My God.
whoever needs the picture,
Sure you did,
DM
bro.
me. Yeah, whoever needs a picture, just DM me. I'll send it to you. In fact, I'll leave it in a Dropbox and I'll put the link here.
Wait.
Unlocked
You guys
law.
didn't know that Aya goes to the gym. How is that law? I
No,
thought that's
Io,
like
Io goes to the gym, and whenever you see him play basketball, he never what's the word? You can never.
wasn't.
What's the? Okay, I don't know. Is I'm gay and immigrant. Like what's when you? What's the? It's not a dunk. Io, what's the word I'm looking for? What is Shaquille O'Neal really bad at?
Shooting.
3-pointer.
Like, is it like free throws?
Free
He
throws,
is
yeah,
bad
he's
at
really
free
bad at
throws.
free throws.
Yeah, so Io is awesome. Like Io
I
is
don't-
great, like hitting
I
the ball,
don't-
but not
I don't-
necessarily scoring.
I don't shoot. There's no need. I just bulldoze my way to the There's no need.
Io
but-
walks and he's like, "Do you want to get hit by these, or do you want to? Do you want to?
You know what? Why don't you wear any of those like bodybuilder brands, bro? Like Rick Owens, Cole Buxton, like that sort of like.
I just don't think
I'm
it's my
massive.
aesthetic.
Really?
I don't think it's
Yeah,
my aesthetic,
it's
to be
not.
fair.
I don't know. I think you could pull it off, mate. You could pull out a calm.
I mean, it's definitely part of because that's what Rick does, right? He has all those like sleeveless vests that
exactly.
he wears.
But I think that
to
Io
show.
just focuses on his arms. He's making sure
How
that
do-
the arms are huge.
How do you plead these allegations?
Allegation.
Do you have small legs? Man doesn't bang
I
leg day.
definitely
That's what
don't. I
Hanan
definitely
accused you
don't
of.
have small legs.
Hanan said you don't
Leg
bang
day
leg
definitely
day,
gets
bro.
done.
I hate it. Like
I beat the allegations that black men don't have big calves.
These guys said not more allegations.
No more allegations. Please. That word. That word. So wrong.
Oh yeah, Stormzy does have stick legs. It's quite hilarious.
Is it? I haven't clocked that.
Wait, Rick acts like he makes shit for muscular people. I beg to differ as a twig. Yeah, I mean, some of his stuff, like I had this Rick coat that my shoulders literally are constricted. Like my shoulders don't really fit in the coat properly. So then I end up walking around like that. It's so like weird.
Moving like a Balenciaga runway model.
But I just used to lie to myself that it's avant-garde. But I eventually sold it because it's just like, bro, what are you doing?
Do people actually love Rick? I feel like it's almost only on the internet. No, I do very much enjoy Rick, and I don't.
No,
even know any
I'm a
pieces.
big fan of Rick. I own quite a few Rick pieces. I'm definitely a fan of Rick.
I don't know anything by Rick yet.
A lot
Is
of the
it?
pieces I have from him fit so slim on
Hanan,
me.
what do you
and I'm
wear?
like
Let me see your personal
150.
style. Pull up some pictures for us.
Oh,
Do you take fit pics? If you don't, that's a red flag.
Yeah, he does. If at Fashion Week, he definitely does.
yeah.
Okay, pull up some
Fashion
pictures.
Week, you'll see
I
a
don't
few
know where my
pics.
wait. I don't have them saved. Let me figure it out.
What do you mean you don't have them saved? What do you mean you didn't load any hundreds?
I like
Oh, here we go.
like at home, I'm like a homebody, but like I don't know. When it comes to like fashion, I like skirts. I like capes. I like
Me
what the
too.
fuck fashion. I don't know. Okay, this is one of my favorite ones. Cause okay, my face looks weird as hell, but like, it's this.
Oh, I love that.
And this is
Oh,
your
it's a
long.
is
really
tough.
nice gown.
No, this is a cape.
Is it a
But this is
cape?
like,
Oh, so it's actually worn over. That's crazy.
yeah, this is your long Chris.
Do you know one of
Um,
my favorite fits of yours? What you wore to the Jacquemus show?
oh yeah, the
I
Jacques
think
Mus
it
one was
was.
great. I'll show you.
Yeah.
Like this is the Yolande Chris one. I don't know if you can see it.
Oh, you're gonna have to hit us with a screen share, mate.
Wait, I'll show you the Jacques Mus one. The Jacques Mus one was cute because I did a lot of jewelry with that.
He dresses like an elegant gay man.
Oh, I'll take that. Oh, this was for Moschino. And these were like post-its on it.
Oh yeah, I like that. I
Um,
like that fit
this was
too.
cute.
I like that. Yeah.
But where's my Jacques Mus look? Oh, here it is.
Like, my fave Hanan is him with a white bathrobe with shades. Major slay.
Wait, which one's that one? With white bathrobe?
Damn, even he doesn't know what
I
fit
can't
that
remember that one, bitch. This one, but just because of the jewelry, to be honest. So it was this. It was kind of like a gray suit.
Yeah, I just like the jewelry.
I'll show you the
It was
jewelry.
just-
I'll show you the jewelry. Honest to God, this was like one of my favorite looks.
because the tailoring was minimal, so it allowed the jewelry to shine.
Yeah, this was the jewelry.
Woo.
Yeah, I don't know.
Moving like a Roman emperor.
It was just a lot. Yeah.
Do you have any fit pic or fit image in your phone where you look back at it and you're like, damn, this is my favorite fit, or like, damn, I cooked.
I
different
have one outfit that I 100% regret.
Ooh,
Uh-oh.
ooh,
Oh,
those
yeah.
ones are rough. Regrets
yeah.
are rough.
Hands down, the worst look that I ever had, and it's a trench coat. And the worst part is like it's from Patou, but just because it's a nice look, but it doesn't fit me. It was I look like a smoked ham.
Oh no!
It's
And I
a
love
smoked
Patou.
ham. What does that even mean?
I literally look like I've been
Like me in the Rick jacket.
exactly. There you go. Which I love. I love Patou. It's just that it wasn't for me. It really
Fair
wasn't
enough.
for me. Let me see.
Let me see if I can.
The urbans
I'm
appreciate
gonna
your
see if I
honesty.
can pull up a picture of me in that Rick jacket that just like suffocated my shoulders.
I love that we're looking for bad pictures of us.
It's
I like-
balance. Life
I like-
is all about balance.
I like this one. This is Christopher John Rogers, and this is like neon orange. You cannot see it
No, we can.
very well.
Just about.
The
No.
color is very nice, but I don't know what else. I have a shit ton of pictures, to be honest.
That's good.
But I
I
do.
think it's a
dress
red
up
flag
very-
when people don't take fit pics. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Serious red flag.
Even remember when I sent you the video of my fit because I was
Yo,
like, I'm
okay.
not-
Oh shoot, that is the same day you went to Gucci. Oh no, that was a calm little fit, bro. That was a calm fit.
I was like, oh, I'm not going to post about it. The only reason I ended up posting about it is because Gucci.
Did you post it?
literally
I didn't even
took the
see.
picture.
I haven't been on
I
Instagram.
posted it
recently.
on IG. I almost felt like I had to because they sent me the image via email. They're like, oh, we took this image of you at the show. So I
That's
guess
how they get you.
post it.
No, bro, that's how they get you.
Thalia, if you want to get a Christopher John Rogers piece, get it, because those pants, I swear to God, never fit better. And I am a man. I'm telling you, the woman's size, they were brilliant. This is, I think, one of my favorite looks, and it's all white, but it has like these Balmain unicorn sneakers with
I can't see. Wait, one. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
not
I see
gonna
them. I see.
Can you screen share? Can you do all of that? Are you techie?
No.
Fair enough. I don't blame you.
It's the way he said it. He was like, no.
Wait. Now, let me see if it's on Google.
Like, this man wants me to share my screen.
See, this is what we like, guys. Hanan doesn't just have fit pics
Oh, here
on
it
his
is.
phone. He has fit pics on
Wait,
Google.
Can
That's
I
what we like.
can I share it? Can I share the screen, Io?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, interesting. I did not know that. Okay, here it is. So this was This
Wait,
is
do you want me to share your screen now, or
okay.
because I saw a lot of images? Okay, I'll share it now.
Oh, what am I doing?
Okay, no, you're on Google. It's fine. I thought that was like your
Okay, this was
camera roll. I was like, oof.
no. This was one of my favorite ones because this is Moschino.
Very
This is
Moschino.
Moschino, and yeah, it was like super colorful one, and I really like that. Now this is the jacket is Louis Gabriel
Oh,
Nochi,
hit us with a zoom in. Hit us with a zoom in, I beg.
and the shirt the shoes match the shoes very nicely. But let me see if I have I don't know. Oh, okay, that's my manager. That's Danielle. I
Oh.
like this look. This is full boss. But like I'm like more I like to be covered up, to be honest.
Is
I like
it?
to be
Why?
covered up.
You like
You
it
don't want to
close.
attract too much attention.
Yeah,
Too
I don't
many
like to
advances.
attract any attention. Meanwhile, I'm wearing a full yellow Ferragamo look, but no attention, please. But yeah, I don't know. I don't
You
know.
know what, Hanan, you're bait. Why are there this many images of you on Google?
What?
I'm telling you, Hanan is a celebrity. You don't want to
Bro,
listen.
Hanan's bait. What the hell?
This was a fun look. This was the Valentino pink.
Oh,
This is
that's
cool.
my goat, Diane.
Yeah. Diane, yeah, it was at her festival. But yeah,
Oh, you went to in Paris.
yeah.
Oh, nice.
Well, Aya, it's your turn.
He said it's my turn.
It's your
Bro,
turn.
what fit do you want?
I
Like,
don't know.
Aw.
The Urbans want to see something.
I've got like wait 1 sec. I need to
The
find a
looking
better
at good
picture.
fit pics is therapeutic for me.
I need to find a different image of this jacket, but this is my Rick jacket that I said I had to sell eventually because my shoulders were. But that's the jacket there.
Oh, this one. I know this one.
Yeah, I think you wore it one time. Remember?
But it fit you at a point. It definitely fit you at a point.
Yeah, at a point, but after I was just like, nah, man, my shoulders don't fit in this jacket anymore. So I was like, nah.
I like that hat.
Yeah, it's a Yoji hat. Let me see if I can find a better picture of it, of me wearing that jacket. And I'm nearly on 400K. He's a star. I know, right?
Yeah.
Amazing to see, though.
You know what? I swear to God, it is crazy to see it. Honestly, I'm still shocked.
Man, like
You
Hanan.
shouldn't be shocked. You work hard. I always say that, like, if I had Hanan's work ethic, oh my God.
I'll take
This
that.
guy, I'll just wake up from a nap and I'm like, oh, Scaparelli just showed. Let me whip up Instagram and see what people are saying. Then Hanan is like, so 5 things you need to know about the Scaparelli show. I'm like, fuck, this guy.
You know what brand I want to
sleep.
talk about? Loewe. I have a lot of thoughts.
That
A
was
lot
good.
of things to say about
Nope.
Loewe.
Oh,
I
no.
also have a lot of thoughts about LV. I've expressed them to Aya. I'm not sure if my thoughts will hit the internet though.
I wanted to
I
do
would
a live
suggest
stream
you
about
don't.
LV.
Yeah, I'm going to do one soon. Wasn't my
What
favorite.
did you say, Hanan?
I wanted to do a live stream on LV because I don't think that people can hate me all they want. I really do like Pharrell and LV. I really do. But I think that this was not my favorite Pharrell LV collection, to be honest.
Yeah, Sam.
Mika is not having it with us right now.
No, it was awful. It was terrible. But
Yeah, I don't think that it was his best one, to be honest.
But Micah, remember you still want to be good with the VIP.
bro, why are you capping, bro? why are you capping, bro? Why are you
He wants to be nice with
I thought that this was potentially the weakest collection LV has shown in the last 7 years.
Oh wow, the menswear?
For
even
menswear,
before like Virgil.
Yeah. But Virgil's about 6 years ago, bro. But yeah. Because I liked the last 2 Kim Jones collections. But yeah, this was not good. It was bad.
Oh, I found another picture of me wearing the Rick jacket, so I'll show you because this is like
Mika, what's your IG, by the way?
Angle.
I don't post on there, but I'll give it to you. No, I'm actually about to fix my Instagram, guys.
I love when
Micah doesn't post anywhere.
No. You know what it
on
is? This is what
YouTube, on
happens.
Instagram.
Let me tell you about my relationship
Girls,
with
what's
Instagram.
my
Yeah.
question? Do you post or what is it?
Okay, I've posted it in the
So,
chat.
yeah,
Oh, you know what it is?
this is me.
Oh
Wearing
yeah,
the,
bro. This is when it
ripped
used to fit
jacket.
you, bro. This is a calm fit as
Yeah,
well.
exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
And the hat is from where?
That's an Aunt Meester hat. That's an Aunt Meester hat. But yeah, so I had to get rid of the jacket eventually because it was just very much like, yeah.
You look so different there.
Yeah,
I
this
know
is
I do.
What year
a
was
few
it?
years back, man.
few
Before
years
he was
back.
a muscle man. Before he was a muscle man,
It's
and
been
he used to rock the high top fade. Oh, you're
I
not
did have
bald
a high
anymore,
top
bro.
fade then.
You're not bald anymore. What the hell? I feel
Because
like on YouTube.
My hair grows fast. I need to cut it off again.
I feel like on YouTube for the past like 3 months you've been bald.
Yeah, because
when did you?
I was going for a
unbaldify?
little bald. I was going for a bald look.
Are you still on that, or are you growing it out a bit now? This is calm though. Your hair's calm right now.
I haven't decided. Damn,
okay. Say that.
Micah, they're saying you ditched the barbecue.
Nah. We're not ditching it. It's still incoming.
Just postponed it.
Obviously, as a fashion person, I like to be fashionably late. I'll show you what the fit is though. Wait, let me put the skirt back on.
Oh, thank you, Rachel, for saying I look good in hats. Not everyone can pull off hats. Yeah, I mean, some of the hats I wear, I don't even see many people wear them. Like, even the Andu Easter hat, I don't think I've seen anyone else with that hat apart from me. So, like, there's certain hats that I guess a lot of people just don't try to wear.
Okay, talk your shit, bro.
grow your hair out before the male pattern baldness kicks in. I've had my time to do high top fades. Like, if you look at my early YouTube videos, because I've been on YouTube for too long, it's actually scary. Like, I look so young.
It's jarring.
Yeah, I look so young, and I have like a high top fade. It's so strange looking at myself. I look so different.
To talk about types and stuff like that, you know who's my type? Hands down.
Who?
Wisdom.
Really?
Wisdom. Oh,
interesting. Wait, what's Wisdom's hair like? Out of curiosity.
What's his what?
What hair?
I don't know actually. I can't think.
I don't know.
No, he has he has hair.
Does he?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he does. He
He's
does.
Not bald. He's not bald.
He must do.
He is gorgeous and such a nice guy.
No, he's definitely a nice guy.
We met. Whenever we see each other, we talk. I met him in Miami for Boss event.
I've only met him once or twice.
Super nice.
He's tall. I didn't expect him to be as tall as this. He's huge. Actually,
oh,
he's huge.
Really? He's like 6'5" or something. Yeah.
No. I didn't see that. And I think when I saw him, he was wearing kiss boots as well. So he was just like actually a giant.
But his style is ridiculous. So damn good.
Yeah.
Wait, the chat moving fast.
Finn, that's facts. Wisdom does that foam brush. Yeah. I used to do that when I had a high top fade. You know, the circular motions.
You gotta get all 8 angles.
Finn is cultured. That's how you know Finn has had too many black boyfriends.
No, I was about to say Finn's definitely dated black men. You can tell.
Not I.
Why does Finn know all of this? Why does Finn know all of this stuff? Finn is too cultured.
Finn, he just called you a slut, just so you know. Maybe you did not read between the lines, but I did.
What a beautiful chocolate man.
People saying the foam brush is crazy. Hey, Finn is cultured. We love that.
I love how Finn is not answering anything. He just
because he's probably typing up something insane. He's probably just saying something unreal.
He legit just left.
No, I'm not 6'5".
I was not 6'5".
I'm not that tall. I'm not that tall.
You know what? I wish I was taller, but then I go to the plane and I'm like, thank God I'm not that tall.
Yeah, but planes are the bane of my existence. To be fair, I hate. For some reason, flying for that
a lot of my friends are tall people, so I'm familiar with tall people problems. And
how tall are you?
I don't really know.
It's okay if you're 5'6". It's okay. We don't judge.
He's definitely not 5'6".
I don't think I'm 5'6", but I actually don't know. No, it also gets lost in translation a lot because I literally have friends who are 6'7". So like there'll be a picture with me and my friend who are 6'7", and people are like, "Micah, are you 5'2"? Like I'm like, "No, bro, you don't understand. Like this guy's just mad tall." How tall are you, Aya? 6'3", 6'2"?
I'm 6'2 3/4", but I just say 6'2".
Oh my God.
I feel like tall
3/4.
people like lying about their heights as well for some reason. Like I have 6'7" friends who will claim they're 6'2". I have 6'5"
It's
friends
not
claim they're
lying.
6'1".
It's just
I don't know why they lie.
I think. Do you know what it is? You know, because women say that men lie about their height a lot. So I don't want to say I'm 6'3" when I'm not 6'3", because I'm 6'2 3/4". So I just say I'm 6'2",
Okay.
to avoid any accusations of lying about my height.
Okay, enough with the accusations, guys.
Okay, apparently I'm gatekeeping my height. Oh yeah, because the other stream they were all asking me my height as well when I showed off some picture. They're like, "How tall are you?" I was like,
5'10".
"Why is it getting
Yeah.
federal, guys? Why are you getting federal?"
It's not just the height; it's more my proportion. So I've said this in like earlier streams, but I'm a 36-inch inseam because most of my height is in leg.
Bro, I'm a 36. Oh no, I'm not. I'm not.
Yeah, Micah, let's chill.
No, I thought you said 32 or 33.
No, 36-inch inseam.
Yeah, that's bonkers. Oh yeah, that's bonkers.
I'll be right back.
No, don't go, Hanan. I wonder where he's going. Probably a parcel arrived. I feel like he gets a lot of parcels. Seems like the type.
Finn said I'd like to keep that extra inch behind for later.
I'm not a 31 inseam. That's cap. I'm like 32 or 33.
Jamie is violating.
That's cap.
You said you have a 31 inch
That's hard cap. I'm gonna pull out a pair of jeans, guys, and show you. Like,
oh my god, that's way too funny. That's
damn,
funny,
Leo's using language I don't even know. Incorrigible. Look up. A person not able to be reformed or changed. Guys, I change all the time. I don't know what to tell you.
They said you're built like a One Piece villain. Jeez.
No, I'm not even petite.
Right now.
I'm not
live
petite.
on stream, petite.
But you know what? Yeah, I think as long as you look good in clothes, you shouldn't care about your height. I'd only care about my height if I didn't look good in clothes. I think if I was like 5'3", but you can look good in clothes at 5'3".
To be fair, if I was to guess your height, wait, are you taller than my sister, Micah?
Yes.
Yeah, so my sister's 5'8", so you'll be like 5'10" or like 5'11"-ish. You're around like,
I guess.
Yeah.
Actually, no. I'll go measure myself though. We'll find out. We'll get to the bottom of
Yeah,
this,
yeah,
guys.
you are taller than my sister. Now that I think about it, you are. So yeah. You're like 5'10"-ish. God just said, "Io, he's not." No, he is taller than my sister.
I don't know, guys. As long as I look good in clothes, I do not care what my height is. I don't even know.
Micah is the perfect. He's the perfect fashion. He's the perfect fashion height. He can literally
the perfect fashion height is either 5'6" or 6, like 6'1", 6'2", I reckon. 5'6".
No, but bro, you can wear runway pieces.
No, but the only reason you can't is because not only are you tall, you're wide.
That's true, but it's
like
it's
if
like
you were
the
like
inseam. The inseam isn't long enough, and I'm also too wide anyway. So it's like one in the same.
I can wear like most runway pieces, but I feel like those twink like skinny 6'2" guys can probably wear like every single runway piece. But 5'6" is a really good height as well for fashion, like a really good height for fashion. If you're 5'6", you can wear anything.
You can go to Japan and be like, "Oh
exactly.
my god, like, you can get vintage Yoji for like $30." Like, shut up. Not all of us can go and get vintage Yoji our size for that kind of price.
These guys said I'm 5'5" with a 26 inseam.
I being a 36-inch inseam is crazy, but
I clicked petite when I ordered the LV denim. Man said it wasn't even in Euro sizings; it was just petite, large, extra large. Stepping on the stool right now to get on top of the cereal, guys. I didn't know I was gatekeeping my height. As long as I look good in the clothing, we're chilling. Do I own any high D trousers? I do actually.
Everyone's saying Micah is
I
a
actually
short
do,
king.
but I have kind of thick thighs, so they don't fit the way I want, so I don't wear them. Eddie Slimmo.
Well, I mean, you can't have thick thighs and like fit in Eddie Simon stuff.
Yeah,
like, come on,
exactly.
Micah, you should have known that.
No, but bro, it was this insane runway piece. I'll show you.
Unless you have stick legs, like that's not gonna work, mate.
No, sometimes you cop first and work out later. You are capping like crazy right now, guys. These guys, you know what? Yeah, the allegations in this chat are crazy. You know why? Because
you whiz up baddies on your tiptoes.
if I deny being a billionaire nepo baby, then I'm lying. But I'm also 5'2". The allegations in this chat are insane. Like,
buy the Sabato shorts for the stream law. Show them thighs.
These not act like I'm some 5'2" billionaire overcompensating for my height with my wealth.
Okay, I'm gonna go take Ziggy for a walk.
Ooh,
Who's Ziggy?
That's my dog.
His
Can I
dog.
see?
His really cute dog.
Wait,
Can Ziggy
We
come on
need
stream?
Ziggy needs to
I'll
make
get
an
him.
appearance.
I'll get him. I'll get him. Give me a second.
Ziggy is like so cute. Skinny jeans gave you that British high pitched voice.
These lot, yeah.
Nepo short king. No, this
Oh,
chat is
Ziggy.
hilarious. Yeah, that's Ziggy right there. Such a cute dog.
Okay, fair.
Oh, we're waiting for Ziggy to come more into the frame. Ziggy!
Why does it make me think of Ziggy Chen?
Come here.
We love you, Ziggy. He just had to make it a fashion dog. Ziggy Chen.
Here we go. Come here, Dobby.
Ziggy.
Oh, okay, fair.
So cute.
Fair.
Zig,
Wait, what breed is this?
he's a golden doodle.
Okay,
He's
yeah, I'm on
and
board.
he's
I'm
the love of my
very
life.
on board.
He's the love of my life. He's the love of my life. Mwah. Mwah.
No, Ziggy is so sweet. The sweetest version of Ziggy, Hanan, is when Hanan will go for Fashion Week and then come back, and Ziggy is so excited.
Oh yeah.
Like so excited, like jumping all over the place.
What are we doing? 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 What are we doing, Stanley? What are we doing?
So cute.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
So cute.
No. Good boy. There we go. Who's gonna go for a
Oh
walk?
my.
Yeah.
Ziggy's ready for that walk. Look at the energy.
Zig. Enough. Good boy. Yeah, we go. We're gonna go for a walkie, okay? He's very smart.
Mike is going from fake turtle to real dog.
Firstly, guys, when describing my turtle, let's refrain from using words like
No.
fake.
No.
He prefers
Good boy.
inanimate.
Only love. Only love.
But no, I do like this golden doodle.
No, he's honest to God, he's the best thing ever. I'm super happy with him. Okay, you want to go uppy, puppy? Here we go, puppy. There we go. I'm gonna take you for a walk. Calm down. Calm down. There we go.
Wait, Yami, you've been bitten.
Wait, you've been bitten by what? A golden doodle. Oh no.
Not a golden doodle. No way. They're very good, like with people. Honestly, if there's like one thing about him, he's like when kids come up to him, they love him. No,
Yeah.
this Ziggy's bed. Ziggy's crib is in the other room.
They're saying that Earl is a Pokemon. Earl is like Blastoise, but with the LV shell instead. Can you imagine like Blastoise with like an LV shell? That would actually be interesting.
Where's the fashion? Did I miss it? Yeah, this live stream is not about fashion at all.
No, we can
Oh
bring it
yeah,
back. We can bring it
the
back.
fashion is at the early part of the stream. Obviously, I'll leave timestamps after the stream,
Exactly.
so
How deep is the
you
stream?
can
Oh, it's
watch
only
it
2
back.
hours 39. It's not even long.
Yeah,
Guys,
so
I'm
you
gonna
can catch it
go.
back.
Mika, have a great time at the barbecue.
Yeah,
I hope
I'll
you have
leave in
fun.
5 minutes. Oh yeah, these guys were asking about my barbecue fit. I'll show it off. I've got plain white tee on because this is all I do now. I've told you guys, men, if you're in the chat, get a plain white t-shirt. Very essential, very important. No more graphic tees. I've got
Hi.
Balenci on the bottoms. The Balenci flannel skirt thing. Then denim underneath. Then
what's the footwear looking like?
this is the
The
footwear.
Yeezys.
Nice.
Bloody hell.
The way
Trying to kill himself, trying to show us this
I
fit.
swear to God, he is.
I love the dedication though. That's what we want.
It's a calm little barbecue fit.
If
We've
you
got
ever
the chain
think,
on as well.
if
Chrome
you-
hearts.
Barbecue. He's
Is it
about
cold
to
in
chat
London?
up a baddie.
if you ever ask me to show you my outfit, it results in me getting on a chair to show you my shoes. He went above and beyond. I swear. Okay, everybody, enjoy your day.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
You lot say I don't do anything for the urbans, but I'm out here standing on chairs. I'm out here doing anything. I'm really dedicated to the streams, lads.
Oh no, you asked too late. What's the walking the dog fit? Yeah, you could have asked him before he left. Staying up for that 420. You said you wear your shoes indoors in your house. You don't
No,
leave them at
my
the door.
shoes are on because I
Heathen.
was about to leave to the barbecue, and then I was told to come on the stream. I was instructed to come onto the stream by all of you. I was ready to go. Heathen is funny though.
No, you're definitely going to
Call
be
me a
honest. You're
whore.
going. Be honest. It's past
Bro,
midnight.
I'm being
You're going
so
to chat up a
honest.
bad one.
Bro,
Be
I'm being
honest.
so honest.
Be honest.
I
Be honest. You're
I
going
cannot
to chat
confirm
up
or
a
deny
baddie.
if there will be baddies at the barbecue, but I'm attending a barbecue.
Wait, no. On like real note, who does a barbecue past midnight?
Bro, I don't make the rules. I just
Do
attend.
they live in like, you know, in Get Out? Like, do they live in that kind of property where there's no one close? Because I can't see how you could possibly have a barbecue with loads of gas past midnight.
I'll take pictures for you lot. Actually, am I trying to be? These lot are so federal. It's hard to know how to move with them. You know. Next thing I know, people are posting my mother's government name. Like, you gotta be careful. Gotta be careful with these lot. Yeah, BBQ is code for billionaire boys Quidditch. I'm going to a billionaire boys Quidditch match.
This guy is not serious.
She said I'm delivering meat to the box. That's insane. That's insane. I know, that's insane.
He's gonna take the helicopter to go to another country's barbecue.
That's insane.
Because I'm just like, bro, like how? Like bro, I'll never get over this. The fact this guy literally said, "I'm going for a barbecue and it's past midnight." Like,
guys,
there
life
is
is
no way.
about experiences. It's good to get out of the house. You know, the weather's been great today. It's still, I bet it's like 18 degrees right now. It's 19 degrees here. Oh,
It's
for
a
you
bit-
Americans, wait, I have to
bit warm.
transfer it into American. 19.
Fahrenheit.
Yeah, stupid. That's a stupid measurement. It's so dumb. It's like very unintelligent. 66 Fahrenheit, guys. Are you still single, Micah? I don't answer those questions on stream.
That's definitely a kind of question I'll never answer on this.
Yeah, but I'll never
Like,
answer that question.
I talk about many things, but no one ever knows if I'm in a relationship or if I'm not, or when I am or when I'm not. Like, because bro, I've seen it firsthand. I have like some of like YouTubers I know, they like, in fact, almost every single YouTuber I know that puts their partner on social media ends badly. It's either they break up and everyone feels like they're entitled to the relationship and they want like a feedback, or something really messy happens between them and it happens really publicly. or it's just messy. It's just like, no. I has a wife in Italy, almost confirmed.
That's probably true. That's probably true.
I mean, I am learning Italian, so I'm open to the Italian lifestyle. If an Italian woman wants to, you know, teach me Italian, say less.
Wedding
Yeah,
vlog
Rose.
deleted after 2 weeks.
People love mess, but that's at the expense of the content creator, right? But obviously it's because it's entertainment. But that's kind of unfortunate that people's real lives are being used for entertainment.
Oh, guys, I found my barbecue glasses as well. These are my barbecue glasses.
Your midnight barbecue glasses.
Exactly. Gotta stay, because there's probably going to be bright lights. So, yeah, gotta keep shade, stay covered.
Yeah, when he's got those LV shades on, he's on a different kind of timing. You see, when those shades are on, Mike is on smoke.
Dear Lord. Why are you baiting me out, bro?
Then I'm gonna have my Italian wife in Gucci gilly. That's funny.
But nah, I think Loewe needs to be spoken about at some point.
Yeah, I'm definitely planning to. That was a cool show.
JW Anderson was cool. No, it was good. JW Anderson was good. But Loewe, I think you should speak about the ASAP Rocky thing, because people in the chat wanted to see that.
Really?
I still haven't seen it yet. I still haven't seen it yet.
Guys in the chat, do you want me to review ASAP Rocky's runway show? Do you want me to talk about it? I just thought it didn't warrant talking about. No,
I said it in chat the other day, but I'll say it here on a public stage. And I am not explaining my opinions. I refuse to explain any of these opinions I'm about to give. I think that Jonathan Anderson is potentially the only modern designer who has anywhere close to the same bandwidth that Karl Lagerfeld had. And I'm not explaining that opinion.
That is a very hot take.
I'm not explaining my opinion.
That take is so hot. Like, I could use that to make my eggs right now. That is a hot take.
You can respond to my take, but I just will not be explaining it. But you can respond. I don't even think it's a hot take. I mean, I kind of do, but I don't really think it's a hot take.
I think it's
I don't think it's a hot take. I don't think there's any designer someone could present to me that is a fair counterpoint to my take in modern day.
Really?
Yeah.
When you say modern day, how modern are we talking?
I'm talking like,
because are we talking Rick Owens
I'm
modern,
talking post
or like
2002? Like, as in your career has really been on the move beyond 2002, 2003. And emphasis on the word bandwidth.
When you say bandwidth, like, what do you mean though? Because there's designers that I can put on the level of design skill. You can be stretched with JW Anderson
across multiple places.
Okay, I see what you mean. Kind of like the Virgil Abloh thing, where Virgil Abloh was like doing so much stuff at once. Like JW
but
Anderson
even I'd argue that. Ooh. I don't know if I'll have the same opinion tomorrow. But right now, I'd argue that I think Jonathan Anderson has more bandwidth than Virgil Abloh.
This guy's got the hot takes. Hot takes.
And
Virgil, yeah, Dammy, I'm doing my journalist thing. I was doing my journalist thing. You shouldn't have baited me out. I was asking him questions one by one to get him to explain. He already started. I was like, so what do you mean by that? You shouldn't have said it. I was slowly breaking it down. I was getting there.
You know what? I haven't had a lot of pushback in the comments, is all I'm saying. Let me read.
What do people think?
Oh, Finn said Jonathan doesn't have the bandwidth. He doesn't design. His teams do. I cannot speak on this as I do not know. But I'm going in with the assumption that he does what all creative directors do.
I think he definitely has better bandwidth than Virgil. Virgil did not keep Off-White up to the standard it was pre-LV. Yeah, I can agree with that.
Yep.
And then Tosin is biased though because he's a strong JW Anderson fan.
Oh, is it?
Biased.
Who Finn? Who do you feel as a modern day designer has a better bandwidth? Because Finn said he's a JW Anderson stan, but he doesn't agree.
Yeah, it's because you said bandwidth. If you said like design skill or
no, but I didn't. I specifically said bandwidth.
I know because
I specifically said Karl Lagerfeld.
I've got a list for you for designers that I think are better designers than JW Anderson.
Oh yeah,
and they have brands post like 2002. I've got loads, but yeah, since you said bandwidth, yeah, I can't think of many designers on that level. I can't think of a single one that design that consistently at that level at two major brands in fashion. Yeah, I can't really. Yeah, because like Kim Jones is doing what he's doing at Fendi and Dior, but I don't really like much of what he does at Fendi, but I think he's really consistent at Dior, so I can't even put him there. I'm trying to think who else is like doing multiple brands at once.
Gotcha.
He said gotcha. He said gotcha.
Wait, what's Dami Lara said?
Dami has a point though, because Karl Lagerfeld was going at it for.
I didn't say better than Karl. Rewind it. I said I think he's the only modern day designer who's anywhere even close to that level of bandwidth. That's what I said.
Okay,
I never said better. I specifically never said better.
Because yeah, that's a tough one. Because Karl Lagerfeld did that for the Fendi and the Chanel combo for like at the height of it. Like Chanel was top tier under Karl. And like all the biggest Fendi stuff was Karl era. Like even like things like
and prime Chanel
and all that.
All prime well, basically all Chanel, all good Chanel anyway.
So it's just like, yeah, like Karl Lagerfeld, it can't be beat unless like a designer's gonna have to do a shift.
And I'm basically explaining my opinion, but fine. And I don't know. I think it's for me what makes it very impressive and what intrigues me is the sheer size and scale of it all. It's Loewe and JW Anderson. You know what I mean?
Right.
As opposed to like, okay, not at all the same, not even slightly the same, but like Gosha had Rachibsky, and then he had GRU Former. You know
Gosha
what I mean? Gosha Rybczynski. Is that not his last name? Okay. Rybczynski.
I thought you butchered it. Yeah.
Did I butcher it? Rybczynski is his name, no?
I think you butchered it the first time. That's why I was like, let me.
Oh, is it?
Let me inquire.
Gosha.
No, it is Rybczynski. It is Rybczynski.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Gosha, like these guys said, golly. But I don't know. He's the first designer that popped into my head that had like some other brand that was probably good or whatever, but like it was tiny. It didn't have anywhere close to the scale that his main brand had.
Yeah.
Like Marc Jacobs and Heaven, I guess.
It's controversial to bring up Gosha though, because
golly, my bad, guys.
Golly. He's bringing up Gosha? Like, damn. What do you say? Yeah, but JW Anderson and Loewe are small compared to Fendi and Chanel. No, that's facts.
No, that's facts. But then whoever we can find who you'd say is also maintaining two houses at a very high standard, is probably maintaining houses far tinier than Loewe and JW Anderson are.
Yeah. Every time I think about it, I just think
there's no one.
Madness.
There's no one.
Like, he actually did Fendi and Chanel at the same time. Like, what the hell?
And it's just prime Fendi and prime Chanel.
Raf until he closed his brand. I can see this because Raf was just out here doing free agent in fashion. He was just hopping from like place to place. My man was like, yeah, Jill Sander, Dior. What else has he
Raf
been?
until he
Calvin
closed his
Klein.
brand. Wait, what other
Calvin
brand?
Klein.
Am I bugging?
No. Jill Sander, Dior, Calvin Klein, Prada.
No,
Is there
but they
anyone I'm
weren't.
missing?
No. But in terms of a brand always suffered. I felt like, to me at least, it was rare that I liked both collections.
Early Raf was fire. I think the later on collections, it seemed like most of his attention and creative output was going to whatever brand he was working at the time. So it definitely seemed that, closer to the time when before the brand closed, it seemed like he was rehashing like his old work and just rehashing like old ideas and like old prints. And even they had the Redux thing where they reissued some of like the big archive pieces. So to be fair, if you think about it, yeah, he did lose a lot of his creative output
Like,
closer to the end.
A lot of my favorite designers, when they take up another house, one collection always suffers. And it's not always the same house that suffers each season. Like maybe the first brand they were with, like one brand will be good, one brand will be bad, and then the other season they'll swap. But it's rare. It's very rare that both collections I feel are like
there's designers doing it on smaller levels, like Peter Doe with his own brand and Helmut Lang.
But that's
and I like Peter Doe's aesthetic, but I do think it's a bit of a cheat code because Peter Doe just does Peter Doe for Helmut Lang.
Also, that's what I was gonna say. Also, I feel like to some people, Peter Doe is not dissimilar enough from Helmut Lang. That's a big point of critique people have for his Helmut Lang, isn't it?
Well, yeah, because his Helmut Lang does look like. Oh yeah, Dami can enter the chat, but yeah, I think that his Helmut Lang is literally just doing Peter Doe. It's like the same shit, bro. But he can get away with it because he's like, well, my brand is heavily inspired by Helmut Lang anyway. As one of the first designers that I got into, so
actually,
he kind of has an alibi.
Does Damilara agree or disagree with my hot take? That's not actually that hot when you think about it.
I have no idea. I think he'll tell you himself.
After this conversation, I should really jet off.
You should go to your barbecue. Bye, Rachel.
Bye, Rachel.
Bye, Rach. When you says, yeah, one is giving diffusion line. Yeah, it's true though. I'm trying to think. Okay, Peter Doe. Let's see what other designers are doing.
The one that hurt me was LV and Off-White. Because in my opinion, Off-White
once he started designing at LV, once Virgil started designing at LV, the LV collections were hard, but then the Off-White collections were not great.
And then every couple seasons, he'll just do like an insane women's wear collection at Off-White for like no reason, and then he'll go back to being like, most of the good ideas are probably going to LV.
Oh, this is interesting. What's your opinions on separating the artist from the art, e.g., John Galliano, Kanye? What do you think about that?
I don't believe in it personally, but I also, I don't understand the concept of it personally.
I think it's kind of complicated. If I'm going to be honest with you, I think it depends on the offense. So I think that John Galliano, you can see a trail of like, what's the word? Like self-destruction. And then it culminated with an opinion that probably, I don't know if he still believes what he said, but at the time, because I feel like when you're drunk, you say things that you otherwise wouldn't say when you're not high or drunk or on drugs or whatever. So I think that at the time he did mean it, but I think he's so different from that time. And I think everyone makes mistakes in life. So I think it just depends. But like if you kill someone, it's a bit different, right? So it's like, I think it depends on the offense. That's me personally.
Okay, I'm going to talk about it not even from the concept of like saying something offensive or whatever. I just think in general, I don't really understand why we would attempt to separate the art from the artist, because like normally it's because of the artist that the art exists. Like their biases, their subconscious, their
the way
opinions,
they think,
somehow,
their mindset.
That's what molds the art itself. So to me, I just don't attempt to separate them, and that's not to say you should or shouldn't support people or whatever. Like even when someone's good and they haven't done anything bad, I still don't try and separate the art from the artist. Me personally,
right?
I don't really understand the concept of it.
Yeah.
but Damilare is going to say something. Hey, bro.
Hello, hello.
Hello. I don't
Long
want to start
time.
a conversation. Where did
Oh, your hair's grown.
Yes.
Are you growing it out?
Yeah, he's out here trying to do the high top fades.
It's been.
Are you actually?
This is not.
Is that what you're
a
going
hot
for?
fade, this is an afro, bro. This is,
No, you're gonna wait for it to,
this is
and
an
then he's
afro
gonna
with
do that.
shrinkage. The waves are gone. They've been gone for like months now. I was trying to suppress everything with a do-rag, and I was like, my hair isn't growing fast enough, so I had to like stop wearing do-rags.
Yeah, just let it breathe.
Yeah, my hair has to breathe. And I have to start like maintaining it, which is.
Oh yeah, what did you want to? I think you had something to say.
Oh yeah.
Did
no,
you Did you agree
Micah
or not
was-
agree? I couldn't even understand.
No,
but maybe.
because that's the thing, yeah. I don't believe that J.W. Anderson has the years to even say that in the first place.
The years to say what?
That he has the bandwidth, or well, however you meant that word, to be fair. But you do have to explain to agree. You would have to explain the take to agree or disagree. In my
I feel like
opinion.
I feel like I explained the take, but basically,
You
I think there's no. I don't see any other modern designer actively working at two brands, and both of them consistently being good for an extended period of like more than 3 seasons.
Right.
Like, I couldn't think.
Is your barometer okay?
Well, but the fact that no one else has even managed to pull off 3 seasons.
You didn't.
To me, that says a lot.
You said 3 seasons.
That's
yeah,
like, I think but that's my point. That as little as 3 seasons, other people are struggling to pull off, and I think he's successfully pulled off at least 6 seasons, which is about
6
a year and a
seasons
half.
is a bit still. 6 seasons is a bit short because
but that's my point.
If you do three,
other people
4
can't even
seasons a year, that's not even 2 years.
There's 2 seasons a year. There's 2 seasons a year.
No, but like in terms of like when you add resort and cruise and all that.
I'm not
stuff,
talking. I don't. But you guys know I don't count those seasons.
No.
I don't even acknowledge. I don't even acknowledge people.
But even if you do 4, so you do men's spring summer, women's spring summer, men's fall winter, women's fall. That's already 4. So 6 seasons would be less
when
than.
When I say season, I mean the season. Men's and women's spring summer. That's 1 season. Okay. Men's and women's fall winter. That's 1 season. I didn't say collections. If we're saying collections, it's different. Right. But I mean a season. So at the end of the spring summer season,
from 9 months to a year. So you're saying a year's worth of design. I would say that there's a.
So you're saying 6 seasons is like
years worth of design.
3 years.
Guys, list some names. I'm interested. List some names.
What do you mean? Kim Jones has had a solid year where he like 3 seasons. If we're saying 3 seasons, he's had a solid year where he's done that. Bandwidth is over a span of time. Like I was thinking you were probably saying something along the lines of Carl in his first 5 years at Fendi and Fendi and Chanel, and JW Anderson at his first 5 years at Fendi and Chanel. Because not Fendi and Chanel, Loewe and JWA.
Loewe and JW Anderson. Yeah.
That's what I thought you were saying, but that's not what you're saying at all.
For
you're
clarification,
not even comparing their first 5 years. You're just comparing.
For clarification, I think minus about 3 collections that I personally didn't like. I think JW Anderson's whole run at Loewe has been great. And then I feel like, to me at least, his recent run for the last 3 years at JW Anderson has been like really, really good as well. But all of it is, I'm doing it to my metric. Realistically, if we're talking from a critical perspective of like journalists and stuff, when was the last time he had a bad collection? Like in terms of public perception. When was the last time he had a bad collection? I mean, but I just mean this recent run he's on at Loewe is one that's like, it's turning heads. Not to say that his work wasn't good before, but now people are like, damn, Loewe. And people are also saying the same thing about JW Anderson.
No, you mimicking the ad.
What I will say though, okay, let me give you a hot take, yeah. So what I will say is that in fashion, sometimes there's groupthink. So not to say that JW Anderson's collections aren't fantastic, but I think certain designers are left alone when fashion as a community just decides that this designer is amazing. So certain designers are almost above criticism in a way. So JW Anderson can start literally putting toilet paper on the runway, and people be like, "Oh my god, it's surrealism," because it's JW Anderson, and because he's like done surrealism in the past loads of times at his own brand and also at Loewe. So I think sometimes you do have to ask questions, like even if people aren't being too critical about it. That's not to say that he's as consistent as it says. You know what I mean, or it would suggest.
So my thing is that we're not comparing a year, like years and years.
Well, and bear in mind as well, it's impossible for us to compare. We can't do 30 years as a time span because that excludes literally everyone.
We can. That's what.
But
like,
what? Bro, there's no modern designer who's been around that long.
Let me say my point. You're talking about the 2002. That is a long time ago. Like
yeah.
So that's at least 20 years. So
yeah.
Like you are speaking about that type of timestamp. You didn't say 2012.
I know.
Wait, hang on. Oh, are you in the background? 1 second.
Finally.
Hello.
Been waiting for like 3 hours.
But here's my thing, right?
I'm just taking him for a walk, but I'm listening.
Hey.
Ziggy.
That's my thing, right? You gave us like out of all the metrics that you've given us, I'm now saying that like I can't agree, especially considering you said 3 seasons. Like I was on the fence, but now that you said 3 seasons, which is literally a year, it's just a year's worth of designs. I can't agree. It's
my counterpoint to that.
There's not enough information.
For me, I'm saying I believe that for his whole run at both Loewe and Jonathan Anderson from the point he joined Loewe, which was what, 2014? I want to say 2014. Can someone look it up, please? But I think it's 2014. Anyway, from 2014 onwards, all the work has been extremely high level work. However, I'm saying in this recent one, well, for me, it's about, I'd probably say a 2-year period for me. Both brands, I'm looking at them like every season they're turning my head to the point that I'm saying, hey, what other designer is doing this at more than one house and turning my head to this level? And then I sat down and thought about it, and it was no one. I couldn't think of a single person. And then when you take into account the reason I said modern designer and 2002 onwards is because obviously you have designers like Rick, which in my opinion, Rick is a modern designer, but Rick's brand was probably made around that kind of time, 2002, right? If not a bit older. So like, but Rick is still a modern designer in my eyes. So yeah, when you take into account the length, especially that whole concept as well, if we include the concept of like building a house up in terms of like just completely skyrocketing their revenue, their cultural relevance, things like that. That's what he's done to Loewe. Again, I haven't seen another designer do that at more than one house. Like,
I can definitely give him credit for that.
I genuinely, I can't think of a single other designer, like modern designer, that does it. I mean, you said Kim Jones, Fendi, and Dior. Me personally, I disagree, but
you said
each their
3
own.
seasons. You said
each their own,
which is just a year.
Let me emphasize. Let me clarify. The 3 seasons thing I was talking about is, for me, that's 3 seasons of me being like, oh, if I list out my top 3 shows from the season, one of JW Anderson's, if not both shows, are gonna fall in my top 3 personally. And to me, if you're doing that back to back to back, that's when I'm starting to ask questions. Almost like in terms of a music context, because I love putting things in a music context. Oh, cool, someone dropped one great album. Oh, cool, they dropped 2 great albums. But when they hit that 3rd great album, you're kind of turning your head like, wait a second, three good albums in a row. Again, you can put your hand in your face, but it's hard to list artists that have 3 good albums in a row. It's not common. The same way we're struggling to list designers that have are at 2 houses for extended periods of time.
Let me just say my rebuttal, okay? It's not really a rebuttal, but let's just say someone with 3 albums out is more than a year, especially if they're with a major label. And
Culture, he has, but only just to say that I think what Micah means with the bandwidth is more like because you're kind of splitting hairs when you're designing at multiple brands. I think Rick is obviously super consistent, but the thing about Rick is that he can just focus on one worlds and one creative output. He doesn't have to divide himself
Yeah.
between two completely different worlds and aesthetics and brands and archives. So it's a lot harder to do the two at once.
Yeah. And I want to say
That doesn't make Rick less of a designer, by the way. It's just
yeah, we're not saying
I
that.
love J.W. Anderson and everything he does, especially considering he's like a British designer as well. But I just can't agree with that point for like several reasons. And secondly, one of the reasons I can't agree is because you have a lot of qualifiers now in your hot take. It's not even that this is a bar none throughout interspace. Like, this is in a vacuum. And the vacuum just is too small for me. It just like seems quite like narrow. If like I just would have appreciated it more if you were like 5 years or 10 years or like, you know what I'm saying, like,
well, let's wait and see.
Just based on the no, it's not a wait and see thing. Like, there's no.
Are we really counting that, by the way, Finn? Are we really counting that?
It lasted 3 seasons. See, this the thing though. Like, when it's 3 seasons, it's like it's very easy to. But
I think my 3-season thing has been lost in translation though. For me, I'm saying the 3-season thing is me saying, hey, that's when I started to thinking about the question. Because for me, Loewe has been in my top 3 each season for the last 4 seasons. It's been my top in my the last 3 or 4 seasons. Okay. It's been in me personally in my top one of my top 3 favorite shows of the season, which is fair. And I think 2 seasons ago, J.W. Anderson was in my top 3 as well as Loewe. Me personally. Yeah. Let me think. If I'm thinking of the right collection, I might need to pop up.
I'm not going to fight what you like and all of those other things, because really and truly, that is like, if it's the shows that you just enjoy and like you've liked it for a year. Like, I remember when even Demna like had that run in Balenciaga, right? And I really, really enjoyed it. Like, the pandemic Runway was doing like the, you know, cyberpunk type stuff. But yeah, my thing is the year's span and the year's worth of work. Especially considering like I've just been following Anderson closely. I love what he's done for Loewe, and I love what he does at his own brand. I want him to even do it for 20, 30 years or so. I'm personally just not necessarily saying that he's the only one that can do it for like 3 seasons, let alone 6.
I'm just saying I don't think there's 12, any. I'm just saying that why is it so difficult to name other names? That's what my emphasis is on as well. Okay, let's say we accept your Kim Jones.
Let me just say this. Once you said 3 seasons, a lot of names popped into my head.
Yeah, like, okay. Can you list off the others? But my point is wider than 3 seasons, but even if we went with that.
No, like, because there's Virgil that's done that. I think there's Raph that's done that. And this is the other.
The Raph is obviously John Galliano. John Galliano.
Wait, are we saying that a good designer?
Galliano is not a modern day designer.
Michael, yes, he is.
Okay, modern day, fine.
Bro, wait, are you saying when he started or when the collections were posted?
But to be fair, if we're talking about John Galliano, was definitely.
Galliano is not a modern day designer.
No, but you said past 2002 though.
No, I'm talking about
2002, bro.
Oh, no, but every designer's had collections past 2002. I'm talking about.
Oh my god. Okay, your point.
I'm talking about once they started getting into design and stuff, because Galliano was designing in the 90s. What are we talking about?
I don't know whether I can even validate this argument anymore. I don't know because now I don't even know what the parameters are. Like,
okay, you know what? I'm off. I wish I didn't explain my take.
2 seconds. You are
I'm going to my barbecue. Thank you very much.
You're being
not the barbecue.
When I'm just rebuttaling and giving you some information that's on my side.
No, okay, no. I can
also say what
I don't think Galliano's a modern day designer though. In all seriousness.
No, but I'm just saying because
are we saying his?
No, because you said post 2002, right? I'm just saying.
I meant they got into design post 2002.
John Galliano.
They got into design post 2002. Galliano was designing actively in the 90s and late 80s.
Okay, because I was just gonna say that post 2002, he's done many collections at 2 different brands, like his eponymous label and then somewhere else. He's done quite a few of those. So,
Emphasis
yeah,
on got into designing.
Dammy is the voice of the.
It's
I
actually
don't know. All I'm saying is, I don't understand why we, even if
wait,
I agree with what you guys are saying, I still feel like there's only 2 or 3 names floating around. Like, even if we accept Kim Jones, even if for whatever reason we're accepting Galliano, I don't understand why it's so scarce that, you know, when designers join another house, often their work is heavily diluted for an extended period of time.
No, okay. See,
I feel like that my point is that doesn't apply to JW Anderson, and it's been an.
What did Hanan say? Let's see what
Hanan's saying something.
I think no. That's a legit point, because you do not have JW Anderson collection that is extremely strong as a Loewe collection at the same time. It's always one or the other. And a good example for the, and I agree.
But fair, continue.
But I think the same thing is with Raft. When Raft had his own, when Raft had his own brand, it was always like he was somewhere else, and the collections somewhere else were a lot better. So I think to that extent, I think like he does make a point.
So yeah, like I do believe that there's a lot of designers with like phenomenal years. And yeah, at multiple houses. I say a lot, but like there's a good handful that you can name, and I do believe that great designers are like not a dime a dozen. You do have to look for them, but yeah, like if we're just saying 3 seasons, yeah.
No, bro, Debbie, I've already said. But he's not.
So the comment was too funny.
The comments was killing me, by the way. The comments are always killing me.
He said you're popping off with tropical Skittles. Oh my days, that was funny.
Yeah, no, Mark got really defensive over that point, though.
No, well,
I always love the Dammy and Micah discussions. Like, remember?
No,
when
Dammy just likes to disagree with me. Dammy just likes to. Dammy's a contrarian. Dammy's a contrarian.
Dammy is the devil's advocate.
Dammy's a contrarian.
What are you guys saying? It's you guys that disagree with me. You guys, I make hot takes. I make hot takes. Well, I don't make hot takes. What Micah did was a hot take.
I don't even think. I thought it was a hot take before I said it, and then as I said it, I feel like it's less of a hot take.
That's a burning supernova, and
I don't think it is.
And I entered the stream on the fence, and as he said more, I jumped off the fence.
It's the hype up for the barbecue. Yo, no, Leo said Dammy came in on pure disagreement.
I actually didn't. Wait, okay, go to the beginning of when I put the stream. I literally said I was on the fence.
I will simplify this down. All I'm saying is, like I said just now, often, and by often I mean 99% of the time, designers take on a second house. Sorry, need to cough out the Skittles. Bloody hell, should have muted my mic for that one. Designers take on a second house, and normally back to back, you're getting collections where one house is good and maybe their namesake brand or the brand that they were with before is not as good, or the brands are completely interchangeable and you're scratching your head.
Okay.
Now,
can I say something though? I actually do.
Let me finish. But it'll take one more line. I'm saying I do not feel like JW Anderson fits into this demographic, and I have not seen a design and the length of time that he has not fit into this demographic. I have not seen replicated by any like current modern day designer right now.
What's the length of time?
Length of time of what?
Are you saying since?
Okay, Finn wants to do a jump in. Let me send Finn the stream.
Are you saying since like the beginning of his run? Is that what you're
saying? I'm saying from like more or less around when he joined Loewe. So
he's been doing this for 10 years solid. You're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Finn, you need to close the YouTube tab. I'll mute you for a sec.
Hanan and Ayo, because I want to dispel this narrative. Hanan and Ayo,
Contrarian.
I just jump in like trying to be a contrarian. However, none of you agreed with him.
Hello.
I just want you to know that nobody in the chat agreed.
No, but we have to paint the stereotype on you, Dammy. What do you mean?
Yeah, no, but I
We
don't
have,
like. I actually don't like this
we have to
narrative.
paint you in a certain light, bro.
I
That's what we do here. We throw allegations.
like to be.
Because nobody
I don't like
dropped
to
an
be
agreement.
I don't like to be labeled as a Demi hater, but there is not a lot of occasions that I agree with Demi. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Listen.
Wait, Hanan, where do you sit on the fence of this conversation? By the way,
I
haven't said.
am. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying that a lot of designers that are taking a second house. For example, you cannot tell me that Chanel was always strong. Fendi was sometimes stronger when Carl was designing it. I do see and agree to your point. Usually, there is one house that suffers. And when in JW example, I do think that like sometimes his own brand is not as strong as Loewe, and that's my point.
I
Okay,
actually don't.
Finn's hopping in with the. Go on,
At the
Finn.
beginning, when you explained,
Finn, turn on your camera for us, please. Give us a
not.
peek at your face. Aw.
Did you
Mate,
walk the rickshaw?
Bitch, if you say that one more time,
Bitch, that man looks like
You
you. I
walk-
swear to God.
The rickshaw.
no. Basically,
Oh my
like,
word.
before I talk about JW Anderson, I was asked to walk the rickshaw, and I couldn't get to Paris.
Damn.
No.
So I am very upset about it. They wouldn't pay for my train, and my passport's about to expire.
No way. They wouldn't pay for your train.
Mate, they didn't pay anybody for that big runway.
What the fuck?
Girl, not Rick.
All
not
that
Rick
budget
ripping off.
and like
Yeah, but
all that budget.
you know Rick is doing that retrospective, right? In Paris.
Yeah.
You know he's not paying for any of it.
No way.
He's not sponsoring any of it. He's forcing the museum to fund it all. That man's been opening stores across Asia and the UAE for the last 5 years. He's got money.
Well, obviously he owns his own factory.
Well, he
I'm
owns 4 of them.
the barbecue. Can we stay on
Well,
topic
yeah,
for
multiple.
2 minutes?
But yeah. Finn, go on. What were you going to say initially?
So when you said about the bandwidth and he was like coming close to Carl, I was agreeing. And then you started to like drift off a bit where I actually think like JW as a brand is nowhere near as good as Loewe. But the reason for that is Loewe has a different amount of money and it's for a different client. So it's like saying like
They don't have the same target demo at all.
No, not at all. So, but it's like saying if Carl only did Chanel and then he did his Karl Lagerfeld line, which was cheap. Do you know what I mean?
But JW is successful and is actively growing.
Yeah, but he's only successful because he's owned by LVMH.
I don't think that's the only reason for success.
I do.
I think that
It's a big factor. It's actually a big factor.
Infrastructure, economies of scale, yeah.
But LVMH,
integration.
you can only. I feel like you can only buy cultural relevance to an extent. I feel like JW has increased.
Look,
JW Anderson.
I'm being quite contrarian here because I actually do love like JW Anderson's work, but I genuinely think the brand is only relevant because they have the fund. They have 49% investment by LVMH, and like when you actually get to the store, you can buy the runway pieces of Loewe, you can buy the exotics, and then you go to JW and it's polo shirts. The runways are interesting, but what we can actually buy in stores...
Whoa. No, but that's a different point because you can say that about every brand.
But you can't really say that about
people
Chanel.
wearing as Uniqlo JW.
Like, what was that? Sorry, Finn?
But I'm just trying to think of examples. Like the thing with JW, he puts a lot of effort into Loewe, so it's very conceptual, it's very luxury because they've got the funding and they can do that. But when he designs anything else, it's very much more democratic, and it becomes very much like mass. He is like the next. I think he's closer to wanting to be the next Ralph Lauren than he is to next being Karl Lagerfeld. There's a subtle difference.
For his namesake label, I could see how you could say that because what sells is very much like Converse collab
But
striped
I'm talking about what we see on the runway, and I think the runways often are to me some of the most interesting runways of the season.
But I think what annoys me about JW Anderson after like working in the industry a bit more is how much he just takes off his interns, and it really does annoy me. And
well, I can't comment on that because I don't know.
But I don't know. I think I do get your point, and I do agree. I think he has the ability to be a tastemaker and a director in every brand. But what Carl did was like on another scale in terms of like he would sit there and draw. Like he actually drew the bags.
I don't think. Well, for me personally, and the metrics I hold, I think I need to see a bit more. Maybe like another 5 years of longevity in terms of like actively being like, oh, I think blah 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 is better than Carl. But I never once said better than Carl.
I don't
like very specifically.
I think in terms of volume, like Carl is never going to be beat. Like, but I think also we're in a different time in fashion where,
and that's literally what I was about to say. I'd argue that I think what Carl did is harder now than it was.
Yeah, totally.
Like significantly more difficult.
And also, it's like to the point where like Carl like lives in a time where he didn't have to go into the atelier. Do you know what I mean? Like now it's like mood boards and stuff, but he could literally just show up to the fitting. He'd done all the designs like via paper, given it to the team, and they're like, "Cool, see you at the fitting." Like, I think sadly LVMH Kering, because of how many deaths and how many scandals they've had, they can't let people have more than 2 brands max. Because they'll have another Alexander McQueen on their hands in terms of like hanging themselves.
Do you think they care?
Yeah, they do. After John Galliano and McQueen,
in this climate,
they definitely do.
This climate, definitely they do. In this climate,
I don't think they
100%.
care because of the goodness out of their heart. I think they care because public perception.
Exactly.
Because of the backlash, they will care.
Yeah.
And I actually argue as well. Oh yeah, go on.
Yeah, I want to know what Ayo thinks quickly.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Weigh in an opinion. Cast your chip. You know what?
No way.
Let's have a vote.
Micah, it's fine.
I'm just chilling.
About his original point, because we've shifted a lot.
How?
Right?
How have we shifted?
But, no, don't worry about it. His original.
No, I would say earlier. Well, I
disagree?
agreed with his initial statement where he said that JW Anderson is like one of the closest to the output of Carl. I can agree with that. But then, obviously, he said post 2002. Then I sent John Galliano. Then he's like, yeah, but John Galliano is designing in the 80s and the 90s. But I'm like, yeah, but he still had a lot of output.
I don't consider him as a modern day designer. I just don't. In the sense of like coming out into the he started his design career in the modern age.
Then I agree with you, but then actually, like the closest the closest that you come to, and you have said it, is about Kim Jones, and sadly, his Fendi is very inconsistent. Actually, it's consistently pretty bad. But what you can argue, in my opinion, is that Dior Men's and Fendi are both at the same level of luxury, and they pretty much turn over very similar amounts. So I would say he's the closest in terms of like scale, but in terms of quality, I don't agree. I don't think he is.
And obviously, we said Virgil Abloh, who was another person, but obviously he was less consistent.
The thing about Virgil as well is, even though earlier I said I feel like JW Anderson's bandwidth is wider, I meant that as well more in the fashion sense, because obviously Virgil was also like one of those side quest kings who would like man's designing cars and just things like that, the vehicles that actually hit
my back, or G wagons.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? But in a fashion sense, yeah, I often the LV collection was significantly stronger than the Off-White collections.
So we got. Oh, sorry. Go on.
Oh, and there's what's it called again? I was thinking of Matthew Williams as well, because me personally, I really like prior to Givenchy. And then once we started at Givenchy,
his Givenchy was not for me.
Yeah, exactly. It's either one was good or one was bad, and
he couldn't even do couture.
Elix is great, but the Givenchy, no sir.
Yeah, it's either one was good or one was bad. There was one more designer I was thinking of as well, where I was like, again,
Divya Patil. You said about Glenn Martins. I actually think he's close.
Oh, I didn't think of Glenn Martins.
Because I also think that when he did his Jean-Paul Gaultier couture, he proved that he could kill couture.
No, Glenn Martins is a good pick.
Glenn, in my opinion, is hands down, if not the most talented young designer out there, honestly. And in my opinion, with time, he will eat a lot of these designers up.
You know what? I didn't think about Glenn, but that's a decent shout because Diesel on Wire Project that's nasty work right there. Who brought up Glenn?
Divya.
Yeah, that's a strong
good
take.
shout.
That's a
strong take. Strong take.
You get a car, and you get a car, and you get
a
straight gems. Straight gems.
Also, there's a bit of tea at Loewe at the moment.
Here we go.
JW has interviewed again for the Big C.
Oh,
really?
Wait. I thought, didn't he come out in interviews and be like, "Oh, I'd never leave Loewe. I just love Loewe so much." And
no, the studio.
Wait, just for clarification, the Big C is
allegedly
Chanel, right?
Yeah. Allegedly.
Well, obviously, yeah.
Just checking.
Allegedly, he has wanted to leave for a while.
So why did he say that in interviews?
Babe, do you not remember what happened with Gucci? How much of a hissy fit he had?
Do you remember also what happened with Virginie Viard? They're like, we love her. Fired.
Okay. But but apparently he's interviewed again, and the person that would take over him from Loewe, I'm not happy with.
Wait,
because she's interviewed, and she is Demna's ex right hand man.
When you say when you guys say Glenn Martin,
you can't be serious.
When you say Glenn Martin, like which two houses was he working for?
Y Projects and Diesel.
Yeah, Y Projects and Diesel.
I can't.
And then
Big C, Chanel, small C, Celine. I can't.
Sorry, I accidentally broke the stream. I should go. But let me hear. No, I want to hear Dami Lara's closing. Is it a closing thought or is it an expanded?
Which I don't know. I just want to know the Glenn Martin. Like I think we've left the thing. Like people like half the people on the stage disagreed with me. So I just wanted to leave that one as that.
But Finn said he was on Team Micah. I was on Team Micah. Danny Lara
I was
on Team Contrarian.
When you changed
I was. I think the parameters are moving all over the place. But I think your initial statement.
All in all, to be fair, I think we all understand the statement I was making because we all understood Glenn Martin as a pick just then.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd argue that clearly we all understood the general parameters I was working towards.
Like, this is my thing, right? I was with you at the beginning in the chat, right? But then you lost me. And then you started losing me very, very hard, like especially at the Galliano take, but that's neither here nor there anymore, to be honest with you. But yeah, like I think
I get what Michael was saying because he said Galliano is not a modern designer. I get it, but it's because he used 2002, which is why then.
Okay, is he a modern designer? I think his first collection dropped in like '89. So when Mika said like 2002, that is what? That is 14 years of already being in business. That's number one. And number two is like he started with LVMH in 1997. So that means 4 years with a conglomerate who absolutely loved him. So
didn't he start at Dior in '97? Anyway,
that's what I mean. Yeah, is that what I said?
I was just being pedantic. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's because you said LVMH, but
Givenchy, LVMH, yeah.
Okay, so because this is my other thing about the Michael hot take, right? So which 5 years? Well, I'm doing that. Put 5 years in there. But which Galliano was everybody speaking of, right? Are we talking about not Galliano, sorry.
Galliano.
Karl Lagerfeld, were we speaking about? Is it Karl Lagerfeld as soon as he started at Chanel and Fendi and was working with them at the same time, saying that they were red hot and like great? Or are we saying early Karl Lagerfeld, late Karl Lagerfeld when both of them were red hot? Like
Yeah, but also like you think about Karl Lagerfeld, like when he first started at Chanel and had Fendi, he also still had Chloe.
I'm just
And-
no, 'cause-
And
To an extent.
to an extent, but I also will say that he had his eponymous label too that we
He
forget
did.
about.
my
Wild.
thing is which years, because because where I agree with Micah is that if we're talking about the first 5 years, like I do believe that they're comparable, but we're not talking about that. Micah
We're not,
specifically
I don't think we're talking about his first Chanel years, because he
or
started
first
in
10 years.
1983, and then that time he only had Fendi. He had
No,
Fendi all the way until the end. Chloe he had until 1984, and then he went again to Chloe from 1992 till 1997. So there is a portion of his history where he did have 3 brands, but that
no.
again, that doesn't mean that they were all successful.
This is
True.
my thing, right? This is my thing. Like, so I'm only taking the take as it is in the like vacuum that it's in, right? So when he's doing them simultaneously and they were great, I think that was like part of the point, right?
Should I clarify or are you still
No,
going?
like you clarify. Do you?
Okay, no, I don't know. I feel like for me when I was saying it, I just meant at any given point for like a prolonged period of time. But I feel like at this point, for me at least, clarifying parameters, because I just said it as it popped into my head. But for clarifying parameters when I feel like we all understand the topic, because we all understood the like. For me, I'm now like deciding between Glenn Martin and J.W. Anderson. But I feel like again they're the only two in that bracket for me at least.
Well, you
I would
say that,
agree,
but then you say that, but then we might remember someone else.
Yeah, but I'm genuinely asking for names. But
it's because obviously
I think the fact that it's hard to even be listing them is a point in itself.
But it could also be, at least in my case, there's just so many designers in my head. It's very hard to like, think of, okay, who could, that's why I said I could potentially think of someone else and I'll be like, oh, that's actually a good shout too. The same way someone brought up Glenn Martin. So yeah. But I get your point though. I definitely get your point.
I get the point. It's just like I would have agreed more if we were picking like.
Okay, you know what? Just for you, Damilare.
We got it.
Just for you, Damilare. I'll make one day, because obviously the urbans know that my time, the way Micah time operates seems to be different to everyone else. But one day there might be a video on my channel, maybe one day with actual what's the word again?
Like you've inspired a video on his channel.
Stated parameters that are explicitly stated. And just open up the.
It's just integrity and criticism. If everybody wants to,
Micah, if you make that video and you drop it, I'll do a reaction video.
Is it? No, I'll phrase it as a discussion, because it genuinely is a discussion.
If you drop it, I'll do a reaction.
I'm curious to hear other opinions. But Chris Van Ash.
Listen, whether he makes it or not is sincerely up to him, Leo. I don't mind. Like, I like.
By the way, if you did not notice, Micah time is a lot different than everybody's. He's been going to this barbecue for the previous 2 hours.
So, yeah,
and I'm still gonna make it on time.
And he's now there. He's having a great time.
It's a Jamaican barbecue. Don't worry.
This guy said he's gonna make it on time, and it's 1 a.m.
So you know Jamaican
the barbecue's tomorrow.
5 a.m.
He ain't got to get ready if he stays ready. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly. And my boots are still on, guys, for a reason.
A thesis statement. Give us Rhian Finn. That's hilarious. But yeah, people.
That's so true. Ryan Finn would be sensational for this kind of discussion.
This is my thing, though. Finn and Hannah are acting like I'm dragging it, so I'm not gonna pester you anymore about it. So yeah.
No, I agreed with you, Demi. And I think Margello was. I think Galliano was a good shout as well, but then when he said about the 2002 thing, and then I was like, for fuck's sake.
Okay, do you want me to tell you where you lost me then? You lost me at the year that you picked for
Girls, we get
for
it. We
JW
get it. The
Anderson.
man said 2002. We got it. It was
No,
not a good year to pick.
See, Hanan's
Let's
like
just
dragging it. I didn't say 2002.
no.
My,
You're not. I'm not saying that. I'm just like your guys are honing on 2002.
I'm
We
not
get it.
holding on to
We get it.
2002. That wasn't my point.
2002. We love
It's
that
a,
year.
it's a good joke, but he actually, I don't know whether you were on stream, but he said that the last year of JW Anderson at Loewe and JW Anderson have been phenomenal. That's it.
The
So,
last
yeah.
what? Sorry.
You said the past year that you've just like had JW
For me,
Anderson
about
and
2.5
Loewe
years.
Yeah,
top
you said
three.
it. You said
Yeah.
it's been in your top 3. Like
Yeah,
the
for
JW
about-
Anderson and Loewe collections have been in your top
Yeah.
3. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, guys, are you offended by somebody saying that I'm urban coded? Could you imagine? I grew up
No,
in
but that's
I,
a good thing.
I grew up
That's
in the
It's a good-
countryside.
It's a good thing because it's the ER urban. So
Yeah, it's the ER urban, not the UR urban. The ER urban just means you're coded for the fashion roadman live streams.
Oh yeah,
and
I get it.
And the law that surrounds it.
You just lost that one.
Is Hanan and Damilare, are they urban coded as well?
The chat
Urban
has
borough.
to say
I have no idea what that means, but I'll trust the
urban borough.
I don't know whether I'm urban.
The chat has to tell you.
Finn is out in the
coded.
field. Finn is like, you know when you're watching the news and they cut to some reporter who's like in a storm, actively reporting
urban
from
at
the middle of
large.
the storm.
That's what he is. He's an urban at large. Going to walk rickshaws and everything.
I am urban at large, trust me.
You know, editor at large, urban at large. In these rooms, dropping the
Is that a
tea.
fat joke? No.
Oh my word!
Oh, yeah, you lot are unserious.
Nah.
There you get Ryan Finn on the streams. It would be iconic. I might have to get Ryan on the stream. I don't know if like Ryan could stream though, because I know Ryan is slightly like introverted, but we could try. We could try.
Comments off.
Literally comments off, because
Wait, why comments off? Why? I don't know. I didn't get that.
because someone
to
might say
prevent
something flagrant and it
anxiety.
might, yeah.
Really? Like that? All right.
The way you said that was crazy. I don't know why. I don't know
You
why.
guys have known me for too long. Well, maybe I was only known me for too long. Like that's just the way that I express myself. I don't know. I just
Wait,
you
Ryan
gave
does
me-
lives on TikTok. Okay, we've got hope. You know what? Let me message Ryan
gave
now
me-
and
Oh yeah,
see
she
what
does a
Ryan
lot
says.
of lives. She does a lot of lives on
Okay.
TikTok. She does.
I'm gonna message Ryan
Locally.
now and I'll tell you guys what Ryan says.
They ain't urban with the hard R. That's really funny.
Listen.
I can't find the. Oh, I found it.
Guys, do you know what was my favorite year in fashion? 2002. What about yours? Mika, what about you? Dammy, anybody? No?
The mic isn't on, love. Sorry. We all have those. We all have the off moments. It's fine.
Damn it.
You know what my favorite year in fashion is? 2018. Because if you listen
Before
to Raf Simons, the song by A$AP Rocky, the rapper Quavo has a verse. And for some unknown reason, he says Ralph Simmons instead of Raf Simons. And I can never unhear it. When you guys go and listen to the song, he's like, Ralph Simmons, all kinds of crazy colors. And now, whenever I listen to that song, pops into my head. 2017, actually. I think that song's 2017.
So, yeah.
You says, don't be on some Micah stuff. So you can see, I sent the message. So there you go.
Oh, wrong.
Ryan's either going to say yes or no, but we'll see. When Supreme died, what a year. That's funny.
But yeah, I wonder.
Ralph Simmons is my goat.
Oh no. There's been so many great years.
Quick question. Are you happy with Raf and Prada so far?
I like the last collection. I reviewed it, but yeah, that's same. Sometimes it just depends what season, what collection.
Actually, Demi, I watched your review of Prada today
Where'd you posted a review where?
on YouTube.
What?
It was a stream.
Wait, Dami or Io?
Oh, IO, sorry.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
I was lost. I was like, I'm missing Demi Lara content. I didn't even know.
Like, Dami.
All you Nigerians look the same to me.
This guy said, you're a bad demons.
No.
Nigerian? No way. Yeah, what did you think about it though? I'm not sure if how much of it did you watch?
I watched all of it because I've had nothing
Oh,
to do.
okay. Oh,
Wow. Talk about jobless urban.
Honestly, well, actually, I had
What
an
did
interview
you-
this morning.
What did you think about the collection?
I really liked it.
Mm.
I thought it was one of the stronger ones, and I think it felt more. There was parts of it that felt very, very rough. Like a lot of it felt very rough, but then I think we're getting to a point now where it's kind of like he has put so much of his own DNA into men's Prada, where I'm just like, yeah, okay, this is what men's Prada is now. But you made some really good points, like the accessories since he's been there for men have gotten a lot better.
Yeah.
And I think that Prada men since like 2015-ish didn't have a point of view, and he's definitely brought a point of view to men's Prada.
Mm-hmm.
So I agreed with everything you said.
Well, glad you liked the review because it's quite. How long was it? I think it was almost 2 hours.
Babes, I was sat in bed. I didn't mind.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna go to my barbecue now.
We can release you to your barbecue. Enjoy.
I'll take pictures. I've thoroughly enjoyed our chats
Barbecue.
and discussions, guys. I've
Same
actually
here.
been working on a video script today, so new video coming soon.
Micah,
guys.
stop
Also,
capping.
check out my boy Henry's channel, The Lowdown, or Henry Low on Instagram and on YouTube, LOWE. Shout out Henry, shout out Henry, shout out Henry. Anyway, Finn,
He's shadow
it's been
writing.
lovely seeing you as well, you know.
And
Yeah, Henry's my shadow writer, ghost writer, I can't lie. But yeah, you know, shout out everyone. Dami Larry, I hope to see you return to YouTube as well. It's been a while since you dropped.
He goes
then I'll
like, he goes like, Finn, it was so nice seeing you, and then like, fuck everybody else. Well, fuck my dog.
I wasn't done. I wasn't even done. Hanan, I always enjoy our chats. When you call me Mika, it really makes me smile on my inside.
During this whole live, I did not know how to pronounce it, so you better teach me.
No, it happens a lot, you know. It's like it's very common.
Wait,
Mika, we've got to go to the box together.
Is it
Wait,
Mika?
oh, Finn. Have you been to the box?
Yeah, loads.
How does one describe the box?
Champagne coming out of pussy.
Okay, on that note, anyway, guys, have a lovely evening.
That man is not serious.
Nah.
Wait, everyone's saying I thought it was Mika. No, it's Micah.
It's Micah? Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Like my car.
Exactly. Like my car.
Just like it's Damilare, not Damilare.
Do people call you Damilare? That's crazy.
Ooh, they French.
That's the most common one because you know the E at the end of English words is silent, so they think that that's how it works, but that's not how.
Damilare. Oof.
God, that's. But also, I think once you know a few, maybe as somebody pointed out earlier in the fucking comments, once you know a few Nigerian names, you can kind of work out how to pronounce them. Do you know what I mean? Like
you say that, but then some of them might trip you up.
Yeah,
you might find a couple that will trip you up differently.
I don't know. I literally don't know about that. If I see a Yoruba name, I can attempt to say it right, but it's not every day. Like I've got a friend that's named.
I speak Yoruba and I still get some names wrong because there's some Yoruba that's like the vocabulary is different.
Bro, and because I've got like a British accent as well, like it takes me time to switch over to my like Nigerian accent. So I'll be saying some stuff wrong. But then like I've got a friend that's from Delta whose name is like Ogenereke, and it's literally like the most hardest name to pronounce properly. And like there's obviously like Igbo names and then Yoruba names and Hausa names that are just hey and Igbo names that are all
See,
over. So if it's Yoruba, like there's like okay,
Yeah, I'm good with
50%
most
others and
Yoruba
then
names.
5% and names I've never seen before. Like,
I think I'm saying more like, you know, when you can like, obviously like Io, Dami, whatever. I know that that's shortened, but like, you know, when you can see a name, I'm like, I can guess how that's gonna sound because I can kind of tell that's like a Yoruba name, and then I know a few like Yoruba people, so it's like gonna be, it's like I'm probably gonna say this wrong now. I've said this, but like Olu Damarare, Damarare. I can't. Is that right? Olu Damarare.
He's tripping up all over the place.
Olu Damare, Olu Damare. How would you say it? How would you say it?
Someone snip
This is
this out. Wait.
pure
Someone
entertainment.
snip this up and put this on TikTok, fam. And
Yeah, dude.
Finn, what
send
did
it
he
to
say?
me on IG. Do whatever you have to do. Like I need
I feel
this
really
clip.
bad now, but like I'm
I
using
need
the
this clip.
same. I'm using the same sort of phonetics as like Dammy, Damara, you know.
Okay, I'm back.
And I'm like,
You ate that pronunciation.
yeah, as in like, and then throw it up and put it in the bin.
It said he didn't even say Yoruba, right? He said Yoruba.
Bro,
Yoruba.
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 See, this is the funniest thing about having an English accent. Yeah,
It's hard to
so
say with an English
difficult.
accent because
It's
when I
so difficult.
speak Yoruba, you have to change your accent to fit into the way the
Every-
words sound.
Every single.
It's like a
part
lot of
it.
languages, right? It's like French. You have to go
Yeah.
do the thing.
Yeah.
Imagine if I
Otherwise, you
start
sound
talking a
too
Nigerian
English.
accent. Imagine if I start sounding like Uncle. That's not going to look fun.
If you sound that way while speaking the language, then it makes sense because people just say, "Oh, you speak Yoruba like a Nigerian, like you have a Yoruba
Me
accent."
starting speaking pidgin. That'd be funny.
But yeah, it's like a lot of languages. You have to kind of change your accent to fit into the way words are pronounced. So it's kind of similar with Yoruba. That's why I don't actually police people's pronunciation of like my name or anything because I know it's hard.
Hold on, I'm gonna see. Let me try and because I know your full name's written on Instagram, right?
It is.
Oh, I was about to say it, but I'm not.
This is gonna be prime time entertainment.
This is why, like, I have my full name as my app, and like, I let people. Wait! Don't do this here. I let people fail at saying my name.
All right.
And
isn't it
then
Finn, you're close but not quite.
Oh. Wait, Finn. Wait, let me not talk and then you say it.
Oh, Odenayo.
Close but not quite.
Ask him to say it again.
No. What? And then it's like Damarare.
What?
Ayo. Let me land. Let me take this plane off.
What?
This is why
Fuck you,
I kind of ask people not to call me Dammy because like the people that can say my name say it. And then like everybody else can hear it vocally so that they don't even need to look at my name and try. You know what I mean?
So phonetically say your name because I don't like I don't like
Wait, who are you talking about? Mine or his? Mine or his?
Well, both of you because like
so his name is his name is Damilare.
Damilare.
Damilare. I know you won't be able to say the Yoruba name because
once again it's the pronunciation. You actually don't. Man, like people just call me Damilare and like it's music to my ears. You get me? So like that's.
But I would prefer to call you
Damarare.
I actually forgot. I actually forgot there was an L. I forgot
Damarare.
To be fair, I forgot there was an L. Because I only know you as Dammy, and then I've seen you. Like, and I knew it was like
prime time entertainment.
Yeah, I knew there was like an RA end, and that's what I was trying to get at when it comes to like the pronunciation. Like a Dammy like ending in like an RA. Like there's like loads of different differentiations in like Yoruba names, which are similar. So then I'd be like, oh, that's Yoruba, so you're Nigerian. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why I like I put my full name as my app, because like people, like if I just said my name is Dami, people didn't know my name, and like my name has like a particular meaning. But that's the thing, like I don't even laugh at people saying ethnic names wrong, like really and truly at all.
Like I told you, I don't. It's a different language,
It's
so
not,
I don't necessarily.
It's not even my thing. But this chat was just so funny. Like
It was funny.
I couldn't help but laugh. But
no, it's funny as fuck.
I appreciate the attempts, and you know, and then I help people get around, and then that's just what it is, isn't it?
I do love having a Nigerian name though, because it means that when people get at me for pronouncing designer names, my rebuttal is, but you can't pronounce my name though, so
you can say Odunayo.
Odunayo. Odunayo. It's funny because like to say your name properly, never mind.
To say my name properly, you just have to be able to speak it. So my name is Odunayo, right? So people say Nayo because people pronounce it like there are two N's, but there aren't two N's. Because once you say Odun, that's the end of the N sound. So you have to say Ayo after. You can't say Odun and then say Nayo after. That means there'll be two N's, but there's one N. No, you still said the Nai. See, it's very hard for you not to say it. Odun, once you say Odun, that's the end of the N. So you can't use the N sound anymore. Exactly. That was close. That was close.
Yeah. Well, so it's just one of those things where it's like certain words in like just when you speak English, it's like phonetic, whereas Yoruba is just tonal. So it's literally
well, it's like even Igbo. Like
our language is actually complicated. Like, okay, my surname is people say Ojo. It's actually Ojo, but that word you can say it in so many different ways, and it has different meanings. Like you can say Ojo, you can say Ojo, you can say Ojo. Ojo means like rain. Ojo means like when someone gives birth to someone, like on the road to somewhere. Like you could give birth to someone in a car and call you Ojo. So that means someone in my lineage must have had that issue. And then Ojo is a different word entirely. So it gets really confusing because it's spelt the same way. You just have to put the tonal marks in different places.
Well, it's like I was saying with the like my ex's name, I'll give his legals. I don't give a fuck his governments. It's like Chukwuemeka. That's not even the right pronunciation, but it's like Chukwuemeka. And like he'd just be like, call me Mecca. It's so much easier. Do you know what I mean? Like, because he's like, I can't be bothered for people to explain every time how to say my name properly. And the only reason people used to get his last name right is because of footballer. Like, there's a footballer who has the same last name.
Yeah, that's the respect I give to football, is that they make those presenters say them names. Because I remember when what's it called, Giannis came, and they would only call him Greek Freak. And
because they didn't want to say Adetokumbo or Antetokounmpo.
Yeah,
they just say the Greek Freak.
And to think that his name is like actually akin. Shout to
because they don't want to they don't want to have no business with that.
Yeah, they didn't. But then I know Drake put in a song, and then suddenly, and he won a ring, and suddenly like now everybody has to say his name. You get me?
But commentators do well though, like football commentators with the pronunciations and stuff.
So well.
I guess it's their full-time job though. They don't have an excuse.
But I do have to push back on one thing you said, Hayo. Not to be a contrarian, but I don't think our language is difficult. I think that people just don't have exposure to it.
That's true.
Like, English is difficult to a lot of people that don't speak English.
Okay, that's a good point. It's to do with if you're familiar with the language. Yeah, I get you. Because people say English is hard, like people that didn't grow up with English.
And I will say that, firstly, I want to apologize to Dami because I did know you had an L, but I forgot it had an L in the name. And I don't like getting people's names wrong. It's like one of my biggest pet peeves when people don't get names right. And also, my brain's gone dead, so don't worry about it. I'll just sit with the apology. I'll just stick with the apology.
He wasn't. You know what I'm saying? It's not even.
It does annoy
See,
me.
this is evidence
I
Tammy
like-
isn't
I
a
like that.
contrarian, he's a truth teller.
This
Oh,
is-
I know what I was going to say. It was about Nigerian names. I think Nigerian names are actually some of the most beautiful names when you find out the meaning of what they mean, like in English. But when they're translated, you're like, oh, it's like Prince, like son of God, or like, you know, or like, I don't know. There's like loads of different ones, and like Igbo are very specific with about their religious names, and then what parts of areas they come from and shit. I love it.
Mm.
But then
Yeah.
maybe
I appreciate people saying my name, and I appreciate people calling me Damilare. Like,
not Damarare.
not even Damirare, like over Dami. Like, it's, like, do you know what's funny?
What?
Like, I have friends that only call me Damilare, and like I made sure that they only call me that because, like, just for every reason that I've said prior.
Yeah,
But then
yeah.
they saw you call me Dami and was like, I thought you don't like people calling
Well,
you
they
Dami.
switched it up.
And
I guess
no,
I'm
they
different
didn't
because
switch
you
up.
know I speak the language, so it's different.
No, but we got to that point in the end, but they were like, what's the issue? Why? But it's like,
Yeah,
he knows
they
my
didn't
name.
get it.
He
Yeah.
like he actually knows my name. And he like, because if everybody started calling me Dami now, nobody would know whether it's what's it, Damola, Damilola, fucking
Damilola.
Yeah,
like
it's all
it's
sorts.
so many. Yeah, so yeah, that's
All
my,
sorts, mate.
so it's not
Are we
even getting my name wrong, it's the
You're
shortening
getting pretty
it and
privileged.
not
Real.
knowing that
Pretty privileged.
my name is like a living example of my culture. Do you get?
Yeah, but also like it's annoying. Not what I mean by the name thing. Like people get my last name wrong, and it's phonetic. Do you know what I mean? Like it's
Yeah.
Delaney. It's not hard to say.
People get
What do people call you?
yeah. What?
What, your surname?
It's mostly to
interesting.
do with like the way the emphasis. So it's Delaney.
Yeah.
So you say D-E like and then A, and so you get like Delaney or Delay.
I've just never heard a name called Delaney. That's why it wouldn't occur to me to say that. It would occur to me to say
It's
Delaney.
always in the doctors and shit. Like I always get like, oh, Delaney, or I've had people not pronounce the Y, and I'm like, it's literally there. Like, how do you not know to pronounce a Y?
Yeah.
Just shit like that. And it's like, and my name's pretty phonetic. Do you know what I mean? So
My ex was called Ion. I didn't realize I was pronouncing his name wrong until someone else told me 6 months in.
Mood.
I called him Ayo, not Ion. The fool didn't correct me. Even Io is slightly wrong, but obviously we let that one slide because it's Ayo. So it's like it's more like an I and a your. But obviously, if you get the first part right, most people will just be like, "Oh, you've done well. You've already said the I instead of the A."
And Leo, there's another E in my name, but yeah, that's fine. And it's Irish.
Yeah, this is my thing. Like we say Balenciaga, we say Chloe, we say like we say
Versace.
Yeah, we say
Versace.
we say all of these names with the accent. Never mind. Don't let me do my thing. Don't let me do my 2020 thing again or my 2002 thing again. I don't know, man.
We say Yves Saint Laurent. We don't say Yves Saint Laurent.
And we say Issa Miyake, but we don't say Issa Miyake.
Listen, never mind. Don't worry. It's fine. Listen.
To be fair, I do say Issa Miyake, to be fair.
People will think.
But people don't. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, that's true.
But I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Or like amount of people that get Comme des Garçons wrong.
Commis des Garçons. I've heard that one a lot. Commis des Garcons.
Garcons.
Commis des Garcons. Commis des Garcons.
My dad pissed me
that
off.
one before.
When I grew up in France, my dad pissed me off. He used to call us Garcons. And he'd be like, Garcons, come over here now, Garcons.
Wait, does your dad have an American accent?
No, he's got an Irish accent. I just can't bother to do it.
Gherkins?
I thought that was
Come
part
over
of the
here,
stick.
Gherkins.
Like, if the stick was, I'm doing an American accent. and say
he would just do it to piss me off because he would be like,
Oh.
and also like garçon used to be a very old way of saying like waiter in French, but now it's rude, so you wouldn't say it.
Damn.
So
that's interesting.
So he would do it to us in like that broken French to be like, you know, completely bastardize it to be like, get over here. And he'd be like, garçon.
Garcon. Oh, I get it now. I get it.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think that's actually from a skit from a British show from years ago as well. So
it must be.
Yeah.
It feels that is so like British. That just feels like cool tone. Like those like what's it called? Only Fools and Horses or like,
very that.
Those
very that.
them type ones or like what's that other one? Yeah. Anyway,
there's
I
like
love British.
there's like there's like Monty Python and stuff like that.
That's the one, Monty Python. Yeah, like all of those like.
Yeah, like we say loewe, we don't say loewe. Loey.
I won't lie though. I remember the first time I heard loewe said out loud, and I wasn't reading it, and I was like, "What did you say?"
Do you remember that advert that like loewe? Yeah, so it's like I think that taught most people how to pronounce it, which was probably the point of it in the
That was the best. That was the best because that came out like 6 months ago, I think.
No, years ago.
Yeah.
No, they did like a spelling bee one, didn't they? Like
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I remember
they did
that
it
one.
with Daniel. What's his name? Dad's a huge Canadian actor, and that one from White Lotus. You're right.
Yeah, and then like Cortez did one like that as well, and what's the other one?
Leo, you're right. I was actually going to bring that up. It's like we say the German pronunciation of loewe, and actually in Spanish it's loewe.
Wait. Slow.
So
my sister speaks fluent Spanish, so I have to cross check that one with her.
Basically, loewe is a German name.
Mm-hmm.
The guy that started loewe was German, or from German ancestry. I can't remember which. And then so they've always used the German pronunciation for it, but obviously it's a Spanish brand, so a lot of Spaniards pronounce it wrong.
Interesting. That is quite interesting.
And then Lilica, Dan Levy,
no, that's cool. Like that's an interesting Snapple fact because like I always think about it because there's like like Camilla and Camille, like the way that like different European names sound in different countries, and like there's Lawrence and Lorenzo and like Larry. Like in England, like Lawrence would transform into Larry over years. So that's interesting. Like I always find that interesting when like a name moves country, how it transforms. So yeah, I always think that's cool. I love
you. I'm with you. Spain Spanish is actually crazy. I prefer like Latin Spanish because like if you hear Colombians speak Spanish, it's more audible. It's almost like Colombian Spanish is more easy to understand than Spain Spanish. Spain Spanish is like, Brits from England that say bottle of water and like all this stuff that isn't the way it's supposed to be pronounced. That's how Spanish people sometimes speak Spanish. I only know this because my sister speaks like fluent Spanish, so she explains it to me all the time. So she like, when she was learning, she preferred to learn with... What?
Sorry, that was my TV.
Okay. But yeah, she preferred to learn from Colombians for that exact reason, like the fact that it's very Spain Spanish is something else entirely.
But then it's like Portuguese. When you hear Brazilian Portuguese, that's so easy to understand because they use the Brazil, Colombian, Spanish pronunciation, but obviously Portuguese. Yeah. And then Portuguese is crazy.
Yeah, like that's. I heard that. I hear
the
a
mix
lot
of Catalans, Latin Americans, and other Spaniards was a mindfuck.
Yeah, but yeah, just reading that someone saying Spanish in Spain is crazy was just hilarious, and I wish my camera was off for that because like saying that Spanish people speak Spanish wrong is absolutely.
It's
bonkers.
weird though because it's so odd that it's like, think of it this way, yeah. Some people think that American English is the standard, but obviously English is from England, right? So technically, the way we speak English is supposed to be the perfect way, but because America is more influential in most things, so like pop culture, Hollywood, all those things. So most people that learn English, they learn English by watching Hollywood films like blockbusters or all that
Yeah.
stuff. So most people actually live life thinking that standard English is spoken in the US. So the same thing is happening in Spanish, where Latin Spanish sometimes is seen as more, because when people hear like music is coming from like Latin artists that make like Spanish music, right? Like reggaeton is it's not, you don't have a lot of like actual people like Spaniards from Spain making music that's that popular. So that's why that happens.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, it's true. And it's like, oh, go on.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say like a lot of Americans say that we speak English weird, which is why like because I have like a lot of American people I speak to, and they do believe that like we speak English weird. Like me not pronouncing or like me not doubling my T's, and me like jumping off them and saying bottle instead of bottle. Like they believe that they speak English better.
Bottle.
They don't. They don't.
They put D's there anyway, mate.
Yeah, it's fine. But yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
But just quickly as well, what's really funny is like if you go to certain European countries that speak English as a second language or quite fluently, you can always tell who they learn the English from, because like I used to go to Sweden a lot, and I had a group of friends that all went to the same school and learned English, and they learnt it from British English. And then I had some inner city friends who learnt it from American TV, and they have American accents when they speak English. It's like so wild.
Yeah.
Do you know the weirdest English accent to me, actually? You know, these like rich kids that go to like international school, but in a country that is not. So like they'll go to international school in like Indonesia, but it's like a posh American school, or like they'll go to a posh American school in some like in Nigeria. They always have the weirdest American accent. It's the strangest thing you've ever heard in your life.
I always think it's the closest thing to like the old Hollywood transatlantic accent.
Right.
You know, when they used to try and be a little bit British.
Yeah. I know people that went to a British school in China, and they just and there's like Americans there, and there's Russians there, and everything like that, and it's like, yeah.
No, those accents are mind fuck. They fuck with my head. Like,
yeah, no, thank you.
No, but I think that's where some people get the most culture from, even though like they're like probably some of the richest people that I know. Like, you know, they get to meet people from all over the world, which is cool. That's
Swiss boarding school did some damage.
Real.
I'm so bad with American accents. That's why I need to just explore America more. I don't even have any idea what a Baltimore accent is supposed to sound like. Like, no idea.
I think about like just American regionalism and like the way that, because there is the South, and then there is the South when you pick different places, isn't it? So it's like, because it's not just the South, it's also like like the East and all of these other things. So like you got Texas, and then you've got like other like states in those areas as well. So it's interesting.
I tell you what's a really cool.
This is cool, by the way. Do you have a link to the tweet though? I want to see it because that's funny.
That is funny.
Different London black accents. I use your video
as an example. That's funny.
Ayo, do you know William Indatara?
William Indatara.
He's William Colt on Instagram.
Oh yeah, of course. I know William Colt. Of course.
So I love him because I used to work with him. We used to like talk a lot about accents and stuff because he was born in South Africa and also grew up in Rwanda. And then he went to school in Switzerland. And so then he learned French, Swiss French. And when he
Oh my
speaks French,
God.
because obviously I grew up speaking French, I sometimes can't understand what he's saying because he's like, how do you not know this word? And it's like a Swiss word
Mm.
or it's a Swiss pronunciation of that word. And I'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? But he switches accents though, because obviously he's got quite a heavy South African accent.
Right.
And then he'll like switch his accent. You're like, oh my God, you're speaking French with a really like perfect Swiss French accent. And he's like, yeah, my whole school spoke Swiss French. I had to fucking learn it.
One of my
Mad.
life goals is to like speak 5 languages, to be honest.
5 languages. Oof. I'm still trying hard to learn Italian for a 3rd language.
Ciao, mio amore, come stai?
I mean, come on now, Finn. I'm talking
Italian
about
is
real
fun.
Italian, not like Duolingo, how are you, hello, ciao,
Adoro.
bellissimo. Like,
Adoro. Quanta una
Well, it
pizza,
depends on
per
what you mean by real
favore.
Italian, because like
you're silly, Finn.
there is
Mate,
mementos,
Sorry, Dammy, what are you
and
saying?
then there is like the way that people in Rome speak. So it's like, okay, there's regional Italian.
Oh no,
Just like
Italian
there's
accents are insane.
just like
They're
there's regional
insane.
English,
Right.
like, and I've learned that like I like city people speak better than I like country people speak, because
Yeah.
there's certain people in people in the
one of my
French
friends.
countryside speak way different than people in Paris, and I'm like,
That's true.
Oh yeah, of course. Like one of my friends, Lorenzo, he works for NSS magazine. His accent is so strong that like people from Milan make fun of him for how strong his Italian accent is.
People
So,
make fun of Luca, you know?
Really?
Yeah, a lot, because he's not from Milan.
Yeah, that is the thing though. If you're not from Milan, people make fun of your accents. It's like being from up north and then coming to London. People can be like, "Oh, you sound different."
yeah,
Same thing.
Oh, and you know
I
what?
love it.
So when I was at John Luca, there were so many Italians that I started to pick up on, like, you can kind of put sentences together when you're listening to people.
Yeah.
So I would catch people out and be like, "Oh, you just said that," and like it was about X, Y, and Z. They're like, "How the fuck do you know that?" And then they were like, repeat it back to me. I was like, I couldn't tell you a fucking word of what you just said. But then every time we went to Milan, people would be always shocked, like, "How do you remember that?" And I'm like, "I remember Luca saying it to his mum." Like, and it was like just one sentence, was like, "Buy me cigarettes" or something, you know.
You know what I love about Italian though? The pronunciations aren't too hard because they only have very specific sounds, and also they don't have any rolling of the R's or rolling of any letter.
That's true.
So it's easy to say.
And once you know the rules, it's pretty easy. Yeah, like you said. Yeah. And actually, Milan is a slow-speaking area as well. So if you went to Milan more often, like the north speaks slow. So it's probably the best area to learn it. You're just going to have a weird... I mean, everybody thinks. But Italian's really weird because Italy as a country was split up into different regions. Like we have our counties. But theirs was a lot more recent that they joined up as one country.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of areas say things a lot differently.
That's why culturally they're so different. Like Sicily, I just see it as a separate place.
It totally is. Totally. Anyway. Oh yeah, Fargo. That's such a good accent.
Utah. What? See, I don't know what all of these accents like. A Utah accent, I have no idea.
People in Utah have like a distinct accent. That's interesting. I don't think I spoke to many people from Utah.
Sicilians are spicy whites.
Real. Well, actually, there's that. Oh, do you know what? It's fucking too late to start talking about immigration.
Oh, the Aya thing. Yeah, it was low key racism mixed with a bit of anti-immigration mixed with a bit of elitism mixed with a bit of
Aya Nakamura.
all of it in the pot.
Is that
Nakamura, man?
That look? Oh, I love that. Do you know that old not myth? It's like this idea of the Japanese went over to Nigeria, or Nigerians went over to Japan, and that's why they like the names and stuff sound similar. Like, there's this whole thing about a black samurai, and that's why the
Okay,
newest.
I've heard the Black Samurai thing. I've definitely heard the Black Samurai thing. The Japan thing, I don't know if I've heard about that. I might have to.
There's this whole lore about it, and that's why there's Assassin's Creed coming out. That's like linking the two.
The bigger lore is from like China and Ghana as well. Like China, like there's a
Right.
whole swath of like, I guess, Ghanaian academics. Well, I say a swath. There's a good number of people that I know that like talk about Ghana and China and like the similarities between the languages.
Yeah,
Stuff like that.
it's mad. It's mad. But definitely, if you look at like Nigerian and well, obviously different tribes, different whatever. But like specifically in pronunciation of names and stuff, Nigerian and Japanese, you have these like what do the Chinese Japanese call it? Where it's like almost like bubbles around certain sounds. So like, I can't give you a good example.
We need Reggie Casual for this kind of conversation.
Partially, like there was some distinction, right? Because historically, there was a Japanese, you know what I'm saying, samurai and all of these other things, right? Or should I say a black samurai slash a Japanese person, or should I say a black person that was in Japan, that was a real person who lived, and they make him Nigerian or whatever, and he was like way taller than everybody else, all of these other things. But other parts of it comes from the fact that Japan has an Edo period, and also Nigeria, the region, has an Edo period as well. So like there's two Edo periods where like they were the biggest, like, you know what I'm saying, armies in the world, and it's like well, not armies in the world, but armies in the region, right? Or like principalities, if you want to call it that, right? So yeah, there's a good law that can be created based upon that, and
Yeah, I've never heard of it, so obviously
you don't know about the Japanese Edo period. Do you know about the Nigerian Edo period?
Yeah, but not the Japanese one.
Yeah.
Right, lads, I've got an interview in the morning, so I actually do have to go.
Do you?
So, and I've still not done this presentation for it. Actually, before I go, I need to know your guys' opinion on this.
That's cute.
Right? Because I am this close to not going to this interview.
Uh-oh.
And it's on Zoom, right? So that's how close I am. If you got to the last stage of an interview, right? No, second stage of an interview, there's another stage, right? And they said, we need a presentation on 2 of our clients. And then you're going to present that to the upper management. And then after you've done that, you're doing a 45-minute writing task for a PR company, right? I just feel like they're going to... It's dodgy, isn't it? Because I just feel...
steal it, aren't they?
Exactly.
That's such a fashion thing to do.
It's not even fashion, to be honest.
Is it not? Oh, it's even worse.
It's tech PR, which I think in some ways harder.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just feel like they're going to steal it, because it's like, why would you make me do that much at this early of an interview?
That feels like my CSM application process, where they told us to write this thing about how we would improve something, a certain brand. I can't remember. And I was thinking, CSM is definitely working with this company, and they're just going to use all our ideas.
You know what I'm saying?
And filter that back to the brand.
Do you want me to be so honest with you?
Go on.
There's so many intelligent people in tech that they don't see ideas like that. They care about implementation more than anything else.
Totally.
So,
I mean, I come from a tech background, but like, there was a moment where I was like,
steal an idea per se.
Yeah, but Dammy, like the presentation is literally like find 2. I'm not shooting you down. I agree with you, by the way. But the presentation is literally like find 2 journalists that would write about this brand, about this company that we work with. Why is the reasons why you would work with this? They would be good to write an article about this company, and then it's like what key articles have they written that would go well with with this company, and then on top of that, it's like write a ghost written article about that company that you would give to those. Yeah. That's what I'm getting at. Like, it's not even funny to the point where I'm like, it's like, I would agree, Damilare, I would normally agree completely, but for this one instance, I'm like, it's so specific of how much research they want me to do, where it's like, I feel like they're just going to rewrite it.
Yeah, no, I just know people that have like written whole tech stacks for companies and like have to do sandbox activities and stuff like that. So it's like,
yeah, like for instance, today, because I went for a consultant role, I had to do that, which that's completely different, because that's like a sandbox exercise where it doesn't go to a client and whatever, because I'm qualified to do that. But then because this is like PR, I'm a bit more dubious of it because I know what fashion's like, and I'm like, if tech PR is anything like fashion, then they're just going to use it. Do you know what I mean?
yeah, no, just well, at least for me, the way that I always present myself is like, one, always have ideas that are worth stealing, and then two, present yourself as someone with a lot more ideas than the idea that you're presenting.
Yeah, that's really good feedback, actually.
People like, people like to steal ideas, and that's literally going up the ladder in most corporations anyways. It's like your superior is going to take your idea.
Yeah, I love that. Thanks, chat.
My mom's listening and she said that sounds like bullshit and don't do it.
My mum has said the same, by the way, but the interview process for this company has been hard. Like, genuinely, I'm only on the second stage, and to get the first interview, I had 4 tests.
That's
fucking moving like Citibank.
But it depends on. It depends.
And guess
like,
what's
going on?
What band is it? Is it like a mid tier? Is it a senior role?
It's a senior role, but like the thing is, Dammy,
definitely not BS to me, honestly.
Yeah,
the senior roles are a bit rough.
That means you're getting
to be
senior
fair.
people money.
Yeah, I know, but then like it's like, for instance, I think I'm just comparing it because like when I was
let fashion jade you, man.
I know, but like, also the interview I had today, it was so much easier because you go in, cook your shit, like do it, and then they ask you a few questions, and they're like, cool, and like I'm pretty confident I'm going to get an offer. And when I tell you the money is considerably better, right? But in terms of like enjoyment, I think I would enjoy the job that I'm doing the interview for tomorrow more. But the process is just like still, I don't know. Yeah.
My thing is that the best jobs that like have the high satisfaction rate have the hardest interview processes, and the jobs that not many people want to do have a little bit of an easier process to do.
Well, yeah, because they know that it's a revolving door, so they need to just, get there quicker to replace like the person that just left.
Yeah, but Danny, I'm just gonna say now, the money difference is like 40k difference.
Yeah,
like
it's some of the mad. Some of the least enjoyable jobs are the most expensive jobs. It's like, okay, there are
because no one wants to do it.
Like, there's people that work in sanitations, and then there's bus drivers. People that work in sanitations make significantly more than bus drivers.
Do you know what though?
People don't want to work in sanitation.
I almost became a local bus driver. I actually thought about it.
That's cool.
I thought, because in my area they earn 50k.
Yeah.
And I was like, if I wanted to stay like outside of London,
50k is mad, you know.
Which company?
50k.
50k.
Do you know what I mean?
As a bus driver, that's insane. The one I know that pays a lot is like train drivers get paid a killing. That I do know. Train drivers make like 100k, 120k, 150k. Like they make money.
Once you're trained, for sure. But like, you start as one of those people in the little booths, which is what they don't.
Oh yeah, of course. Like, but once you're driving those trains,
yeah.
And did you know, if you're on the tube, if you're a driver for the tube, and you have 2 suicides, I know this is really dark, but they pay you for life, and you don't have to work again. Mad. And on that note, I'm off.
Yeah, 50k is a lot for the UK. So like the average wage in the UK, I think, is like maybe like 30 something K. It'll be
It's
around
Or
there.
bus
32K.
driver is
Is
like
it 32K? Yeah, but
if
that 32K is dragged up by all the tycoons who live in London and like like make
think the-
stupid salaries that they pay themselves through their companies.
So to put into I'm so Yancy, like the lowest income for a full-time worker should be 24K in the UK now. And
we know
when
that's not true.
which is not true, but if you took out London wages and the billionaires and things, the average income in the UK is about 27 to 28K.
I think it might even be less if you take out London, to be fair.
Do you think?
Yeah, if you take out London, that average is flying down.
Yeah, it's wild. Anyway, I am
because
going
most
now,
of the
sorry.
wealth in the UK is in the southeast. So
Yeah, mad. Right. Have a good night, guys. Sorry.
you too. So yeah, like 50K is not in America though. People make more money than us. That's just facts. Like so, what will be a big wage in the UK will be a small wage in the US because if you think about it, the UK is a tiny island. There's not that many customers if you have a business. Like it's not a big market. The US is a massive market. So if you have a business, or think of all the states that are easily accessible and all that sort of stuff. So you just any business probably make more money in America, which is why they can pay more and blah blah blah. So no, Americans definitely make way more money than the guys in the UK. We are broke compared to Americans.
Yeah, it depends though, because like
yeah,
I know people that are working in San Francisco earning 350K and they're broke.
But that I think what it is, I think expenses in the US are insane, bro. Because something that I was learning, because obviously I told you I was like considering moving to the US. So I've been doing loads of research. Now, I was like, okay, what happens if I buy a property in the US? Like, what's the tax system like? These men have property tax and it's based on the value of your house. I said, what? So if your house is worth, let's say 10 million, not saying that I can afford that, but like every year you have to pay property tax. That's a percentage of the cost of that house. I was like, no wonder these people are broke. What the hell?
So it's like
that's crazy.
Then you have to think about
in the UK when you buy your house,
region.
you buy your house. That's it. You just pay council tax, which is nowhere near like.
There's regional also where it's like when you're in New York, what you pay is different than when you're in Jersey, and that's like interstate. Like that's within the state, isn't it? So it's like you know, there's just differences. So like, and then you obviously have to pay healthcare, you have to pay for insurance and all of these other things. Before you know it, whatever 60, 100, 250K that you're spending, you know, it comes to something that's a good.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like, you know, when you watch all those like TV shows where like Americans talk about money and they're like, oh, 200K is not much. I'm just thinking, in what if you have 200K, like $200,000, however much that is in pounds, maybe like 160K or something. If you have 160K in London, you're balling out of control. And London is not even a cheap place to live, it's expensive, but like you are literally balling out of damn control if you make that kind of money.
Whenever I think about money and like how it's perceived, I always think about locale and contextually, because I know some people that work in like private equity and things like that, but they make like, you know, in the hundreds of Ks, but they also have to live in central London and be a walk's distance away from their work. So then that 100 or that even 80K maybe starting salary turns into, you know, a day, what's it called, daily or weekly wage of like I don't know, like £500 maybe they have when they're starting out. So it's like, but obviously you got bonuses and all of these other things that are on top of that, and like then there's the glass ceiling that appears before you after 10 years of working in a certain place. So it's just different. Like, because I know people that have risen to VP in like 10 to 15 years, but then ask me, or should I say ask them, if they're getting hired in that in 20 years, 25 years. So it's like you can have all of these promotions and all of these things really quickly, which is why like I enjoy America in a way where it's like you can rise in the ranks really quickly in certain areas if you've got like merit, but at the same time people always end up, or should I say, let me just say, the people that I know, especially the black guys that I know, right, which is who I know generally in these certain areas, they end up being a glass ceiling at around 35, and then when it hits like 45, they really like kick into higher gear. So yeah,
Right.
it's just dependent on the locale and like what you
Price
have
of
to do for that money.
healthcare. It's a small salary if you have mild health issues.
Yeah, man. What's the like? I
That's
wanna
one
know
thing
what the
we take
locale
for
is.
granted, bro. Because think about it this way: I fractured my fingers playing basketball. I went to A&E immediately. I got to have when I got there, the X-ray section was empty, so I got an X-ray in like seconds. And they're like, "Oh, you've got a fractured finger. Here's like what you need to do." And that was it. Like rapid, didn't cost me any money. As bad as NHS is, it's still like, bro, in America, the same issue. Wow.
Yeah, you have to pay for the
Wow.
X-ray machine. You have to pay for the
Wow.
Boob
The
helmet,
X-ray, they're like
bandage your finger,
$2,000 for an X-ray. Like,
pay for some
damn.
bandages. You know what I'm saying? God forbid you need an MRI scan. Then,
Yeah,
bro,
I've heard the MRI scans in the US are like mad expensive,
bro, every
which
time I
is
go
like
to hospital,
insane.
I need an MRI scan. Like,
Same. Like the tiniest
so
injury, I'm like, nah, I need an MRI. I'm not leaving unless I get an
yeah.
MRI. You need to check it.
I don't know about that. But yeah. It gets like that sometimes. I need an MRI scan. It's
Especially a
hilarious.
sports injury. Like I twisted my ankle recently playing basketball. So all these injuries, always basketball. But anyway, I'm going to A&E maybe in a few days, and I'm gonna ask them for the MRI like immediately. Like, oh no, I need an MRI. I don't care what you're
Asking
talking
for
about.
an MRI is hilarious, by the way. I can't lie to you.
It's because
But
the doctors waste your time. Like the doctors will start asking you stupid questions like, "Oh, so how did you twist it? What was the circumstance? What time was it?"
oh
And
mate, all of those questions.
they're just wasting time because they just want to tell you, "Oh, all you need is ibuprofen." So I just milk it. I'm like, "Oh, my leg is in so much pain. It feels like it's gonna fall off," so that they give me the MRI.
That's funny, bro. No, like, so my thing is like, because I know the way that I live and how like low my expenses are currently, and if I like, and so it's the what if I had 500k, but
Yeah.
what do I have to do to get that money, and where am I living for that money? And if those things don't marry up, yeah, it's hard. Which is why, like now, I love that people get to work from home and like get to negotiate pay, because if your home office is now a satellite office, then your company should pay for your electricity
Shout out to
and the
Al. That's
computers that
how
you use.
Al was able to travel the world.
Yeah, because like companies are saying, oh, considering you're not traveling, well, traveling is the least of expenses if you have to use electricity and Wi-Fi and all of these other things. So like I love like talking to my corporate friends about how those negotiations should generally go, because they really genuinely want to pay people that work from home less, and I don't believe that they should. And I think like you should really milk the idea that, yo, I need a beast computer. Give me an iMac, or else I can't do my job properly. Like if you're in a creative field, I need an iMac, or I need
I
like
did that
a
though. Do you
MacBook
know what's?
Pro.
Let me tell you a funny ass story. Yeah. So one of the first jobs I did, I was like a junior content creator for this
Yeah.
company. And to be fair, they had no equipment. And I knew that my personal equipment wasn't good enough. So I just told them, because this company, they make so much money. They're one of the biggest companies in Europe. So I just told them, you know what? You need to get this camera and this lens and this lens and this stuff. And because they just had so much money, they're not going to ask. They don't know. They were buying cinema production level camera equipment. And then when I got fired, they were on a vibe of, well, we don't need it anymore, so you keep it. And I was like, me keep it? Do you know how much this shit is? Obviously, I didn't tell them that. But I was like, do these guys know how much this stuff is worth? So immediately, obviously, I took it with me and I sold it. And that was kind of what I used to buy even newer camera equipment that I'm still using till today.
That's crazy. So yeah, no,
So
everyone should negotiate for the best computers and all of these other things, so long as your company doesn't know how expensive it is. Because I've heard that if certain jobs give you a Lenovo, then you are working your butt off for that.
No,
Or
that's
like
facts.
if
If
they give you a
you've got
Surface Pro,
if you've got
they
the
want you.
the rusty computer work is nice. If they're giving you
Yeah.
the
Don't
MacBook
let them
Pro, yeah,
don't let them give you a Surface
they're
Pro.
gonna be
Where,
calling you at midnight.
bro, they want you on call 24/7. I need my MacBook Pro, and I need it like because I know people that like do creative work and they have a MacBook Pro and all of these other things, but they're on call 24 hours a day, and then like if their work calls them at 11 p.m. to redo a design, then they're up at 11 p.m. redoing the design till 4 o'clock in the morning for the drop at 9 a.m. And to me, that's mad because I can't be living my life like that. Literally, physically, I can't do that. Like I
Wait,
like what I do now.
doctors visit for the MRI referral. The MRI itself, the facilities charge, parking in some cases. The doctor who reads the MRI, and the follow-up appointment with your doctor plus any treatment. God damn. This is why the doctors are so rich. They're scam artists. Oh my god. Hospitals charge you $100 for 800 milligrams of ibuprofen. My word. These times you just walk into Asda or Sainsbury's and
I
get
don't
like
think doctors.
ibuprofen for like £5.
Yeah, ibuprofen for £5. Ibuprofen is like 80p or something. Well, no, that's
Well, even
paracetamol.
actually it's less, but ibuprofen is slightly more expensive. But yeah. If you get the £5, it's like the designer ibuprofen.
Yeah, that's the
bro.
designer
Like,
with the sugar coat and the,
capsules, everything.
you know what I'm saying? 400 milligram, 100 like 100 in a box with the brand name Sudafed.
But yeah,
like,
what people are saying about the property taxes, during my research of the US, this was the craziest thing to me. The property tax thing is what, like, bro, every single year it's a percentage of the property's value and the value of the properties around you. And as someone said earlier, like if the government want to push you out, they can just start switching up the property taxes. Whereas in the UK, property tax is basically stamp duty, really. That's what it is. Like you pay stamp duty when you buy a house, but it's a one-time payment and that's it. So but it's a big sum though, but it's not constant. So like stamp duty is like a percentage of the value of the house, which is obviously our property tax, I guess. But you pay it once. In America, you're paying that year in, year out, year in, year out. Yeah. That's insane.
I remember when I wanted to move to SF, I also partially wanted to move to Atlanta, and where else? I wanted to move to Austin, Texas, and then I wanted to move to. Well, I was looking at jobs in like these areas, right? And I was looking at jobs in Miami, and I was looking at jobs in New York City, right? And it just didn't.
It's just the wages that make it so attractive. You look at the number, and you're like,
it doesn't make sense.
For this job that I'm doing in the UK, that I make £60,000, I can make 200k in the US.
Yeah,
and it just seems so like attractive, doesn't it?
But then I was like, because I know of the type of health I have, I need the most quality healthcare at all times. So I'm like, I don't even, and plus I need like my luxuries, which is like I like to Uber everywhere, and like I like to, go places easily, and there's certain areas that you can't do that.
America's too big to be Ubering everywhere. I feel like it's just going to cost too much.
It's responsible. And in Austin, Texas, you have to drive. Like,
facts.
It's probably easier to get a license out in America, to be fair, but you do have to drive. Like, it's probably easier to drive yourself. And when I wanted to do, when I was in animation, like this was when I was like 20.
Yeah.
When I was doing animation, it was like, San Diego, California. Like, as an intern, you had to drive. Like, because you're a runner, so you're running around the city, Cali, to get things for people.
It said 120k of the 200k is housing. And that's the thing, like London is expensive, but I just feel like parts of the US, that stuff is different. Like their expenses are just completely different.
American. See, I think even with their expenses, American like wages or salaries are better.
They are.
The upwards mobility is still a little bit better also, because America is just made for certain types of people. Like let's like partially certain Nigerians that like to work hard, but
Yeah.
then there's just all the other things that come around with it. So it's like, I don't know, man. Like,
But like, there's just certain figures that like are wild. Like in America, people say 100K like it's water. Like in the UK, 100K is steep.
yeah,
100,000 pounds in the UK. What?
This is the thing.
You're
like, for what
balling out
you
of
do,
control. Like
like
you're balling out of control.
as a content creator, you should be making like 60K per job. But in the UK, it's like if they're giving you 60K, you're there for like a year and a half working for them. It's like
Fact. In America, content creators get paid so much money, it doesn't even make sense.
yeah.
But in the UK, it's not the same. But no, like 100K here is different. Like I'm telling you guys, 100K here is different. Like you can, with 100K here, you could literally live in central London comfortably, like cut so comfortably.
You could.
You're not even going to break a sweat. That's like insane. That's actually insane.
There are some places in central London now where it's like a shoebox that you're renting. So like yeah. Like, but you could like if you take like let's say after taxes and all of that stuff, let's say you take 24K of that, and for a year per year, like let's just say you're renting a place for 24K a year, you're living good. And most places aren't even 24K a year.
Like 24K is like you're living somewhere fancy.
Yeah, we're living somewhere mad fancy.
24K a year, you're living
still
somewhere
have, like,
nice.
60K to play with. That's why so many
If
people
you're spending like 24K to like 30K, you're living in, you know, those new flats in Woolwich with the ocean view.
Ooh.
Like the
no, it's not just ocean, it's Thames side. They call it
the Thames view, Thames side. Those are the flats with the Thames view. Then obviously there's a swimming pool downstairs. There's a gym downstairs. There's a lounge upstairs. What?
They're so 30K. Rude for that, by the way. I know what Woolwich. I know what you are, fam. I know what you are, Woolwich. You can't play with me. Woolwich is mad.
It's estate developers. They just came and they started making all these fancy flats. I'm like, Thames View.
Thames View is crazy.
That's crazy that 100K is middle class in the States. In the UK, there's definitely not middle class if you're. Well, it's middle class, but it's like it's the upper side of middle class. But it also depends. If you're an individual making that, then you're way above middle class. But if you have a family, then it gets a bit techie.
Yeah.
If 100K on a family, I don't want to say it's not enough because that's a slap in the face of the people that have families and live on less. But to be honest, if you want to live decently, then you'll be scraping by. Like if you want your kids to like have a few extracurricular activities and like all these things.
My thing
you're just about
it does depend because like let's say because there are most dual income households do make around like 80, 90 to 100K a year. But if you're the sole breadwinner with that 100K, it does feel a little bit tense after you having like 2 kids, maybe 3, which is why our generation is like are having kids so late, to be fair, because we do the mathematics. I don't think we should.
It's just harder to like. It's harder to buy a house. It's harder to do everything, which is why like kids and like marriage and all that stuff is not even in my purview. It's just like, what? Let me at least like sort myself out first before I even think about all of that stuff.
You should have a family though. To be
fair. Class in the UK is not just about money. That's true. I think the UK is a bit different because obviously class is also about the family that you're born into and like all these other things. Like, was your father a lord and like all this other shit? So yeah, it's not just about money because there's people who are quote unquote upper class where they don't have a lot of money, so they have all these titles and shit, and their family are from royalty, but they literally don't have any money. But they have like assets, so like they'll have this like manor house that's like really expensive, but they have nothing else, so they just live in this manor house and it's like deteriorating, but they can't afford to like fix it or renovate it because they don't have the money to do that. But then they refuse to sell the house because that's the last remnant of their royalty. It's like quite funny actually.
And so they just live in like a little section and they only buy that little section of the house. Those manner people are. Don't worry, I see. I
Those
know who
manner
you
people
are
are
as well, by the way.
hilarious.
I
We
know
know who you are.
I don't know just Woolwich. I know who you man as well, fam. Like you man think you. I see your game. You know what I like though? You know what's interesting? I recently came back from Nigeria, innit? And
Yeah.
I was just thinking, making the money that I make now in Nigeria.
No, Nigeria, you're living like a king, bro. That's crazy.
It's wild,
The exchange
bro.
rate is disgusting. Like, bro, I'm going to Nigeria in November. When I tell you I'm doing up lifestyle, bro.
If
Like,
you
I'm
bring
actually
like
I'm going to lose myself.
no, if you bring like just £1,000 to Nigeria,
£1,000 is like, bro, that's a
it's
lot.
2 million. It's like
Yeah.
2.5.
I think it's more than that now.
It
These
might
days.
be a little bit more, but like
This exchange rate.
it's just guessing around.
Let me actually
You're
see.
making like 2. Let's say it's 2.5, right? Boy, what you can do for 2.5 is mad. And then like if you're like us,
Okay, right now £1,000 is 2 million naira, like 1.942 million.
Yeah. So let's just say now that you have family in Nigeria and you don't need to pay for where you're living, and then maybe the family has a driver, maybe not. It doesn't really matter because the driver is gonna be like 60k anyway, or like let's not even 60k, like 50k for your stay or something like that, depending on like how good your driver is and where you're living. So now you've got at least 1.8 left to play with. And then let's say you're tipping everybody, that's 10k maybe.
The tips aren't going anywhere because you're giving the policeman 1k and the like. It's not even like that.
You know what I'm saying? So
it's not even like that.
Once you think about all of those little things, bro, you're living like somebody else, fam. You're living like somebody else.
So the area boys are gonna have me on ransom.
Listen, this is the thing, right? You have to know how to move in Nigeria because, like, people.
I mean, I lived in Nigeria for 7 years. I definitely know how to move.
People say
That's
that
funny.
People will try to kidnap you in Nigeria, but like, not really. Like, I remember I was at Fellow Strand, yeah, and like, these guys are just guys trying to make money. Like at the end of the day, I don't know about how they treat white people out there, but like. They're just guys trying to make money, just like everyone else, fam. You know what I'm saying? It's like these guys are like cool people, and like where Fellow Strand is, anyways, is like actually like an affluent area. So yeah, in my opinion, I love Nigeria, man, for all it's worth. There's nothing about Nigeria.
Obviously, Nigeria has its mad. The thing about Nigeria though is that like you can't because obviously there's a massive like class divide.
Yeah.
It's either you're living nice or you're just suffering in complete poverty, and there's no middle really. There's like a budding middle class that's like buzzing right now. But like when I lived in Nigeria, the middle class didn't exist. That's like a new thing because of new industries that have been opened.
I wouldn't like. Okay, there is a massive wealth divide. I'm not going to discount that because there is, right? And then you've got the international lot. That's like me. And like you, like you live in the UK, but you can buy a ticket tonight.
And then you bring the pound sterling to Nigeria.
It's just different, but like I do know people, like because I was asking people, right? Like it's not common to do this. I'm just a nosy Parker, so like I was asking people, how much money do you make in a month? Like because I know this is not normal. Like I was buying meals for like 20k and 50k and stuff like that. I was like, I know
you're balling.
This isn't no.
This guy was living like a chief.
In my
50k meals.
No, in the UK brain, yeah. Okay, this is the thing. Like we just said that £1,000 is like 2 mil in Nigeria. So like 50k is probably like I don't know, £10 to us maybe or something.
I know, but you can't do it that way.
You can't. So, but no, this is what I'm saying.
That.
This is what I'm saying. So I was doing that, and they were thinking that as well, and I was like, bro,
they're thinking you're a money man.
I know this is not normal. You can't play me like this is normal. I don't care whether I'm on vacation. Like, take me to a normal place with normal food so that I can see how much it is, please. Because like, you know, this like, so I get it, but at the same time, it's like it's like
Yeah,
the duality
thinking
of
that way
life.
is going to get you into trouble in Nigeria. If you think, well, this cost, I don't know, 50k, the equivalent of that in pounds is £10. Yeah, I normally spend £10 on a meal in London. You can't do that because in Nigeria, you get hit with costs that you don't get hit with in the UK. And if you're not careful,
I've never done that, man. Like I couldn't.
yeah, because when the generator packs up and you have to call a mechanic to come and fix the generator and you need to buy diesel for your generator, or they go on petrol strike and now you have to start begging people to and paying overpriced like
That's
diesel
crazy.
fuel just so you can fuel your generator so you have electricity. It's different, bro. So
I don't even know about that because
it's
there is
different.
something called solar power right now in Nigeria, where it's like if
Well, you have to have the money to set up the solar power, though. So I'm just saying, because
No,
you're
I'm
not
joking.
setting up you're not
But-
setting up solar power in the UK. So that's already a deficit already.
Wait, what do
So
you mean
that's
by
what I'm
that?
saying. That's why. So it's a deficit in
Wait.
terms of you've already. Let's say you move to Nigeria like permanently, and you have to.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, let me install like solar panels on my house. That's loads of money that you wouldn't have had to spend in the UK already. So you're already in a deficit. So that's why you can't compare costs in the
It
UK to
depends.
Nigeria.
Well, yeah, I wasn't saying that in the first place, but I'm like the reality of building a house in Nigeria is expensive anyways. And like it just depends to me if that person is building the house. Because I don't like some people aren't building their houses in Nigeria sometimes. They're buying their houses
facts.
in like let's say they're buying their house in VI or something like that. Like
Man said VI. He didn't even say anywhere like calm. Man said VI.
bro, I don't know what to tell you, bro. I don't know what to tell you. These people aren't thinking about
Toasting, you're right. This man said VI. Like he said Victoria Island.
Wait. You guys think that I lived in Banana Islands for the majority of the time there? That's actually kind of wild. I spent most of my time in
He said
IB.
Victoria Island. That's crazy.
Most of my time was spent in IB, so I don't even know what you're talking about.
For people that don't know, like context, all the rich people in Nigeria live in VI, which is Victoria Island. Just for the context.
Like I didn't live in VI, to be fair. Like I lived but there are people that are making houses in VI, and like if somebody's buying a house in Nigeria and they're just a random person that doesn't know anything, they're gonna think, oh, a beachfront property for 50k pounds. But in reality, in Naira, that is mad money.
Right.
That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. So it's like they're buying a house for billions, but in reality, like, you know what I'm saying? So yeah. But that's just the reality of like a random person. But I lived in IB for the majority of my time there, and I think it was like, you know, we had solar power there and as well. Yeah, I lived in Olu. Yeah. I was about to say where I lived, but yeah, don't matter. But yeah,
don't bait it out. These Nigerian scammers are on different kind of timing, bro.
Yeah,
don't bait out where you were.
This is a stream that's about to live for the rest of my life on the internet. So,
yeah, thanks, because I thought it was Virgin Islands. Nah. When Nigerians say VI, they mean Victoria Island, definitely.
They definitely mean that.
Like
I don't even know what
any
Virgin
VI.
Islands is. I don't even know what that
They
is.
definitely mean Victoria Island.
But the mansions in VI are crazy, by the way.
No, houses in Nigeria are insane, bro. Like they're insane. Like everyone has a swimming pool damn near. Like everyone has these massive ass gates with the massive ass like ceilings with the electrical wired fences and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I can promise you, Queen Victoria has nothing on any of these houses that are in Nigeria right now. I swear to you. Shout out to British architecture, but no, bro.
I've told people about my experience living in Nigeria. It's like a culture shock because me growing up in London, you think that like London is it, and then I moved to Nigeria, and to be fair, I didn't really know what I expected when I moved to Nigeria, and I was just thinking, I don't know, it's just like it's Nigeria. It's like, okay, I know this is where I'm from, but I don't really know much about this country anyway. And then I go there, and it's just like massive ass mansions and like people having yacht parties and people going jet skiing on the coast. And I was like, what? This is lit.
What state did you live in?
Liddy.
Are you from? Not living. Are you from? Again?
So my mum's from Ondo State.
All right, yeah.
And my dad's from Malaysia.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but I never lived in Malaysia. When I first went to Nigeria, I lived in Ondo for 2 years, and then after that, I lived in Lagos for like a bit, and then I lived in Abuja for the last like 2 years. So I went around. I've seen different parts of Nigeria.
That last 2 years, you were rich, because I know all of the rich people lived in Nigeria. So, yeah.
I wasn't rich, bro. My dad, he started working in Abuja, so he transferred his work from the UK to Abuja. So I just went to live with him.
See, you guys don't know the subtle flexes that Nigerians can do. And living in AB is one of them. Like, living in Abuja is a
bro. Not everywhere in Abuja is expensive, bro.
I personally couldn't live there because I don't have long money like that. But people think Lagos is the one. No. Abuja is the one for sure. Like if you've got money, you live more north. Like that's what I do to Nigeria. It's like the more like, but no, like living in mainland Lagos is definitely different than living on the island in Lagos. I do like the island though. The island is kind of calm. But
the island is okay, but it just depends where you are on the island, because you don't want to be like all the parties and events basically happen close to VI anyway. So if you're on the mainland, you just want to be close to like Third Mainland Bridge where you can get there easily. And if you're on the island, you want to be close to VI. If you can still be on the island, but be so far it takes you mad long. So it just depends. Because where I live in Lagos, which I'm not gonna say,
of course.
It's quite far out. It's still on the island, but it's quite far out from like VI and stuff. So when I go to events, I have to stay over at friends' houses and stuff.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? You said Third Mainland Bridge, but that place gets blocked, right?
Of course it does.
I don't like the traffic on there at all.
Lagos traffic is disgusting.
That's the most horrible traffic I've ever. Actually, that is the one knock. It's not really a knock because I hate traffic.
I'm so used to it though. It's like maybe because obviously when I lived in Lagos, but it's just like
the traffic on Third Mainland Bridge. I just didn't like at all. Like
you have to time it, bro. You have to time. You see, this is why. But this is why it's good because obviously because I went to school in Nigeria, I just know so many people. So it's like if I'm going to an event in Lagos. And I know it's going to be at, let's say, 2 a.m. or 1 a.m. What I'll do is I'll pick a time that's so off-peak. Like, there's no such thing as off-peak time in Lagos, to be fair. But, more off-peak time is, like 2 p.m. Or if you want to go really early, like, you could do a 5 a.m. shift, but that's dangerous. I ain't going nowhere at no 5 a.m. Before someone stops me at gunpoint in the middle of the road.
That is wild.
But bright sunlight, 2 p.m., that kind of stuff before the work stuff or before the school runs, because the school runs make it peak. The school runs in Lagos are insane. So I'll go like 1:30, 1, 2, and I'll go to my friend's house that lives closest there and then just chill with my friend until the event and then come back at the same off-peak time the next day. So that's how I always run. That's how I run it in Lagos.
That's a 24-hour journey. But bro, that's a 24-hour day out. I don't know how much money you have. I don't have the type of money that my battery of my phone is gonna be lost in 24 hours.
But bro, my friends have chargers in their house.
I don't care. That means I also have to eat. Like
it's not costing me money, just the Uber to their house and that's it.
And then, but my thing is like, okay, Third Mainland Bridge, the worst traffic I've experienced.
Yes, I have been to the shrine.
Between 8. Wait, were you talking about me? Oh, no, they said.
I think she was asking me, but yeah, I've been to the shrine. Yeah, I know you went there as well, right?
Yeah. 8 and 10 p.m. on that bridge. And then
8, 10 p.m. on the bridge. You're asking for trouble, bro. Third Mainland Bridge at 10 p.m.
Yeah.
That's an L.
I've only been on the bridge at the wrong time twice, right? And I took that bridge many times, right? But I knew I was on the bridge at the wrong time. I just knew I was on the bridge at the wrong time. But yeah, I was just like, all right, cool. This is what we're gonna have to do because I'm not
Partying
really
in
trying to-
Lagos is crazy. It's wild. It's insane.
I
It's
don't know.
insane.
How crazy is it really?
Wait, Tosin
Because
said he's at a butcher's like Knightsbridge. Nah, man.
yeah, it is like Knightsbridge.
Tosin, you're bugging.
Thank you for saying that.
He
Because
said
it
a
is.
butcher's like Knightsbridge. That's crazy.
Yeah, no.
I
Like,
mean,
see,
I
I
went
like
to school
Tosin.
with rich kids. I went to school with rich kids, but I wasn't one of them. So I went to school with people who I went to school with the vice president's daughter, and obviously she was rich as hell. Like her money was long, but like I'm not the vice president's son. I'm not living that kind of
Why?
lifestyle.
No, you okay? You wasn't
Bro,
a
I'm
rich
telling
kid
you,
then.
bro.
You're a rich
I'm
kid
I'm
now.
telling you, yeah.
Stop. You may
Until
not be a
my real
nepo
last name
baby.
is
No,
Dangote.
no. You know what? Let's. You know what? It's not really an agenda, but I'm gonna run it anyways. Don't let Ayo make you believe that he's a working class grinding his fingers. Those finger injuries are from his leisure activities. Okay, he did not get them fighting a war. Okay, he did not get them picking up bricks and moving them places. He got
That's
them.
funny.
He got them playing sport. Okay,
He said leisure activities.
don't. He might as well have been playing lacrosse.
Oh my god.
Like, that is
No, guys, let me tell you, like, I'm a humble guy. See, when I lived in Abuja, right, I was one of the few people that used to walk to school. Everyone else, they were driving a Mercedes or their Bentley or their Porsche to school, or their drivers would take them to school. I used to walk to school. But the only reason why I used to get away with all this stuff, because in Nigeria, like, our culture is so elitist, it's disgusting. The only reason why I got away with all this stuff is because I sounded English. If I didn't sound English, there's no way I would get away with walking to school when everyone else is driving Bentleys.
Yeah,
Like, and they wouldn't see me as less than. The only reason why is because of my accent, to be fair. That was like my saving grace my whole time in Nigeria. Because I was more broke than everyone. Like, everyone had more money than me, like, literally, no joke. So I was vibing just by sounding English. That was my vibes. That was honestly my vibe.
like, okay, there's a plus side and there's a negative side to having an English accent though out there. I don't know whether the plus outweigh the negatives yet. I do have to see more. But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I remember there were some areas though where I was like really being British. I just knew where to be British, right? So see, this is my problem. Because anytime
Exactly, coach. I'm literally streaming from my parents' living room. That's facts.
Anytime. Wait.
I don't lie to people. I'm not promoting false narratives and living standards.
Wait. Why are you saying IOs are broke? Okay, you know what? I don't care. Like, he said the vice president's daughter, though. He didn't say she was making 6 figures while doing her GCSEs. He did not say that. So
no, but
yeah.
she had an allowance, though. She had an allowance.
Okay. My thing is, wait, what was my point? I was making a good point, a good agenda point as well. My agenda is about to get so strong right now, you don't even get it. Like, you don't get But yeah, no. Shout out to so I knew when to put on my English accent, right? And then when I should let my native speak, because I knew whenever it was about money, I'm not speaking. Like, don't even speak to me. Like, speak to my friend over here. I don't even, like, I remember the first time I spoke and they heard me being British, I was like, wait, you want me to pay more than these guys because I'm not from here? You must be out of your mind. I'm leaving. Like,
Something a cement tycoon.
You know what? I'll actually tell you.
I'm
what
not
it
from the
is.
Dangote family.
Cement tycoon is hilarious, fam. Yeah,
People
I
think my
like.
surname is Dangote. Like, what's going on here? Cement
It's-
tycoon. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
it's Ojo Dangote. That's what it is. He's got a hyphen up. It's a hyphen.
That's funny.
He's got. But yeah, like it was at the museum of all places. They asked me to pay double because I was from England. I was like, I'm walking away, and I started leaving, and a curator came and got me, and he was like, no, you're not paying double. That's not what it is. Da-da-da-da. He was wrong. He was just messing with you. And yeah, we went to the museum. I saw everything, but yeah, like I said, you know what? From now on, nobody's gonna take me for a ride. That was like my first day out there as well. I was like, no.
Yeah, you can't use it like. This is why sometimes when I'm with my friends who come to visit Nigeria from like the UK, every time we're going to buy something, we're trying to get a taxi, I tell them, shut the fuck up. Let me do the talking. Don't open your mouth because the price is about to go up 10x. So then I come, speak Yoruba, then I'll be pricing it down. And Nigerians, they're stubborn. So let's say they tell me it's 2,000 naira and I price it down to like 600. Then they'll be like, I can't do that. Then I'll be like, go. And then they drive and then they start reversing. And I'm like, okay, we good, guys. We good. And then they hear the guy start speaking in an English accent and the guy's shocked. Like, what? These English people made...
Bro. Yeah, no, there's no way. Because, like, one, I'm not trying to speak into my Nigeria accent regardless of anything. Just for price. I'm just too stubborn for that. I'll be real. Like I'm too stubborn to not be British around American people also, and like it's just one of those things. I'll be real. Like I know it's bad of me, but whatever.
No,
like,
you're supposed to switch it up.
I know you're
switch it
supposed
up.
to conform or like, yeah, no. I'm like, because the times I need to be British, I guess what.
You can't.
Fucking Brit.
Nigerians can see that stuff all over you anyway. I can speak all the Yoruba I want. When they see me, they see someone who is not from here. Like they just look at you. They're like, you look too fresh. You're not. You can't be from here.
No,
like
this is the thing.
You can't be actively living here. You just look fresh. Like that's and they're right though. They can tell.
I had clothes that, put me into the scenery. But when I didn't want to be in the scenery, I would wear my full leather fit. And I felt fly as well. You know what I'm saying? So, I felt like a superstar. Everybody wanted to say hello to me. Cool. But, like, I took the good with the bad. And I don't even think it's bad to be there. Like, bargaining with Nigerians is literally part of the culture. Like, if the policeman tries to stop you and, like, tries to ask you for a bribe, then, yeah, you're supposed to try and put that money down, regardless of anything. Don't let that policeman take you for a ride. For sure, Ski. I find it so cool. I find it cool negotiating with
I love Nigeria, man. Nigeria is so much fun. All these people saying I'm a direct descendant of
Oh, thank you, Urbans. Yes.
See, what you guys need to understand, let me just tell you how it went. So I have parents that really value education.
Don't say.
No, it's not even that.
Oh,
it's not even that. So I have parents that really value education. So my parents were bending over backwards trying to like find or pull money together to send me to school in Nigeria because I went to a private school that was relatively quite expensive. And I think partially they like slightly got into debt because of it, but obviously they're out of it now. But the problem is when you go to school like that, there's people like me who my parents just really value my education, so they would do that. And then you're in school with other kids who their parents just pay for that stuff easily. So then that's why I keep saying that, I'm trying to beat the allegations and I'm failing. That's why I keep saying I was broke.
What does Burna Boy say?
Compared to those kids.
What does Burna Boy say? Explain tire. No evidence. No evidence.
Do you know what's funny? Burna Boy actually went to my school. That's the
Don't-
funny thing.
Urbans, don't let him beat the allegations. Ever. Wallahi tallahi. I don't
Well, no,
care.
boy actually went to my school. That's jokes.
The oil baron allegation should stand forever.
That's
and ever.
funny. But
What's
bro,
it,
I'm
Chanel?
telling you, I was more broke until today. I'm more bro. The kids I went to school with, yeah. Right now, none of them work. They all live in like Mayfair, and they're just doing up lifestyle. I don't even know what they do. They're like on Monday they're in Miami, on Tuesday they're in Jamaica, and you're like, what do you even do?
That's
Like,
fair.
let me even. No, that's literally all the people I went to
That's
school with. Like,
cool.
no joke.
I'm trying to live like that, to be fair. If I didn't want to make something of myself, the other thing would be as unimportant and leisurely as possible. Like, after being in
Yeah.
Nigeria, like, I realized that like I love being on vacation in Nigeria.
Right.
Like, everywhere else in like the world feels like work apart from Nigeria. So I'm gonna try find different countries where like it just doesn't feel like work. Because like, if I'm in Milan, it's work. If I'm in New York, it's work. If I'm in Paris, it's work. You know what I'm saying? If I'm going to Japan, I'm probably gonna do some work, as in like go to Japanese stores, try and make.
You're
some
saying
Japanese
it's rest,
connections.
bro. In Nigeria, like I told you, I'm going to Nigeria in November, bro. And when I'm in Nigeria, the only thing I won't be doing, because the internet is techie, so I'm just gonna like make loads of videos and then just like schedule them for when I come back. But like, bro, you can't not work, especially in like my line of work, like content creation. You can't just like take 2 weeks off and just be out of the loop completely.
I'm sorry.
I need like impossible.
I've literally worked for 6 months. I needed that 2 weeks.
Impossible.
Well, actually, no, I was there for 3 weeks. So I needed that 3 weeks.
Yeah.
There's nothing in the world, like, because obviously, as soon as I got off the plane, I slept, I woke up and went to work. It wasn't even 12 hours. So like, I work, like, that's literally what I do for like my lifestyle. I'm just a workaholic.
Fact, bro. Facts.
That 2 week period where I decided to not work and not pick up my pen or pencil or paintbrush or anything like that, or like my computer, and say, all right, let me write something, you know what I'm saying? That was enjoyable. And I want Nigeria to be that for me. Like, I don't want my home to be another place that I work, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, when I'm in Nigeria, there will be no streams, no way. But Nigerian internet stream. Haha, that's funny.
To be fair, I did one time I did actually want to come on your stream in Nigeria and see how my internet was, but because I was dedicated to being on vacation,
that would have been tacky, bro.
Yeah, because I was dedicated to being on vacation, I decided against it. I did, like, because your streams during my vacation was actually cool.
See, I'm not even going to Nigeria for vacation. Like, yes, I'm going to see my family members, but I'm not even going for vacations for work.
Why are you going for vacation? Why are you?
Because I'm going for work.
Why do you want to go to Nigeria for work?
Because basically there's someone who is like trying to get into the fashion industry and like trying to make content. So I thought, okay, what I'll do for you is I'll pay you, and like I'm going to Nigeria to train the person on how to edit my videos, right? So basically I'm going to pay them, like, no, not Lagos Fashion Week. It's someone really close to me that I'm basically training to be an editor.
So you can't train me, no.
He said, I can't train you. Bro, you're doing whatever you're doing. You're a busy man. So that's actually why I'm going. So obviously I'm going to use it as an opportunity to see my family, but for the most part, every day is just going to be like, okay, like, this is how you have to do this, and this is how you have to do that, and this is how you have to do that, and this is how you have to do this. Train Micah to edit. Oh my word. Good luck with that.
Micah can edit, sort of. But to edit like IO edits is different, to be fair. He does have like an editing style. So yeah.
Yeah. So how are they going to edit on that Wi-Fi? Don't worry, we have that sorted. Like, we have that sorted.
But I am gonna try sway you to take a vacation.
I need to. It's just hard for me to take any vacation because it's like, as a content creator, you're just always on the go. Like every day when I wake up, I'm like, oh, what's the fashion news? I can't switch off. And I haven't been able to switch off for years. So I don't even know if it's possible.
Yeah. Like, to be fair, I say this, and I like 24, 25, 26, I did not take a break. Like, there wasn't a day where I wasn't working. Like, quite literally, I worked like, it wasn't until, it was like up until like I was 28 or something like that, where like I first got into a relationship. I was like, maybe I can take Sundays off. Like,
Right.
I swear to you, I was like, maybe I could.
Sundays off is techie because that's when I stream.
Like, but no, but do you get it? Do you get it? Do you get it? Because like, I was like, maybe I can take Sundays off, but you know, and then I started taking Sundays off more consistently after like the relationship went on and on and on, and then I
think if I was in a relationship, I wouldn't take Sundays off because that's prime time streaming time, but I'll take a day off if I was in a relationship.
Yeah,
like
I do like
I
taking
definitely
Fridays off now, to be fair. Friday is like a good day to have off because nobody's trying to be on the internet on Friday, and nobody cares to see your post for real on Friday.
Oh no, my analytics, my audience, the worst days to stream or post a video, Friday and Saturday actually, analytically. So
okay,
sometimes I do stream and post on a Friday or Saturday, but I do
do.
that knowing that this is the worst day. At least that's what the analytics say.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So for me, Friday is like if I was to take a day off, it would be Friday. If you get me. But yeah, like taking a vacation or at least 2 weeks worth of vacation is calm. I appreciate it.
No, I do want to. Like, one vacation I do want to take is I want to go to Thailand for like maybe like a month and do Muay Thai.
You're going to go to a place that you don't know to learn something that you don't do usually.
No, I do kickboxing and Muay Thai sometimes, but I prefer kickboxing.
What I was saying is that like you would be learning something, so that's not necessarily taking a vacation. Taking a vacation.
No, but it is a vacation because it's like you're learning Muay Thai, but I'm not thinking about fashion or anything or work. I'm just zoned out completely.
Okay, well, I guess when I say that, because it's not like I can actually stop thinking about fashion or anything like that. It's just that like I stop myself from doing the usual check-ins because right now I'm catching up on the 2 weeks worth of stuff that I've lost. But yeah, that aside, you know what I'm saying? I think vacationing is being still and present in that moment. So like, what are the locals doing in Nigeria? Let me do some local people things. You know what I'm saying?
That's, I guess, one thing that I do miss about like working when I used to like just work in an office or like work for brands and stuff is that once work ends, I can just not think about that stuff anymore until the next day. And when it's the weekend, I can literally have my weekend off. I can't, ever since I've been like self-employed, I can't really think that way. Every day is just like a work day. It doesn't end.
Yeah. Building a company is hard, especially a production company. People think it's like, you know what I'm saying? Well, it depends on whether you see yourself as a production company, to be fair.
Yeah. I mean, my company is a media company, so it's like different things.
Yeah. Like, do you see this as a show? Is it a variety
I guess
show?
so, but it's building. There's YouTubers that I look at and I'm like, oh, I like the way you do what you do. I don't necessarily like a lot of their content, but I like the way that it's structured. So like there's this guy on YouTube. I don't even know what his kind of niche is, maybe like relationships or dating, whatever the hell he does. But I one of his videos got recommended to me the other day. And I started watching his channel, not even because I don't agree with most of the things he says, to be fair. His name is like Anton Daniels or something. But what I like is the way he does his streams, and he has like 2 separate channels, and he does like after hours on one channel and then the main content on one channel. and he makes a killing off AdSense. I think he made like $1 million last year on AdSense because he posts every single day, because he streams every day, and then he has editors to clip the streams as he's streaming every day. So it's like a never-ending machine of just like content. And so long as the content you make is good, that's fine. So long as what the crux of what you're doing is good, then you can just go full steam ahead with stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I like the way that his stuff is structured in that way, the way it's like set up. And there's a few other people that like do that too. That I'm like, okay, this is interesting. This is interesting.
To be fair, if like not if, but when I see
he's a manosphere demon, that's funny.
when I see
That's why I said I don't agree with most of what Anton says. I find those guys really weird opinion wise, but I'm studying the way they run their stuff just to see.
Yeah, like me perceiving like Fashion Archive or Fashion Roadman as a production company or media house, not necessarily a content house or content hub. I see more value in doing production for that than any other thing. Like I would love to make like or produce shows based on the concept, not even the concept, the existence of it as a media company, because that is the way that is. It's like you can create a variety show. Like the live stream is a variety show in that instance, where it's like the first block is for the pure fashion headline thing, and then it's split into okay, what are the next scenes talking about? To be fair, we have spoke about this, but yeah.
No, that's facts. That's facts. That's facts. But it's just like, yeah. But you about the manosphere thing. Do you know something funny though? Apart from obviously the fact that I'm like studying Anton's content, like what's it like the way everything is set up, just to see, okay, this is interesting, how he does it. Their way of like their topics are so dead. I don't know why anyone watches that content, because they talk about the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over again. It's so uninteresting. It's like, who should pay on the first date? How much should your man be making? Like, what? Like, why don't people get tired of those topics?
Do you want me to contextualize it for you then? Like for the live stream? Well, I want to contextualize it for the live stream, maybe not you. But like that's like people talking about Margiela all the time, or Dior all the time, or like
no, it's not the same. It's not the same
because you know that there's designers that you could talk about, and the views on the channel from that one video would get you 100K views.
True. If you talk about if you talk about Virginie Viard on YouTube, you make a killing. Like when I made my live stream on Virginie Viard, but I will say that
it's the same thing. It's repetitive content.
It's not.
People always make.
It's not.
It is. And remember,
no. What do you know? What I'm saying is different. Do you know what I'm saying is different?
You said it yourself that there are experts on Dior that literally that's all they know in fashion is Dior, and they make.
But it's not the same because it's a new collection every season. So it's like you're reacting and you're talking about the new collection and the inspiration of the new collection. With these guys, it's the same topic in the same context. You know what I mean? It's not. There's nothing remotely different about the way they're having a conversation. It's very different. What?
I will say fairly, like I'm not necessarily going off like the actual content because I wouldn't watch that stuff in general anyway. So I'm not going to study it. However, when we do talk about repetitive content and people like, because the philosophy of it is the audience likes what they like. And if there is a formula to what somebody likes, then you deliver that thing. So that is why Dior ads do so well, Chanel ads do so well. And like, you know, there's consistently companies that have ads in certain places because they not just do well in that space, but because the audience values that type of stuff, right? Which is why Dior will always have a place.
But what? Okay, let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. I can imagine if you are subscribed to my channel, it's because you like fashion and you want to you like discussions around fashion, all that sort of stuff. You want to watch fashion content. So on my channel, you're constantly learning new things because we're constantly talking about new collections every single time. Now, if you follow one of those like dating channels, once someone has like flogged the who should pay on the first date 10 times, what is different about the 11th time when they talk about that topic? What's different?
Thinking of fashion as a revolving door is, as in like there's new collections all the time, is fine in an instance, but there's also nomenclature. There is also memes in fashion, right? Where it's like, if Balenciaga drop a collection, you're not necessarily going to say anything exciting about that collection, or like the average fashion person isn't. Like
True, but
they come here for interesting takes and like more rapport than they do than anything else. When the average person, or not even average person, when like fashion writers slash people that commentate on fashion talk about Balenciaga, they're gonna say this collection is da 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 da, and it's like, if it's good to hate on Balenciaga, then everybody's just gonna do that. Nobody's gonna say anything interesting about Balenciaga. But if we now bring an interesting take on Balenciaga, like, or call out the fact that, well, people love hating on Balenciaga right now, so are you really going to come up with something interesting to say? Then that's a little bit more value than what the next person is saying. But that doesn't change the fact that talking about Balenciaga brings views. That's just
no. I'm saying so. What I'm saying is that obviously, as a content creator, sorry, you know that. Like, I know what works and what doesn't. Like, for example, Dries Van Noten is not a mainstream brand. This live stream is not going to do that well. If I covered, I don't know, the Dior Couture show, which I'm not going to do, or let's say a bigger brand, more views, more money. There's just how it goes. That's true, but I'm saying that inherently what we're talking about is always new, because we're always talking about different runway shows, which are completely new ideas, new things to talk about. I still find that very fundamentally different to talking about the same exact thing over and over again, which I think all those dating channels do, which is why.
From the dating channels I've seen, there's completely new girls every single time. Is that the same with this one?
But having completely new girls that are gonna ask the same questions and the same thing, it's the same shit.
I'm just asking a question. Are there new girls every time in these ones?
Sometimes.
Okay.
I don't watch a lot of these guys, but I'm guessing that there are new girls every time.
Okay, so that adds a different flavor. Like, it adds a different topic to the thing. Maybe like, because we can all say the same thing about Balenciaga, but one person can just say it differently that a random person that's listening will agree with. Or like say, oh, that's an interesting take. We can all say we dislike it, but what about the way you say that you dislike it? Which is why certain writers are just better than other writers, right? Like, subjectively speaking. So yeah. Like,
but then also you can even think of like, because not only is that type of content repetitive, it's also like it's damaging. Like, like for example, my channel, we talk about fashion, we talk about clothes. Obviously, we love the clothes, but like, no one is dying, no one is being hurt. With these dating channels, bro, the way they talk about women, bro, the sexism, like what they're teaching young boys, bro. Let's call a spade a spade.
I don't know why you're saying bro like that. I don't watch it, you watch it. So that's the first thing. Second of all, I'm only talking about philosophically how content is produced. And not even just content, shows, right? The way shows are produced is based on formatting. So like, if you have the right format and then you can sprinkle in a bit of newness every single time, then you can actually produce results in a formulaic fashion. So it's not necessarily about what the thing that people are speaking about is, because people have football shows, and then and there's certain people that is okay to hate on in football, and just such as there's certain people to hate on in fashion. Like, I could make the same comparison, but at the same time, it's the same people with the same cool personalities that are talking about the things that other people like, and that's just really what it is. It's like, when you're able to formulaically bring something about and add a little bit of newness, like that people will enjoy, then yeah, it's like that Virgil 3% rule sometimes. for the other people that like need memes to think about something. It's like you change it only a little bit, then it's a new thing. You get me? So yeah.
Wait, I'm so Yancy. What do you mean by your feed has gotten so serious? What do you mean by that? Like serious in what sense? Like based on the topics that people cover now, like on commentary channels, or what exactly is it?
I don't know, but yeah, like when I see Fashion Roadman or Fashion Archive, I'm seeing it as a production space, a place that produces shows or produces series rather than a place that makes content. And that and obviously content comes from shows and series, but it's easier to make content from shows and series than it is to make content that is produced as content. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If like making small form content from content is harder than having a show that you produce small form content for.
Yeah.
Like for some reason though, you make long form content regardless of whether it is, because like your long form content is 4 hours, so that means your short form content is like 2 hours or 20 minutes or something.
Yeah,
like
my
that.
long form content is long, but that's just me. Like I'm, because with me, I wanted to do a tight. The reason why I changed or pivoted or whatever, or changed the kind of content I make is because I wanted to create content in a way that's different from everyone else. Because when I started on YouTube, it was really just me and like maybe Hotla Mode, like making this kind of content. Whereas now it's a lot of people. So I think that I don't want a situation where I'm copying the same topics like everyone else, because then it becomes a bit boring in my opinion, which is why now I'm very much about having deeper discussions about the shows, and I can only do that through a live stream where we can talk about everything at once. Yes, I could summarize it like a video, but then everyone else is going to do that. So this is my way of like doing it differently, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
so yeah, that's why I do it.
I don't really concern myself with I don't know, dating shows. Like I to be fair, I just like the example to begin with. But when I think about football shows, right, or basketball shows, like First Take is the number one show for a reason, right? And that is different every single time because it's got variety on there. They still talk about LeBron half the time, but at the same, like they find a way to bring LeBron into a conversation, right? But there's new people with different perspectives and different voices every time. So yeah.
That's funny. The editing and topics have gotten so serious, and I like YouTube to be an escape, and I don't love heavy editing. Oh, okay, that's interesting. It's funny though, because so when you pivot, this happens, I've seen it all the time. Like if you pivot your content, there's going to be people that don't like it, and it's fine. Like I know this. So even sometimes I might clip a live stream and someone in the comment is like, oh my God, I used to really enjoy your content, but I don't enjoy it anymore. So I'm going to unsubscribe, which is fine. Like I've literally seen this happen with so many YouTubers, like Hotla Mode, for example, because like I told you guys, me and Hotla Mode started at around the same time. But Hotla Mode became big, one, because he was covering red carpet events, so it's like bigger audience, bigger market, which was smart move by him. But also, that was when I went to CSM, so I wasn't really posting a lot of content, whereas he was doing content full time. So obviously 4 years of that, 4 years later, that's what happens. But why I'm bringing up Hotla Mode is I remember when Hotla Mode, because he used to make content like the content I used to make earlier, which is very much like deep analysis, fashion history. And when he started making red carpet videos, I remember everyone, not saying that I'm going to do that exact same thing, because that would be me copying him. I'm not doing that. But when he was doing the red carpet videos, I remember people being like, oh my God, you've lost your mojo and blah, 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 blah. And like, you don't care about fashion anymore. And it's just about celebrities and blah, blah, blah. But now he has a whole team and he has editors, which means he can cover everything. So he actually does Runway Analysis and the red carpet stuff and everything in between. So that's the interesting thing. And I remember how many people are like, oh my God, I'm unsubscribing and I'm this and I'm that and I don't like you anymore. And but look at him now. He has more subscribers than he's ever had. He gets more views than he's ever had. So you just have to go with your gut and also do what you like. And then the result is the result. It is what it is. But anyway, that's just my reason for pivoting. For people that didn't know, that's the reason why. Because I wanted to find a way to differentiate myself in a way and actually have deeper discussions. Because the thing about live streams is that there's a reason why most people can't do it, because most people can't talk about fashion for really, really long. Because there's holes in like their knowledge, or I guess holes in their how much they can say about fashion, and then eventually they'd get exposed. Like, not to call anyone out, but they would get exposed. So that's why a lot of people can't talk extensively about fashion the way I can for like hours on end. So that's why it's easier for me to do this. I'm surprised Aya's earphones still have battery.
That's funny. Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah, your format is still a little bit more like twitchy.
Yeah, it is.
Than it is YouTubey. But yeah, like what's his name? Speed stayed on YouTube fairly. And
Yeah.
You became one of the biggest streamers for like 10 seconds or something.
Like 10 seconds.
Didn't he?
Oh, someone's talking about the monetization. Oh yeah, I think at one point to maximize monetization, the vid had to be 15 plus minutes. It went to 12, 10, 8. I think it's now 6 minutes. Yeah. So some people just edit video specifically for the time frame of the perfect monetization. Do you guys remember there was a time on YouTube when like there was a time I remember, I think when it was 8 or 10 minutes, and you would have people that would drag videos. So like the video has clearly ended at like the 9-minute 20 mark. And then for the rest of the video, they just start like saying random shit. And it's just, I know you, because the video literally ends perfectly at 10 minutes. It's like, I know you're just dragging this video just so that it can be 10 minutes long so you can monetize it.
There's people like, doing that on TikTok now as well.
It's so silly.
In like 20 seconds or sometimes even 50 seconds. But they'll be like, oh, I have to stay on this camera for a little bit longer because, you know, it's TikTok.
Yeah, all the vids were 10 minutes, 1 second. That was a funny time on YouTube. That was really funny.
People gotta play the game. Listen, don't hate the player, don't hate the game. If that was the game, then that's the game. If the game is now 6 minutes, people are gonna maximize that 6 minutes again. But you know, it just depends on what people want at the end of the day. Because here's the thing, right? If you now switch, if you decide that your life is now faster to the space where you would want to just do 1 minute videos instead, and you pack everything that you would like into 1 minute videos, and then that just takes off, and now you're on like 1 million subscribers or something, you're not really gonna hate that, are you? Like, it's
well,
just
no, but
to do. That was just your pivot.
I won't hate it.
If you don't feel like it, you don't feel like it at the end of the day.
But I guess everyone has their own philosophy and the way they see things. So the reason why, even though I want to post more short form content and I want to post more on TikTok and like Instagram, the reason why I almost never end up doing it is because a part of me just feels like I'm doing my audience a disservice if I don't give my audience all the information. And you can't do that in a 1 minute video. It's too much of a summary. And so I almost feel like I'd rather just do a live stream. You know what I mean? Where I can talk about every single facet of what I want to say.
But let's say the philosophy changes, or should I say the mood changes?
I know what you mean. Like, okay, maybe I start posting short form and it blows up. Like, I'm not going to complain, but a part of me still. But a part of me will never not do the long form stuff, because the long form stuff is where the information is.
Okay, let's say you're in a world, where like you still want to give, you know, your people the information and everything like that, but you're also consulting for 100K per gig, but that takes up the majority of your time. Are you gonna not do the 100K per gig, or are you gonna find a way to give the information to the audience in a better fashion, but then also be?
To be fair, if I was doing a gig that was as much money as 100K, I would have to just pause the YouTube thing for a bit, maybe like a week or two, and then come back to it when I'm done with the project.
Because I've had friends that said, I'll do anything for money, right? and then it's
No, I
I
wouldn't
get
do
them,
everything for money.
I get them a job, and then they quit after like 2 months, and I'm like, well, you
Yeah.
said you'll do anything for money 2 months ago, but you obviously wouldn't because you quit. Because if you would do
Yeah.
anything, like if you really need the money, you wouldn't care what the job was. To be honest with you, if you felt like so you do have a principle of what you would stand for and what you wouldn't stand for, and that's the same thing
Mhm.
sometimes with like how people want to like sustain themselves or give value. Because what I found is that when I'm giving value, I don't need to be the one that's benefiting it from it 100% monetarily, right? So long as I'm good financially, however my value is given out, I don't necessarily care about making money from it because I know
Mhm.
I'm getting value in another instance, right? That's why I was
Yeah.
able to do so much humanitarian work, so much political work, so much tech work, because I didn't care about how much money I made in those instances because I was getting value elsewhere. And that's why I liked doing fashion so much, is because I didn't care about making
Yeah.
money from fashion like that. I was making money out of places. So yeah. But this is my thing.
Was it- TikTok doesn't feel like a great place for you. I don't feel like people. So TikTok was a bit of a tough one because, like, TikTok comments are really annoying. Like, maybe because I'm just so used to YouTube comments, but like, I feel like maybe it's because of the channel I've created, but my comments are always really intelligent. So if someone disagrees with me, they disagree with me with intelligence most times. Not all the time,
That's
but most times.
interesting.
But on TikTok, it's so like I can literally talk about a Vetements collection, which I did one time. I was just talking about the inspiration behind a Vetements collection, and loads of the comments were like, "This guy doesn't even know that Demna is no longer at Vetements," and I was like, "What? I'm just talking about the collection. What does that have to do with who's there?" Like,
Yeah.
it's just so weird. It's like I think people are just they're in competition. They're trying to like prove to each other that they know more than each other, and then it's just they start commenting things. It's like, what?
That's interesting that you
This
say that,
guy
to be
doesn't know
honest with
that
you.
Demno's.
Like,
This
because
guy doesn't know that
I've
Demno isn't still at
like
Vetements.
you grew up in the troll era, right? So it's like annoying comments are your bread and butter, and they build engagement for a community regardless.
On YouTube though, because on YouTube, for example, no one is going to
No,
comment
wait. Let
that.
me say.
But do you know why no
Let
one
me
would
say. Let me
comment
say
that
what
on
I'm saying.
YouTube?
Second of all, the age demographic on TikTok skews younger by a lot
That's probably
versus
why.
YouTube.
That's probably why.
So like there are factors. So like just like in activity and analytically, there are just factors that allow for that type of interactivity, right? So, but the YouTube comments I've seen you get have been just as annoying as that. Like people, like
Sometimes, but it's
you've made
fine.
Demna videos probably since the start of your YouTube channel or somewhere near that, right? And
Yeah,
there's still people saying that you don't know who Demna is for real. But you've literally made videos
which
about
is
the first
hilarious. Like,
Vetements collection.
or people say that I don't understand Demna's ideas, and I've quite literally been making
And
videos
that's a
about
YouTube channel.
Vetements from the start.
And this
And
is
like,
the
if you
thing,
just
right?
type Fashion Roadman Balenciaga or Fashion Roadman Vetements, there are so many videos. Like,
Literally.
it's like shocking. But that's just what people do. But I think on YouTube it's fine because like on YouTube you can just send someone a link, or you can just post the link, or you can just like, it is what it is. You don't even
Yeah.
need to reply. You just reply with the link or whatever, and like, oh, watch it if you want to. And also you can make the point a lot better. So on YouTube you can make the long point to where no one is going to say something as silly as, oh, you don't know that Demna is still not at Vetements, or like something really silly like that.
But this is the thing, right? On TikTok, it's the same thing, but instead you could reply to that comment with a video and then just paste the video of you on YouTube talking about that thing, right? So there's
True, but that's
different
long.
ways. It's not really long. It's being able to it's finding a way to build a community on
Yeah.
TikTok. Obviously, I know personally you don't necessarily like TikTok like that. You will just do it for a
To be
bit
fair,
of
it's probably
creative
I
pleasure.
don't like TikTok. I just
Yeah,
think that, oh, this is gonna sound so mean, but it is what it is. I just think TikTok is
you're mean.
too
It's fine.
I think TikTok is too low frequency for me. Like the conversations that people have about fashion on TikTok is too low frequency.
So
It's
yeah,
not.
this-
I prefer Instagram. I think people have more intelligent conversations around fashion on Instagram and YouTube. TikTok is just very much like, I think TikTok is full of people that are really young, so they're finding out about things that I've made videos about like 6 years ago or like 7 years ago, if that makes sense.
and that's great. That means you have a fashion archive of videos. Like that is the point. Did you see what I did there?
Twitter is just, I don't even know about Twitter. Twitter is just like the wild, wild west. Twitter is just a crazy place, but I think
Honestly, the Twitter girlies are making bread, and they don't want anyone to know about it.
yeah, like Twitter is for people that know. People on Twitter make a lot of money now, to be fair. If you get
And
like
they
loads
make
of impressions, crazy.
They make long form. They make threads. They do all sorts. Like honestly, shout out to all the girls
Twitter
that I
for
know
people
on
who
Twitter.
refuse therapy.
Like
I think
Dara,
what it is about
Ren,
Twitter is
all
like,
of these. Like
so Twitter, how Elon Musk kind of messed up Twitter is that because he brought money onto Twitter, now people make content to make money. And it's just like YouTube. Anytime people solely make content just to make money, what happens is people start making these like for example, have you noticed when you go on Twitter and you start scrolling through the comments, it has nothing to do with like the actual post. It's like people just posting random ass videos that have nothing to do with anything. It's because they've seen a post that has a lot of engagement, so they're trying to post under a post that has a lot of engagement so that they get engagement, so they get paid. So that's why now you can't even, it's not like a social media platform anymore. It's not like you can't see a post and be like, oh, let's see what people have commented about this. Because when you scroll, it's just people posting random stuff because they just want retweets so that, you know, they can make money. So it's also the wild, wild west too. That's why a lot of people in fashion just say flagrant stuff, because it's just, they want retweets or engagement. So they'll say, this is trash. This perfume smells like poo. This, people just say the most inflammatory things because they're just trying to make money, and like it's like fake outrage. It's like rage bait. So that's why Twitter has just become a bit and YouTube has become like that in a few ways, but I don't think on the fashion side it's gone that way yet. I think there's still loads of fashion content creators that actually just care about making good content. You know, Understitch, Tuba Avalon, like so many fashion content creators. To be fair, I subscribe to almost all of them. So luckily in the fashion space that hasn't happened, but there are facets of YouTube that you can clearly see that it's just like rage bait, because it's just like they're just trying to get as many views as possible, but they're not building anything meaningful or making, you know, content that's necessarily meaningful in any sense.
yeah, no, I like to be honest, I still like some of the Twitter girlies fairly. Yeah, they make good.
Yeah, some of the Twitter girlies are really, they make some like, they tweet some really interesting stuff. I'm just saying the landscape of it.
Yeah, like yeah, I don't know. Oh, like to be fair, like I do like fashion content is probably my favorite content to like actually like watch and read and all of these other things. So like I just kind of enjoy the field as it is. Like as much as I do like art, the art content is like so not my vibe in some certain
Why is it
instances.
too serious?
Not even too
What is it?
serious because like I like artists talking about the process and stuff like that, but like there's only so many process videos you can watch before like I get it, bro. And then it's like when you're this is the other thing, right? When you're listening to an artist speak, it's literally like almost motivational porn in a way where it's like, oh, you're just trying like you're watching art so that you can make art and like and because that content really is the content that moves, or like there's content like oh, how to draw a hand, or like so it's like it starts getting like really murky because the artist doesn't know any longer what they can speak about outside of, you know, the fundamentals, which is It's cool, to be fair. So it's like there's not really much content based on like, okay, this person is going to review, let's say, a painting, or this person is going to review, let's say, a lamp. Like, how many people are going to watch a video of somebody reviewing a lamp? Let's say it's like,
Yeah.
it's a bit it's not even that it's disinteresting, because I do find a lot of the videos interesting. It's just that fashion content is just cooler to me. Like, I think that's the best way to explain it. Like, it's just like, I do like people talking about industrial design if I think about it. I like new technology, but fashion content is cooler. It just is.
Yeah.
It's like an application of certain things. You know. Oof.
Yeah, I think TikTok. It's not like TikTok is bad. It's just not for me. It's just like I can't really have those kind of conversations. Like people on TikTok are having conversations about like, oh my god, I just discovered like isse miyake un plissé. Like, how am I supposed to like grow on a platform where that's like the fashion landscape? It's just
To
not.
be honest, I did find myself being a little bit pretentious. Like,
In what sense?
Like, because I was like, so like, not even find myself pretentious. So like, we will talk about fashion, right? And like the way that we talk about fashion is not the same way everyone else talk about fashion. So I'll say Rei Kawakubo, and then I'll be like, so yeah, Rei Kawakubo started like Comme des Garçons, and the reason that she started it, and it's like, wait, and then someone be like, wait, Rei Kawakubo isn't a brand, it's Comme des Garçons. And I was like, wait, okay. So then I would be like, this a natural conversation. I was like, yeah, so Rei Kawakubo started Comme des Garçons, and it's like, wait, Rei Kawakubo isn't a brand, it's Comme des Garçons. And I'll be like, you're playing with me, right? And then they'll be like, no, I'm not playing with you. I'm like, you're obviously like trolling me. I can't be. And then they'll be like, I'm not, like, can you please tell me? I'm like, yeah. And then I'll be like, yeah, Rico Kubo stuck. And then like, the idea would sink into me that like, I'm telling someone this information for the very first time, and they've been in fashion for a long time, and they didn't know this. And it's like, oh. And then they thought, oh, Comme des Garçons was just a heart brand. I was like, what do you mean?
You know what? Do you know what? It's not. I don't even want to sound pretentious because that's not my intention. But it's not their fault. The reason why is because like
I don't think it's their fault. But
when I got into fashion,
yeah,
when I got into fashion, short form content did not exist apart from Vine, but no one was really making fashion content on Vine. And so to learn about fashion, you just had to read articles, read magazines, and read books. And so when I learned about Yoji, I read books. So you learn everything at once. When I learned about Ras Simmons, I read the Ras Simmons Redux book. When I learned about, you know what I mean, Schiaparelli, I read 4 Schiaparelli books. You know what I mean? So it's like, I think a lot of people that, you know, are TikTok fashion content creators, are fashion content creators that they learned fashion through other TikTok fashion content creators. So what then happens is their understanding of fashion is limited. And so what happens then is that's why you have those conversations where someone is a content creator that's supposed to be teaching people about fashion, but then you're having conversations with them about, oh, Comme des Garçons is the brand. It's like, yeah, because Rei Kawakubo is the designer that founded the brand, and they're confused. So that's part of the reason why TikTok is a bit for me.
Yeah, that's what and
there are people on there like Ryan, who obviously I'm so happy Ryan is on there, because otherwise it would be like you need people like that to just really to balance it out.
The idea, like, I've always disliked the idea of me being pretentious. Like, I've actually disliked it so much, like, because my reality is that I did fashion, or should I say I started speaking about fashion to not be pretentious. And then like, it's not that because this only happened like in one conversation, and then like, because you can end up making someone feel small when you don't actually mean to. And it's like, it's best to be able to like really find yourself in that moment, so that you can actually aid, just like, this is literally the reason why I do fashion stuff. It's like you can aid in people's understanding like regularly, but
Okay,
sometimes
let me tell you what my frustration is. Should I tell you what my
What's your
frustration is? I think
frustration?
there's a difference between like there's a difference between a content creator and someone who's supposed to be the person telling the information versus the audience. So if the audience doesn't know something, I'm always going to have patience, because like even literally I was streaming yesterday and someone was saying that they don't know what I'm talking about, like all this stuff they don't even know, like they're trying to learn about fashion but it sounds too like advanced, I guess. And I was trying to explain and kind of like, oh yeah, this is why I normally explain things at the start and stuff. So if you watch it back and like, here's a video to watch or whatever. My issue is not with the like audience. People obviously are going to have different interests in fashion. That's completely different. Like that's completely normal. There's actually no issue with that. My issue is someone that, you know, kind of presents themselves as a knowledge base for fashion. Someone that is like, yeah, I'm a fashion commentator. That's something that I hear a lot these days. I'm a fashion commentator. Some people even say they're a fashion critic, which is even worse. They say they're a fashion critic, and then you want to have a conversation with them about fashion, and it's just like, I don't. So that's the issue, and that's the vibe I get from like TikTok, right? Obviously, I'm in a very unique position. I actually studied fashion journalism at CSM as a degree. It's very different, but still, if you're going to present yourself as I don't know, like a knowledge base in fashion, you have to have at least a base level of knowledge. You can't just like be like, yeah, I'm a fashion critic, and then it's like, okay, what did you think about the Chanel show? And it's like, oh, it was cool. And it's like, that's not really an opinion. What did you think about the clothes? How do you contextualize it with past collections? What do you think about the designer's work? What's their design language? And it's just like, I don't know. It's like, so why are you like, like, why do you say you're a fashion critic? What are you criticizing? Are you just there to say it's shit or it's good? Like, where is the critique there?
Is so interesting. I don't think I've heard that, but if I did, I think I would take personal offense, because I know people that have been in fashion for 10 years and don't even consider themselves critics, and like, because critic is the highest level of.
I know. So this is why I cringe when people call themselves fashion critics, right? Because like when I studied at CSM, I met lecturers like Judith Watt who know so much about fashion. It's like, I have to be like 60 years old to gain that kind of level of knowledge on fashion. She just knows everything about fashion history. So it became a thing where I can't call myself a fashion critic because I know people who wouldn't even call themselves fashion critics, and they know more about fashion than I ever will. So I almost cringe. Like the people that I see as fashion critics are people like Tim Blanks and like people like Kathy Horan and people like Vanessa Friedman. These are people that have been in fashion for like 30 plus years. And they've gone to all the shows for 30 plus years. And they've been interviewing designers for 30 plus years. Those are like fashion critics to me. So then you have someone on TikTok who doesn't even know the history of like basic brands that we talk about every season. Like every season, we talk about these brands and they don't know the history of these brands. So then you say one thing about the history of the brand and then they don't even know and they call themselves fashion critics. That to me is like crazy because I would not even call myself fashion. I don't think I've earned the right yet to call myself a fashion critic. And that's me who studied fashion journalism at CSM. I've gone to Paris Fashion Week and interviewed Yoji Yamamoto and done Vogue runway reviews, and I still wouldn't call myself a fashion critic. I don't think I've earned it yet. So that's also why, that's because I know I didn't explain it, but that's what I mean when I say like TikTok is like very low vibration in terms of the way that people talk about fashion.
Yeah, people even say that sometimes that I'm a fashion critic, and I'm like, thank you, but no, I'm not even anywhere remotely close to these people. These people are like the elite tier for me, right? But then, you know, in a weird way, maybe we're the elite tier for some other people, right? And like, if that is so, then I do feel a responsibility to be valuable rather than hypercritical of their position, right? Now, obviously, like I do take personal umbrage with people calling themselves fashion critics when they're not, but at the same time, it's like I want to present there being value and not resent people in fashion for like not understanding certain things. Because if you're in fashion and you've been in fashion for 5 years or whatever it is, and you started with YouTube videos, that's cool.
Yeah.
But then
But
there's
like I
no
told you,
other
there's a
steps.
difference between, like
There's
I
other
told you,
steps.
I think there's a difference between learning about fashion and then being a content creator that is literally saying that I'm a fashion critic. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, if you call yourself a fashion critic, you need to be able to discuss fashion at length
On
and
any
know what you're
level,
talking about.
pretty
Like,
much any designer, no, like
because
that is
I
well
didn't call them
known,
a fashion critic, they called themselves a fashion critic.
which is
So
wild, but it's fine.
I didn't, it's not me that's doing it, that's what they said. So I'm like, okay, cool. As a fashion critic, it's not about going to school. Like, for example, Bliss Foster did not go to fashion school, but people won't say that Bliss Foster is not. Like, if Bliss Foster calls himself a fashion critic, I'm not going to cringe. So, like, it's not about fashion school. It's not about that. It's about building a knowledge base and actually learning about fashion first before presenting yourself as, like, a critic or something like that.
Yeah, like yeah.
So I think it depends. It depends. But it has nothing to do with going to fashion school or like having access to
Would I cringe if Bliss Foster
certain spaces or whatever that is.
I don't know. Like, yeah, no. I wouldn't necessarily cringe, but like, I do think there's holes in his fashion knowledge. To be fair.
Are you talking about Bliss?
Yeah.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean, but still, I think that he has a strong enough knowledge base to where he can say that, though.
Yeah, that's no, just difference of opinion. But yeah, like literally, like
Just
I
different
don't
opinion.
wanna present as someone that I think I'm better than people, even if they are a self-proclaimed fashion critic. I do want to.
But that's not what you're doing, right? So that's why I said that, like. But it's different though, because that's not what I'm doing. Because that's why I said that, like, I wouldn't call myself a fashion critic because I don't think I've earned it yet. That's what. So I literally said that. So it's not even like I'm saying, oh, I'm more of a critic than anyone. I wouldn't even call myself that.
Yeah.
So, because I just think like maybe it's because of like when I got into fashion, but like the people that used to be called fashion critics, at least when I got into fashion, you had to be like,
bro, there was this is the thing.
You had to be like an accomplished like fashion writer, right? I understand that obviously the way that we use language changes. So maybe it's just like a time thing.
I would still argue that the way that we use language today shouldn't change with fashion critics. But when we started, there was no fashion YouTube or fashion TikTok. There wasn't hundreds of people talking about fashion. So it's like someone can have started doing fashion in the middle of the pandemic, so 2022, and have a massive fashion following, but they only started fashion in 2022. Like that's the other thing. It's like before I started talking about fashion, I had already been studying fashion like like part-time, partially for like 10 years. Like I was like I didn't know how deep in I was until I came online and was like, oh damn, there's like whole communities here. So it's like what we think, so there's just a massive gap between like, oh, you can do fashion on YouTube and make money, and then like the goats of fashion. Like Tim Blanks has been in it since some of these people weren't even born yet.
Bro, I interviewed Tim Blanks for his Versace book. Do you know this man said that he's been to every single Versace runway show since Donatella Versace has been like took over? I was like, what?
Yeah.
This man said he went to every single Versace show.
So yeah,
That's insane.
I've
That's actually insane.
yeah. So like, I just wanna like. So since that moment that I had with Comme des Garçons, Ray Kawakubo, and Comme des Garçons play, I've actually been trying to pull myself in and like be like, this is like it's okay to have been in fashion for 5 years, because like some people saw Virgil and was like,
Lil C. So the difference is that, like I said, it's not an audience thing. It's only if people present themselves as like fashion experts. There's a difference. So someone who is just learning about fashion and watching content who can have different interests. I'm more talking about, it's almost like being like, I'll put it this way, because maybe fashion sometimes, this is why fashion isn't taken seriously a lot of the times in like wider society. Because if you think of any other kind of like journalism or reporting, it's not really the same. So like, for example, you can't be like, I'm just trying to think of like any industry. You can't talk about tech if you don't know what you're talking about, because you'll get exposed. So like, let's say, what's this guy, Marquez Brownlee or whatever, is that his name? Marquez Brown. Yeah. So when he talks about tech in a very detailed way. Like he tests things and he actually has a lot of experience with a lot of tech from the past. So he can contextualize that too. Now, if you want to be a tech expert and you just come in and you're like, yeah, the camera's cool and I kind of like the battery life, no one's going to take you serious. I feel like it's only in fashion where like you can literally get away with the bare minimum.
Like,
You can't actually do that in other industries, you know.
Like calling yourself an investigative journalist is akin almost to calling yourself a fashion critic, in terms of like how high that is in journalism. Like being an investigative journalism means that your paper will allow you to look at a brand or look at a company for like 2 years and they will be okay with that. Like they will be okay with your story being that deep that you took 2 years to write it, because they know it's going to be like an expose, like when they exposed JFK or something like that. Like those are the goats of journalism, right? Or like someone that is like a foreign what's it called again? A foreign damn. Oh, let's just go to political commentator, right? Where it's like these guys are on, like they're in the White House all the time, and then they're actually talking to people within the White House. Like those are like the highest levels of that. So it's like literally understanding that there's just different levels to journalism of certain things, and fashion critic is just the highest level of fashion journalism, right? Everybody in all types of journalism starts out as a reporter. That's just kind of like the ground level. So you just say what happened, and then you're able to start giving your opinion some way, somehow, because somebody gave you the green light to. And then you become a critic, where it's like you kind of your word is kind of like it means something to a lot of people, but that's after years and years of journalism.
I think it also depends on, like we said, it's the language, because there's a content creator I really like called Ryan Yip. I think he's mainly on Instagram. I don't know if he's on TikTok or not, but he doesn't claim to be a fashion, I don't know, critic or whatever. He just says that I'm learning about fashion and I'm posting and sharing about what I'm learning in fashion. That's completely different. And actually, that's why he makes really good content, because he'll read a book and then be like, this is what I learned while I read this book. I learned that Schiaparelli did this, and like Paul Poiret actually did this. And did you know that this person did this and this person did that? Amazing content. I think sometimes when people do the, oh, I'm a fashion critic thing, I think, you know what? Let me not say I think, because I know this to be fact. What they're trying to do is they're trying to like put themselves on a higher level. They're trying to say, I'm a fashion critic, so that's why you should listen to me, because I know more than other people that aren't. You know what I mean? They're trying to like put themselves on a pedestal, but then it looks worse when that comes with a lack of knowledge, because you're trying to say that like I'm a fashion critic, so like I'm here all these other TikTokers are there. And I've seen
Really?
and I've seen, I won't mention names because that's just messy, but I literally know some TikTokers that have literally said stuff like that outside of like, they've literally said, I'm not a TikToker, I'm a this, but actually what they do is make TikTok content. But it's because they
Okay.
think that they're on a higher level than everyone else. Does that make sense? So that's why they give themselves that title.
That's interesting. Okay, so the perspective that I've thought existed, or like the perspective that I was like trying to get my head around, is that some of these guys just kind of grew up in a generation where you say you're the thing before you're the thing, isn't it? So it's like an aspirational thing. Like you aspire to be a fashion critic, but you know, they say to be an artist, you have to call yourself an artist. You're not an aspiring artist, that type of stuff, right? So it's like they're doing that, but with fashion critic. So maybe they're just aspiring to be a fashion critic. But if there's actually people out there that are like, I just want to be seen higher than these other people, then that's kind of wild. Because now you're using elitism on like the most like just disgusting and vile form, where it's like you aren't better than anybody else, and I don't think anyone should feel like they are.
Do you know I noticed to be fact? Do you know I noticed to be fact? It's because because obviously I studied fashion journalism, so I know loads of fashion journalists that are working in the industry now at all the magazines. And a lot of magazines, let's say they collaborate with TikTokers that are really like big in the fashion space or whatever. And so there's stories that go around of certain big TikTokers in fashion who say certain things. Like they say things like let me give you an example, but I won't say who it was. You guys can put two and two together if you want to. But there is someone who's big on TikTok who wrote an article because she's like, she started writing because she wants to be a journalist, which is completely fine. And I think she's like quite a good writer, actually. I'll give her credit for that. And so, but in writing, she now started doing this thing where it's like, I write articles, so therefore I'm above TikToker. So don't refer to me as a TikToker because I'm not like the other girls type of thing. And so she then ended up writing an article for, well, she's supposed to write an article for The Cut, right? And this article for The Cut was supposed to be about like TikTokers that are like growing or TikTokers that you should look at. And the way she initially wrote, and I know this because my friend is the editor of, you know, whatever. So I know this because she wrote it as like a almost putting down these TikTokers to kind of prop herself up. And the way she wrote it was so mean that my friend, who was the editor, had to change it to make it positive for her own good. Because if she did that, the whole industry is going to look at it objectively and be like, but you came from the same place. It's like me saying that this, like, I know for a fact, for example, let me tell you how bad this is. I know for a fact that I wouldn't have a fashion career if it wasn't for YouTube, right? So there's absolutely no way I'm ever going to shit on YouTube as like a platform or shit on other YouTubers, which is why every time I do articles, I always shout out Tuba. Like recently, Tuba was featured in Vogue Singapore because I was like, you guys need to check out Tuba. Like her content is amazing. You need to check out Understitch. The content is amazing. He got featured in Vogue Singapore too. The last thing I'm going to do is be like, oh my God, like I'm much better than all these content creators and blah, 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 which I think sometimes I get that vibe from the TikTokers. And so that's why it's kind of like this thing where a lot of people give themselves a title and let it get to their heads and they feel more important than other people. And till today, I don't think she realizes that my friend did her a favor. I think how she probably, leaving that situation, she probably left it thinking, oh, this editor changed all my words. But then my friend literally told me, like, if you read this article that they read, like, that's the end of this person's career in fashion. Because, like, everyone would just look at this person like, what are you talking about? You came from TikTok. That's what gave you a career. And now you're shitting on it now that you feel like you're ahead of it, even though you're not there yet as a journalist, even though you think you are. And it's crazy. But that's exactly what I'm talking about, like TikTok being low vibration. Because you have people like that that are authorities in TikTok fashion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if it wasn't for people like Ryan Finn, I wouldn't even open the app. But because Ryan makes a sensational content, I'm still going to go on TikTok to see what Ryan is saying.
Yeah, no, that's wild, bro. That's wild. Like, people thinking that they're better, like, they just wanna, and see, it's weird, and I'm noticing now that I'm very much an old head, because I do remember when people were shitting on the way that we came into fashion,
Oh yeah, of course.
and I was like, I don't want anybody else to feel this way, but the cycle is just happening again, like with TikTok. And it's like so weird to like see that, like, regardless of wherever people started or whatever platform it is, that there's still going to be people that are like want to do this gatekeeping thing, or
Yeah.
like this elitism thing, where it's like, even though me and you started in the same aspect, I'm better than you type stuff. And it's like, I don't know, that's not what fashion is about for me personally. Obviously for other people, they're totally entitled to whatever they want to believe. But then, like, yeah, I guess considering what people,
This is facts though,
you
like
go
the
against each
veneer
other.
techs or whatever they call themselves, the veneer techs on TikTok. Yeah, like people wearing scrubs and people think they're doctors.
Oh, I've never seen that in my life.
That stuff is crazy. The whole veneer tech thing is insane. That stuff is actually
Oh, the
quite wild.
veneer tech, as in like the people that do the teeth now, and the
Yeah, and they're not even
30 pound
dentists.
Yeah,
Like that
that's
thing is
wild.
insanity. Like,
That's wild.
but yeah, that's TikTok for you. That's what I mean. Like low vibration. Like, why are people wearing scrubs saying that they're dentists when they're not?
That is wild. Okay.
And saying they're
Yeah.
veneer techs. That's not a real thing. You're either a dentist or you're not. If you're
Yeah.
not a dentist, you shouldn't be going anywhere near anyone's teeth. Like, you just shouldn't.
Yeah.
Like, you shouldn't be touching anyone's teeth.
Yeah. That's just different. Yeah, there's so many different things. Like, yeah, that's sad. Anyway, it's not really sad actually. To be fair, it was happening when
He said,
I
I'm moving to Atlanta to become a veneer tech.
it started in it started when I started fashion. I guess it's gonna just persist in the entirety of us being in fashion. To be fair,
Yeah.
yeah.
But no,
So
there's
yeah, I've
because
got
I
over
saw
it.
some people saying gatekeeping. What we do is not gatekeeping. Like, I actually share information like crazy. We're not gatekeeping. We're just saying that, like, there's a. I was just really going on this long tangent to say why I'm not the biggest fan of TikTok. Like, as a
Yeah.
platform, it's just not for me.
The only thing I'm gatekeeping is my energy, and I just so happen to gatekeep it from TikTok. So there's that. So, yeah. I gatekeep my energy from everything fairly. I don't really talk about fashion that much on platforms, or should I say post about fashion that much on platforms anymore.
Yeah.
So yeah. But I do love it. I love it more than any other you know, piece of content.
I'm obsessed with YouTube, bro. I can't.
But
I'm just always on YouTube.
You make fashion content, so yeah.
True, but I watch like all kinds of YouTube content from like basketball to like motorcycling.
No, I'm
to,
talking
like,
about the
yeah.
making of content. You make YouTube content.
Oh,
so
okay, yeah.
I don't need to
Yeah.
make YouTube content because you exist. Yeah.
That's not true. I think everyone is always going to have a different everyone's going to have a different perspective, even if you're covering the same topic. So like I covered the Visionary VR thing, so many other people did, but all those videos have views. So you know what I mean? It's like people still want to hear different perspectives.
That's fair. That's fair. Is fashion subjective though? No, it's not. Wait, that's a lie.
There's a lot of misinformation, especially in health. Like, for example, cold plunges being super healthy doesn't even really have any benefits. It's cool to do, but it's not a miracle drug. I mean, it prevents inflammation. It's like it's an inflammation thing, right? It's like, yes, if you do a cold plunge, especially after physical activity, it can actually very much improve recovery. So there is like health to it. But I think some people just think that cold plunges are just like they're just gonna go and do like daily cold plunges and become like super fit or something, which is not what it's for. It's like I've seen a lot of like rich people now doing like the nitrogen like cooling thing. It's like that's for pro athletes to recover fast. That's not for you. You play tennis for 5 minutes in your tennis club. That's you don't need to go in like a cryotherapy lab and like
That's funny. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. I think
like
about it.
the next time you're probably going to play tennis is in a week. You would have been fully healed. You're not a pro athlete that needs to play at the highest level of sport the next day. Like,
Will my content be haterish today? I don't know, because I don't like as much as I did back in the day.
it
Plus
just
Virgil,
means you're more critical about things, right?
plus Virgil died. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's different. Life is just different. But someone said, is it because fashion is subjective? And I don't know. Fashion may be the most subjective of them all because people have to
Fashion
wear
is
it.
subjective, but
But it's
like once
objective.
again,
Knowing fashion is
part
not
part
subjective.
part of it is objective though. So like for example, people say this all the time, but like hating on a collection is really hard because for you to hate on a collection effectively, you have to be able to explain critically what you don't like about the collection. So that's why it's very easy to say this collection is shit, and it's a lot harder to actually, analyze why you don't like a collection, which most people can't do. So it's like
Yeah.
you could, in the subjectivity of whether you like something or not, there's an objective truth or like an objective understanding of how you get there. So
Yeah.
yes, fashion is subjective, but you still have to be able to like know why you get there. If you're the authority, if you're the knowledge base.
Do you know what's funny? Yeah, that's why I challenge people a lot on their takes because I would say a take, and I get challenged so much, like to the point where like every
Mm.
minute portion of whatever I say is taken into consideration. So like when I see the same level of scrutiny, which is what it is, right? So people are subject to scrutiny when they create a take.
Of
Um,
course.
given to them, it's like there's inconsistencies per se, and I think that's just quite interesting. Like I find inconsistencies in people's takes interesting, and I don't need to judge after that. I love my questions. My questions open up my brain to
You guys in
ideas.
the comments are
So
killing me
yeah,
about the entrepreneurs. I remember I did a stream where I made fun of all these like entrepreneurs. You know, these people that like they rent a house and they rent 5 Lamborghinis and then they make an advert and they're like, I've been doing Amazon FBA and I've got all of this through Amazon FBA. Like I've got $1 million house, I got $2 million in cars and all this shit. And then they get exposed and like they don't even own any of
yeah. See,
it.
okay. Someone said pop art socks and anti Warhol socks, and I think that's one of the hardest thing to say. Like I genuinely
Wild
believe
and lethal treasure.
saying Andy Warhol sucks is the hardest. Like it's like not just Andy Warhol. It's just the way that art is positioned in terms of fine
Mm.
art, whereby it's never just the person in a vacuum. It's always the person in context of history and
I think
what
it's
came
because
before them.
pop art is just seen as like unoriginal by most, like especially some certain art purists, right? Because it's like you're taking art that already exists and you're kind of trying to recontextualize it to give it a different meaning. But most people just say that like, nah, you're just taking someone's art and then just like doing that, you know what I
People
mean?
say that the most with like abstract or contemporary art, but there's a lot of like because there's a lot of terrible pop art, I will say, and there's a lot of
Mm.
terrible abstract art. But the reality is, the great abstract artists are great, regardless of whoever their so-called contemporaries are,
Hmm.
and they don't exist in a vacuum. No art period exists in a vacuum, right? Every art period, especially with the greatest of the period, exist in context of their historical background. So like one thing that you'll see people in the art market do a lot is place their artists. So like advisors will do this and curators will do this. They place the artist in context of history of art and not history of themselves, because it's never usually the artists themselves that is the most important thing, even though their story is important contextually to what they're creating, but more so what they're creating is important contextually to the history of art, right? And the artists themselves is not allowed to do that. They can only put themselves in context of themselves, but the curators and the people that are selling the art are allowed to put them in context of history and what they would mean to the person who's buying his collection.
Right.
So like that is, so when we start talking about pop art and Andy Warhol and all of these other things, you're talking about the philosophical nature of what Andy Warhol was. Now, if you were like to say about someone like, who's the balloon guy? We forget names. Anyways,
Balloon
cause
guy.
yeah, the balloon dog guy. I promise you somebody knows what I'm
Oh,
talking about.
oh.
The American ones. The American
Yeah,
ones.
yeah, yeah.
But yeah, if you put them in context of history and to one context of history, he's just different. Like, cause
Yeah,
and plus he's really one of the first of his kind. But yeah,
yeah,
someone said I hate Picasso. All my homies hate Picasso. That's hilarious. Yeah, Americans hate Jeff Koons. That's hilarious.
yeah.
And I don't know. Like after 1990, I think it's fine to have started hating on people, or to like especially Americans. Americans really hate on other American
What I will say about
designers, which is cool.
what I will say about Picasso, um, just as a case study, is like it's a good case study on the fact that like a lot of art, it doesn't matter about the actual art, it just matters about where it's coming from or where the ideas are perceived to be coming from. Because obviously, like a lot of artists copied like African art and ideas from African art, but because people perceive it as like a Western thing, then it's seen as like, let me not say superior because I don't like that word, but like it has more merit just based on that fact. And a lot of fashion designers do it too, where an African designer will design a certain thing, and or even historically, let's talk about designs like Paul Poiret. Like, there's a lot that can be said about Paul Poiret for like Orientalism and like kind of just like copy pasting a lot of stuff that Poiret found in a lot of Asian countries and kind of just recontextualizing it for a Western audience. But then people wouldn't give the original the same merit that they gave to Paul Poiret, even though the ideas were coming from there. You know what I mean? So it's just like a crazy case study to see like that people are like that.
Yeah, like generally like the way that I see it sometimes. One, I don't hate Picasso, but two, I do respect more now. Well, not more now because it literally wasn't now. When I discovered, which is over 10 years ago now, that he was influenced by African art, I was like, too right, because
Mm,
African art is great, right? And I was like, but I didn't know contextually and historically that that was a big deal.
mm,
Like that even today, well, maybe not today, but like 10 years ago or so when I found this out, it was like people were still just, even in the art world, that he was influenced by African art. And African art wasn't as valuable as art made by Europeans or art made by Americans. So then there was this big
you
fight for
say that,
African
but the
artists to be
British
valued.
the British Museum doesn't want to give us our mask back.
Possession is 9/10 of the law, or whatever they say. So yeah, like and I'm now, and even with those, right? Like they are not more valuable than the Da Vinci's in the
Hmm.
National History, like National Gallery, or the Van Gogh, or the Botticellis, or any of these people, right? So as much as they're there. Like there's hundreds of them that would be valued. Or to be fair, they are technically priceless, but they are valued less than Da Vinci when they shouldn't be, isn't it? Like they should be on the same level contextually, and that means their historical context, as in their contemporaries today. So African fine artists should be just as valuable as European fine artists. However, that's not the case, and there's a strong case being made by African fine artists today that we are just as valuable as European fine artists. But yeah, I don't.
I mean, that it's just the case in everything. It's like
is in fashion as well.
it's just like someone's like, oh, I'm really into architecture. Okay, tell me about architectural periods, and they tell you about architectural periods in like Germany and Italy and France, and that's it. Or like, oh, I'm really into fashion. You know, tell me about like all the different fashion designers you know, and they don't mention one designer that isn't like from Japan or like from France or like another European country. So it's very much like, yeah, because it just reminds me of like, you know, like Prada, like Miuccia Prada, who's like supposed to be this like arts like knowledge, like, oh my god. And I love Miuccia Prada as a designer, but obviously when it comes to the art thing, it's just very much like you're so into art, but like the art that you look at is from a very limited lens, really limited lens. And that's something I've always thought. And do you know why I thought this? There's when I was in CSM, I read this really deep like academic paper on the fact that Miuccia Prada is trying to like position Prada as like trying to align it with art, basically through like the stores and like the architects that do the stores and kind of like the foundation that they have, right, that she has and all that stuff. But then reading it, and when I was reading like all the artists that she's like collaborating with and the architects, I was like, this is a really limited one-track mind idea of what art and architecture is. And that's just my critique a lot of times with like people that say that they're like super like, you know, authorities and things. It's like you're an authority in architecture, but you can only tell me about like architecture in Germany. Like what?
Yeah.
This is why I love Eddie Slimane, by the way, because Eddie Slimane, when he opened his store in London, he commissioned artists because Eddie Slimane is into art. So he commissioned artists from everywhere, from countries in Africa to countries in Asia to countries in Latin America, all with extremely different styles, by the way, that are actually influenced by their culture. So when you go into the Celine store in London, you see crazy different kind of like random artwork, and he wasn't even trying to commission like really well-known artists like Prada do. He was trying to commission like the most obscure, like I like your work but no one knows who you are type of thing. And that's why I've always respected Eddie Slimane, because when Eddie Slimane says he's into something, you actually get a sense that like he's actually really delved deep into it. Like he's looking at different time periods of all different parts of the world, right? Because yeah, a lot of designers, when they do that, like, oh yeah, or like even like inspirations in collections. Like I've seen certain designers where this is not the time. I don't even think like we're in the right climate for me to critique them this deeply. Like that's why I don't do it in the runway shows where they're like, oh, this collection was inspired by, you know, this period. And if I was to really go in on some intellectual shit, I'll be like, yeah, but it's a very one-track way of looking at what this period was. Did you know that there were slaves at this time? Did you? But if I do that, like people will start losing jobs and stuff, so I won't do that.
Yeah, no, man. Like for me, when these people start talking about their experiences, and you know, I get to understanding who, what, when, where, trying to put things in context. That's why, like, you know, I come off as hypercritical sometimes, is because, yeah, I value the knowledge of contextual accuracy that allows me to place something in a place and time, and I I think just as someone who, you know, would be critical or something or scrutinize something in the correct manner, just as much as I enjoy something, I can really only scrutinize the things I enjoy anyways. So just as someone that enjoys something, I'll scrutinize it in the same way that I care to be understood. Do you get me? So it's like I love understanding why a designer says they're inspired by the 1600s, but like also I understand it's like, what do you mean by that? Like, what do you mean that you want to be back in this time period? What does that mean? Like, which part of the 1600s did you like so much? Like, do you know what I mean? It's like, I need to know where are you going with this one? Like,
Especially in fashion, because unfortunately I can't help it, because when you study a fashion journalism degree, you know quite clearly about different time periods and what the fashion looked like. And even sometimes sometimes I almost have to like hold back, because sometimes designers would be like, oh, I was looking at research on the 1900s, and I'm like, that looks like the 1800s though. But I'm just like, let me not even do that, because it's gonna sound like I'm too negative, but it's just like designers not doing their research properly. But part of it is not their fault, because they have to churn out so many collections, right? So they can't really do it properly. Like I remember at CSM we literally had lectures where like this is actually crazy that these were our lectures, but we'd have lectures where well-established fashion designers, sorry, we would like go through their collection and look at how many things are wrong in their research. Like how, okay, they say this was inspired by so and so in this time, and it's just not that, or this is so and so. Like Judith Watt, especially when we were learning under her, she would do a lot of those lectures where like, oh, J.W. Anderson has this collection that's supposed to be inspired by this, but like there's no correlation, and she starts like pointing out all the holes and like why it doesn't make sense. And that's why I review shows like that. So even though it's very hard for people to understand why I critique certain things a certain way, then people will be like, how do you know? And I'll be like, because I actually read the book before I did the review. Or like because I was taught to be that way. Like if the designer says, oh, they're inspired by something, you don't just take it as like, oh yeah, so in this collection, this designer was inspired by this, and this was inspired by that. You actually have to look and see, are they actually inspired by that, or are they just trying to like intellectualize their work? But that's a different level of like fashion critique. That's like a whole different like level. But I don't even think that YouTube is the right I think if you want to critique fashion like that, you just have to be a writer, and you have to do it in like a magazine or something. I don't think YouTube is the right
fairly
format for that.
because
Yeah.
that's just too dense to be able to do a 2-hour lecture on like why someone isn't referencing properly. Yeah, that's a book. Like nobody needs to see that on YouTube.
It's not even entertaining. Like no one's going to watch that, to be fair.
To be honest, only I and maybe like 100 other people would probably find that entertaining on YouTube. If I found a video like that, I would 100%. But I know that like I'm such a small demographic of people at this point. So yeah. Like I remember.
I mean, I have my lectures from CSM, bro. I could literally send them to you. Just send it to your email,
don't
bro.
Be saying that and like you know what I'm saying. You don't even understand. Like literally, that would be my fashion food for the rest of the year.
Yeah, kind of. So I think when your inspiration for an era isn't aligned with the narrative, then it looks very malicious, even if it's unintentional.
Because like what story, because this is the thing, right? I love storytelling like with my heart and soul. So it's like, okay, you can't just tell me you were inspired by the 1600s. Like what about it? Which period? And can you create a slice of life for me from whatever area you're speaking about? Like, do you like the way that they used to dye clothes? Is that why you love the 1600s? Like, because you can't be in love with a whole century. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
No one is out. So you like a time period, and then a period in that time, and then probably you watched something or you read a book about this place that inspired you to do something that is akin to that. And that's what I want to see. That's what I want to hear. Right. But obviously, me, I'm just a nerd. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's all I am. All I am is a nerd, please. So I don't.
I mean,
expect
being a
anyone
nerd is
to
a
do
good
that.
it's a good thing. It's good to be a nerd.
I
But
don't
I think
expect but I don't expect any designer to appease me to that level when the people that are buying don't care, and the people in, you know, fashion, like in the wider scope of fashion, don't care. It's literally me and maybe 1,000 other people in fashion that care about that type of stuff.
yeah, but it's like
It's just
the
us.
the easiest way for me to explain that kind of level of critique is like in more simple terms, like think of like punk and how many designers reference punk. And I have no idea what the fuck they're referencing because punk is not an aesthetic. It's a mindset, it's a way of life. So if you don't live that way of life, if you don't embody that way of life, it can never be punk. Because punk is not you can't signify punk by some tiny signifiers like a safety pin. Like people genuinely think that if you're, and this is what I fucking hate. Like now I'm getting into like the deep shit, but like I fucking hate it when journalists, fashion journalists or critics say, "Oh, it's inspired by punk." No, even if they say it's inspired by punk, it's not punk just because it has safety pins in it. Stop. Like that is not good fashion journalism. That's terrible fashion journalism. Like punk is not about ripping your t-shirt and saying it's fucking punk. That's not punk. As a designer, you have to properly embody what punk means. You have to be like, you know, eat the rich. You have to like the music. You have to actually like be anti-government and all those things. You have to be what Vivienne Westwood was. Like you can't just like wake up one day and be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna put some safety pins on my t-shirt. It's inspired by punk. I fucking hate that shit. So like when when they fucking do that, like, oh, it's inspired by punk, when designers do it, I'm like, you know what? I'm not even gonna like make a video about it because it's gonna come across like I'm hating, but that's not fucking punk. Like it's not fucking punk. It just isn't.
Honestly,
That thing grinds my gears so much because so many people do it in fashion because they try to use that as like a way to add merit to what they're designing by just adding safety pins and then calling it punk. It's so annoying. Unless it says "grr grr," I'm punk. Inspired by punk charges for $50 for a skirt. I know, right? And this is true. Punks would actually call Vivienne Westwood an outsider. That's facts. Because, like, people that are really punk, they actually feel like, and obviously this is a whole deep, deep conversation, but they feel like Vivienne Westwood commodified punk. So the punks from slightly before Vivienne Westwood's time would tell you that she kind of took that. She actually did what designers do now, but even worse. So she actually was part of it in a way. She embodied it. She was going to the gigs. She was, you know, moving with the artists, the people like the Sex Pistols and stuff. And she found a way to commodify it and made it easy to sort of digest for like a fashion crowd. That being said, she's like on the edge of like what punk is because she's once again commodifying it. Like punk is not even supposed to be commodified that way. It's not supposed to really be commercialized that way. So once you start over commercializing it, it's moving too far away from punk anyway. So even like when we say Vivienne Westwood is like, she's not the embodiment of what punk is, but she's like an important part of it, right? So that's why when you go all the way from that to literally people now that just put a safety pin on a sleeve and they're like, yeah, it's like this collection right now is so punk. It's like, what? What kind of fashion journalism is that? What is that? What? Exactly this. A lot of punks felt like it died when it became commercial because that's so anti-punk, right? That's literally, yeah. Unless it says Viv started as punk and became the system, the brand, not really the person. Yeah. And I think she kind of realized that later on, which is why she wanted nothing to do with punk at a certain point.
Yeah, like to another point, I met some punks like today, and the guy wears suits. doesn't like safety pins. He just likes one vent in his suit. Full blown punk. Wears a suit. And that's the thing, it's like, it's not about the look. Like, the people that actually lived it don't dress like you think that they dress in those pictures. Like, there are people that lived the punk era and cared for particular things. And
like, bro,
it wasn't just about a leather
punks
jacket.
were getting arrested every weekend at their gigs. Punks were being permanently banned from like being able to play at certain places because it was complete anarchy. Like, bro, that is like the essence of like punk. Like, it's so anti-establishment. And what is the complete opposite of that is sitting in your little fancy studio adding, you know, rips and distressing jeans. That is the complete opposite. And then showing a show at Paris Fashion Week for a brand that's owned by LVMH. Like, come on, like, just stop that shit.
Yeah, no, yeah. How are you fake? Like, how are you? No, see, don't let me see. I'm not gonna cook. I'm not. Only one of us can cook at a time.
Go on, cook.
How are you using a rotary blade and sandpaper to distress your clothes and calling it punk? Like, do you understand how those rips got there? Like, never mind. See, because I was about to cook. Because people are just ripping their clothes and thinking it's punk when it's like, listen, you are in a studio unstitching the thing so that it looks more punk. But that is not how those rips got there. And punk was not about the rips.
It's like how you punk in $1 million studio.
Like, the people that were...
This is true understitched, by the way. I don't know if you really have punks today. Yeah, I don't really know.
Like,
there will be some, but not like in the mainstream. Definitely,
I'm a punk, you know, technically, but you know, it is what it is. What was I gonna say again? But I'm not.
He's like, it is what it is.
I'm just a philosophical punk. I'm not necessarily like a, you know, oh, I'm gonna get arrested. No, I'm a Nigerian man, and I need to make money so my family can be proud of me. I don't know what you're saying. But what was I gonna say again? Yeah.
Does Finn McTaggart say he's punk? By the way, I didn't know that he says that himself. I don't know.
I think I've heard him say it once on Soul Studio.
Is it? Okay.
Maybe
I don't think I've heard him say that.
But you know, maybe he's not. He's a punk ally.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, like, literally, shout out to the punks, man.
Shout out to the punks.
That's my first real shout out in a long time, to be fair. Because really and truly do shout out to all the punks. Because they won't be on this live stream. It's actually like...
They probably won't, to be fair.
Like,
Dries Van Noten, nah.
The sun is actually out, but yeah.
Yeah, I do feel like Finn wouldn't call himself punk, because also I think it's kind of cringe, like, for lack of a better term, it's kind of like, exactly, but he truly understands and believes the mentality. If your punk is, like I told you, it's like a way of life. You embody it. You don't go around saying, I'm a punk. That's actually quite not punk. It's almost like you're trying to cosplay if you're constantly calling yourself punk, trying to prove to everyone that you are.
That's what I was gonna say. So the girls in those TV shows that will put rips in their clothes to be more punk are akin, or should I say, were the girls that were fake trying to be punk when they were middle class.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can't put rips in your tights and like go to school saying you're punk. Like, that's not, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's different, and it's not.
Oh my god, I've not seen this video.
And it's not about
that's funny.
Going to raves and punching people up either. There's different, like, it's not about having fights in raves and like just swinging on any Tom, Dick, and Harry. It's a bit, you know what I'm saying? Are punks pro Ozempic? No, I am. I'm joking. I'm not. I'm so not. I'm so not. I was trying to be good this live stream. I was trying not to say anything too flagrant. I actually successfully did not swear today, so yeah, I'm getting better again.
Yeah.
I don't think I should be out in public though, to be honest. This is the longest I've been on your live stream.
No facts. We call
This
ourselves
is
many
like
things because we live in an identity culture. That is true too. I think everyone's just trying to like fit into a certain. I feel like that's partially the TikTok effect too, because why? Like when I was growing up, you didn't need to like when I was into jerking, I didn't call myself like a jerk or like a geek or whatever. I just used to wear colorful skinny jeans and studded belts, and people knew the deal. Like it's not. You don't need to scream from the mountaintop what you are. I think people can actually figure that out for themselves. I think calling yourself something over and over again, I almost think that you're trying to cosplay that thing, right?
mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Here's what it is. It's like yeah, people do be cosplaying. I guess they're allowed to
It's
like
normally
I don't know.
it's the Notting Hill like it's the Notting Hill like upper class, British girlies who like they want to dress really edgy because they don't want to, they feel bad that they have more money than everyone. They just want to be normal, so they wear Dr. Martens and
And
they scuff their Dr. Martens and
to be fair,
and
the
they wear
rich girl
Dickies and
uniform,
Carhartt pants.
the new rich girl uniform is the dusty Air Forces with the straight blue skinny, not skinny jeans, sorry, straight blue jeans, and the North Face jacket. That is the new uniform.
Yeah.
They will try their hardest, and then that would be their uniform. That's so funny, bro.
I love this. It's a monoculture. Then we try to differentiate ourselves by putting ourselves in identity boxes. I love that, Duke.
Okay. I would love to hear some of these people's takes on stage.
I know, right?
yeah,
But then if I drop the reason why I don't normally tell people to join the link is because you don't know who's going to join. I don't want someone to hop on a stream and like take their clothes off or do something so insane that would just collapse the whole stream. So like
people do need to be vetted fairly.
because people do need to be vetted. So like that's why I wouldn't do it. Otherwise, it would be great for people to just hop on and share their thoughts. Actually, let's do it now. I feel like at this point, if anyone wants to hop on, I'll drop the link. Everyone can share their thoughts about fashion, and then we'll leave shortly after.
Yeah, one of my things was like people call themselves nonchalant when like that's the most nonchalant thing to do. Like nonchalant thing to do. It's like you want to be Brent Fayez so bad, but you're not. It's like please stop acting like you are this heartless heartthrob. You're not a heartless heartthrob. You want to be loved and you want to be held. Don't act like you're somebody that you're not. Chalant to your heart's content, friend.
It's just what I was saying in the last stream. Dammy, I don't think you were there, but I think you would have been dying because I was saying that, when like middle class people, no, let me not say middle class, just posh people try to use slang. That thing grinds my gears. Like, say nothing, my G. Like, say swear, my G. Like, what? Why go on for that, my G? It's just like,
why go on for that is wild. That's just wild, bro.
It's just like, fuck. Yeah, everyone, it's open mic. Who's going to take the challenge?
You know what? 4 years ago, when we were doing fashion live streams, I did not think we'd be here today talking about because around this time last year was when we were like at our peak live stream flow. And I did not think we would be here talking about how we hate TikTok live stream. TikTok, social media content creators. I didn't.
I say I hate TikTok, and I'm still going to post there because if I make a short video, then you're just going to post it on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok because it's the same video that you can post everywhere else. But yeah, I'm definitely not going to be spending a lot of time on the app. That's for sure.
Yeah.
That's definitely for sure.
But yeah, you woman, I do want to get twists, really. I do. Well, actually, I don't. I want to get cornrows like a real man. But
Yeah. You guys, stop trying to bully Understitch to get onto the stream.
No, I do believe Understitch should be bullied to get on the street. I don't know.
We already bullied Micah to get on the stream.
Oh,
That's so funny. Oh, everyone's scared to join in. I'm the last man standing. Someone join. Go, 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 go. Yeah, no, under dick is actually insane. Whoever said that is insane. Yeah, Understitch, you miss Micah. Because you know, Micah is the when Micah comes in, chaos. But I love it.
oh.
Everyone has stage fright. Leo, hop on the live. Do you have stage fright?
Isn't Leo in PST?
Leo, who is the South African that knows more about London than Londoners.
I don't know anything about London, so I'd love to learn about London.
Whole time you're scared about us, we were scared for ourselves. Oh, Leo!
Good morning or
what
good evening.
what the
How's everybody doing?
actually think in some instances.
Good, girls. How are you, Leo?
Listen, I've been in the urban chat fighting with my fellow comrades. This has been one of the wildest comment sections we've ever been in. I will not lie to you.
That's actually a crazy statement to make because some of these chats are like out of hand.
It's a bit insane. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's a bit insane throughout the whole night. Like it's a bit scary. It's a bit scary.
I don't say anything about the comment section because technically on the playback, if you don't say anything, it didn't exist. So like it only exists if chat replays are on. But if you ignore it, then it's not going to be on the internet forever.
True.
You know what I mean? So yeah. But constantly saying shout out to Ozempic doesn't, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
yes,
Leo's
I'm
South African.
Yes, I'm a South African.
Yeah, that's why I said Leo is a South African that knows more about London than Londoners. It's crazy.
Oh wait, aren't you an hour ahead of us, Leo?
It's insane.
It's 5:30 in the morning.
5:32. Oh my god.
Yeah. No,
oh my gosh, that's insane.
You're better than our Parisian friends, fam. Our Parisian friends don't stay up this late with us at all. That's cool.
Is there anything to do in Paris at 5 in the morning, though?
That's true, though, because like there's probably the Parisians. They probably had Vogue World to go to. They're shattered. They just finished going to Vogue World.
Paris must be hell right now because it's like a bunch of people from like everywhere for Fashion Week. Like men's just finished. It's couture right now. Like I'm surprised we haven't heard stories of protests on the street.
And then the Olympics is about to start soon. And I know like Parisians absolutely hate when Fashion Week happens. They hate that people like just fill the streets. Yeah.
They can stand up and hit the streets. They're the best protesters in the world.
Paris is the only place where I don't have to say I'm here for Fashion Week because they already know.
They just look at you and you're like, when I go into a store and I'm like, I try to, oh, bonjour. And they're like, what do you want? And I'm like, wow.
Yeah, I speak English. Don't worry.
You didn't even give me the benefit of the doubt. Like, you guys are crazy. They're just like straight up, like, nah, speak English.
I do need to go to more European countries, but I do think that England, or should I say, London is one of the best dressed cities in Europe. I do need to go to more European countries, though. I am saying that. but I've seen the way people dress in most places. I just want to like be there so that I can confirm it myself. Like I didn't know that we dress better than the Milanese. I didn't know that.
I think Paris is strong though. Paris street style is strong.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, is it strong during Fashion Week or is it strong in general?
No, all times,
General.
like everything from the fashion kids to even the streetwear kids, the TN wearing kids to the Jordan wearing kids. I think they've got some serious stuff going on in Paris.
And one other thing that I learned is that England influences more fashion, or should I say, the way that London people dress influences more fashion in Europe than I thought. Same way with
Even in Asia, like in Japan, so many people are obsessed with like old British subcultures, right?
Which is why I was so interested by like our music, because and like even the way that like Americans stop over here as well. Americans come here so that if American music does well here, they'd probably be able to tour the rest of Europe. Like it's usually here, Germany, and France. So if they're able to get into those areas, then they're able to get into everywhere else generally.
Facts.
But like because like all of the other economies in Europe aren't as good, there's not much money there as there is in England. So they really want to like open the European market through England. And like the French market just isn't accepting in general. So it's just you know, it's hard to.
Yeah, the French market is very tight. It's very tight. But I'll give an honorable mention to Copenhagen for street style, like an honorable mention.
Oh yeah.
That's a good shout actually.
But I will say it's a bit saturated now.
But I do think that all those like Scandi countries, they do have a very similar style though. It's very much like, you know what I mean? It's like the blazers, but it's cool though. Like they put the things together, like they wear Gani and like it's cool though.
Yeah, like Gani's very like airy.
Stretch, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I was gonna say, like Copenhagen has they exported everything now. I think that's even why Acne has a bit of an identity crisis when you look at their stuff and like the new stuff. Like when we looked at it and Yves Tumor was in the show, like that's more Swedish, but like I think they exported everything and then it trended and it became like how to look like the Scandi look and like every brand.
Facts.
Because H&M didn't have an identity at a certain point. Then it had one all of a sudden, and then the trends came, and it wasn't H&M selling that stuff because they didn't have the stuff to sell. So it became a whole situation where like, what is Copenhagen style really? Where it's like maybe, or not, let's say Scandinavian style. You have like what are the guys who make the bags and look like Elix? That was an unnecessary shot. Was an unnecessary shot.
I was like, who is he talking about?
Hellier Mill. Oh, sorry, that was unnecessary. But like Hellier Mill, and then you've got like obviously Gani, and then like they are the look.
Yeah. But they're very different look though, because the Hellier Mill is more like the tech wear kind of style. And then the Gani is more like what I associate with the more traditional, like Scandinavian style, with some added prints and patterns.
You are right, though. That's a very good like Copenhagen.
Yeah, facts.
They have a lot of brands. Like I went last year to Fashion Week, Copenhagen Fashion Week, and like they have a lot of brands that are like, they are trying to make a lot of like their own look. Like they are trying to form the Copenhagen style. So I think there is a lot of like, now we'll be able to see in the next 5 to 10 years what that style is. But if we're looking at a streetwear level, like on the street, not streetwear like, you know, the old term that we used to use, because everything is streetwear now. Anything ready to wear is basically streetwear. But if we look at it now, it's like 5 to 10 years, we'll see what it is. Where it's like Paris, Milan, Rome, London, all of these other places have looks.
Yeah, that's facts. I mean, Copenhagen Fashion Week, though, I really want to go so bad because I just feel like there's so many brands that I'm not too familiar with that if I went to Copenhagen Fashion Week, I'd be quite intrigued to learn about so many new brands all at once. And it just seems like a vibe. Like even the last time I went to Copenhagen, it was so nice. Like the vibe of it, because I went for the Global Fashion Summit, and that was really, really cool. And people are asking me, "Oh, you coming for Copenhagen Fashion Week?" And I didn't really know at the time.
You need to bring me next time you go to Copenhagen Fashion Week, because that'll be fun.
Oh, 100%.
I need to.
As a Scandi, you can confirm, but I think the Danish dread a tad bit better than us Norwegians and Swedish.
Yeah.
I guess that's because they have the brands though, like the Helly Emils and the Gannies and stuff. That's all like Denmark based, right?
Yeah, they are both Denmark based. But even like,
so that's
I'll give credit
probably
to
why.
Elliot Mill in one way. It is a very like, their identity is very solid in what they do. Like, you know, from them, they're very like, they play into the innovative nature, and it is very like closed and composed. And it is like, you can, when you're in the city, like as you've been there, you can see where it fits. Like, it is counterculture in a way. I even hate the term, but it's the best way to describe it. It's like techno crowd looking, but they could pass for like hip hop crowd. They look like kids that like brutalism. You know, they look like kids that like it makes sense.
Isn't that Berlin? Like, they look like kids that like brutalism. I'm just joking.
I mean, listen.
To be fair, I feel like the real true blue brutalists wear suits today. I don't know why. I'm just randomly saying something. I'm hoping it sticks. Like,
He's doing a Micah.
You said it.
That's crazy.
Ronnie and I are Micah's biggest haters. Ronnie and I are Micah's biggest haters.
You said it. I didn't say anything. I just want you to know, and the chat to know, that you said that, and it wasn't me.
Mike is gonna come back from his barbecue and tell us.
Bro, he hasn't even left yet. Are we real? He'll come back.
I told you, his table at the box isn't ready yet.
This man really wants us to believe that he went for a barbecue at like 1:30 a.m. Like, who does he think we are?
Yeah. Do you think that Rick Owens is brutalism? I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, a lot of his inspiration points are inspired by architecture, but not brutalist architecture, though, per se. I think people say that Rick Owens is brutalist because of, like, you know, his house, that brutalist house that he has, and then some like artifacts he has. I think that's why people associate brutalism with him.
Yeah,
but no, I wouldn't.
I don't know.
Is he brutalism? I don't know. I think
I don't think so.
It's his house and like his aesthetic sometimes that kind of
his clothes don't
makes people,
brutalist to me.
Ronnie made a good point. Like, he has a lot of influences. So I think at a certain point, it's like he gets away from it ever looking like something because he made a world for everything. And I think your point of the house being so Brutus looking, like if you research so much about someone, you then kind of like buy into everything that they say about it. I think that's why so many like, that's why they, okay, I'm not going to throw a shot. Actually, it's LV. That's why Pharrell goes out and does so many interviews and talks about like the influence was this and this and this, because it's like it adds so much allure and lore to it. And then he can go and talk about that, like, you know, those sunglasses that didn't have anything. It was like over your head rim and everything. Like you can hold a world without having to teach people the influences behind it. So it's like a beginner's guide to understanding what my world is. But that's just
right. But that's when Pharrell Williams actually wants to say something of note, because most of his interviews are like, Pharrell, so what was your inspiration for this collection? It's like, God. With everything, God is the reason why everything can work. And it's just like, Pharrell, like, can we get some insight? Like, what was going on in the atelier? Like, what techniques did you use to make this bag? Like, let's know some like insightful stuff.
I think we're spoiled with Virgil. I think we always say that, and I guess we'll touch on it quick. We'll probably touch on it properly when you do the LV show. But like, I think we're spoiled with Virgil for LV. It was like, LV is like the Coca-Cola of high fashion.
Like 100-page show notes on canary yellow and all that shit.
Wait. Yeah. Coca-Cola of what did you say?
Of high fashion.
Oh wow, you got memes. You got memes for days.
No, I don't mean it as a meme. I just mean it's like you don't have to know fashion as a whole to know what LV is.
Wait, are you a writer, Leo?
Nah, I mean I do write like poetry and stuff, but I'm not a journalist in any.
All right.
He's like,
Okay.
oh,
You do say some
like.
taglines. He's got really good taglines. Like those are the type of taglines I would use for my articles. Color of fashion is crazy though. I'd have to write a very long article to back that claim up. People would expect me to write a 2,000-word article for that. What's this?
It says a bunch of ideological philosophy-ish. Damn, that's yeah.
Ooh, okay. See,
that's peak,
now.
but
okay,
that's peak. But I think it depends what you refer to as fashion literacy, because I think he has an understanding of brands. I think he knows why they're famous or like why they're big or what their merit is. It's why he's stylish. It's also why he knows about a lot of brands. I just think that designing is a very specific skill.
Yeah, and like my thing is that Pharrell has been in fashion longer than most people have loved fashion.
True.
Like because I existed and I was there when people were trying to dress like him. Not just people that were like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. People that were 12, 20, 21, 22, 23. Like, they were double my age trying to dress like him. Like, Kanye West tried to dress like him. Like, it's a whole thing.
That's a fact.
Yeah. So, like, I don't get it. I get it, but I don't get it. And he was partially, and I have wrote about this, he was partially, and it wasn't just a little part, it was a big part of why there's a bridge between Japan and America in terms of how we perceive what Bape is today. And like, let's just use Bape as an example. So it's like, I don't know, like, it's quite hard to talk about people's fashion literacy and acumen and all of those other things, but you know,
because it comes in different forms, right? So it's like me, for example, a reason why I consult for brands is because like my work with Nike, for example, is because like I spend so much time analyzing fashion that I think the team at Nike have an understanding that I can contextualize all that understanding of analyzing fashion and then tell them why certain things do or don't make sense in a certain context. And like I've even designed my own things in like private and stuff, right? But then I can't articulate fashion or have the fashion literacy of Pharrell when it comes to dressing. So I could never look as good as Pharrell in terms of like the way he styles clothes. So it's like a different kind of fashion literacy, which is why I said it's like designing is a very unique skill. It just so happens that I have very ideas for design. That's why every streamer like, don't give these designers ideas. But that's exactly how I would talk when I consult for brands, right? That's the similar kind of conversation I'd have. But it's because of the angle that I view fashion through. So it just depends. So I wouldn't completely say that Pharrell is not fashion literate. I just think that he's not the greatest of designers. That's what I would say.
Yeah, man. To be fair, there's not a lot of great designers. It's really dependent on what people think greatness is. And if the only person you can point to is Alexander McQueen or Galliano, then whatever your idea of a great designer is, to me, is just a bit like you don't know necessarily.
One track mind.
Yeah, you don't know. I want to be a little bit more robust in the way that I say it, though. You don't really know what the parameters are for when you say great, because there are reasons why Alexander McQueen and Galliano are great, but those reasons can be put onto several other designers from their generation. So yeah, like what you would call McQueen is a generational talent. He's not necessarily just a great designer, but yeah, that's just my perspective on that though. Nobody needs to agree, because there's so many great designers from that generation. It's actually crazy. But yeah,
I mean, even current day, like even obviously you've got like the likes of Glenn Martins and like, I mean, Demna, depending on what angle you try to look at it through. I still think he's a great designer because he shows that with his couture
he is a
collections.
great
But
designer. I'm happy you said that because I do
yeah,
believe he is a great designer.
no, I think
Like
he is. That I think he's just a walking contradiction. So it's just easy to just be like Demna. But you
JW,
said
yeah,
like, but it's, and I'll always do that because he just sets it up for himself. But you know, I still think he's a great designer. I just think he makes it easy to just like make him a target.
yeah. I think like J.W. Anderson is a few collections away from being considered a generational talent, but for now he's like a great designer. Like he's just consistent and
Yeah, we've got people like Hyder Ackerman, who I think is super talented. He just hasn't had the commercial success to go with it.
yeah.
But the talent is there though. And I don't necessarily conflate sales because people always do that thing. Oh, well, this designer must be good because they're selling more. And it's like, great designers
Honestly,
are not great because they sold like we don't look at Alexander McQueen like, oh, he sold like millions of pounds. That's why he's a great. That's not why he's a great. So I don't like conflating money with someone's greatness, especially in fashion.
I like that's like kind of how I see low-key Daniel Roseberry, or like like there is like a second tier of designer. Not to say that they're any less valuable, but there is like a tier below those people that match money with the talent and the greatness of design, right?
Yeah, facts. Like a Karl Lagerfeld or like a
yeah. So yeah, there's just like these are the guys. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like there's the guys, and then there is like, you know, the greats, which includes the guys, but then there's the greats, and then there's like the people who are very talented. They are just talented, and you know, they exist with their talent. Like there's so many people that are just they're really good in that aspect. It's like
yeah.
I think even to like Dami's point, like I look at it in this like the era that we're in, because fashion is so lucrative now for some, like because of how saturated it is, only a few will actually get to that point where you can say like the success is shown through finances, through skill, through, I mean, even to get the opportunity to be at a like even a major label and be able to do your own eponymous. It's like, let's say 5% at max, if even, of the designers that are ever in a given period of time, if even, that could get all of the things that hit, and you could say, yeah, they eclipse a Karl Lagerfeld, or they eclipse what anyone else had done before them. Like it's I don't want to say it's impossible because it's not impossible, but it's like this, like everything is against you almost, because everyone before you and with you is still here. It's like the arguments we use when we're like, we need new people in, we need new ideas, but it's like, no, those guys are still making millions and millions and millions at mainstay houses and not doing other things and making couches sometimes and doing this and doing that. And you are, you know, fighting with a little bit 10 million yearly revenue, which is great. I mean, it's great still.
It's phenomenal.
Yeah.
10 million revenue.
10, like,
but we're just blinded by $1 billion that these brands are making. That's why,
But I think it's also unfortunate because then you see brands like, I mean, you see like in a Cold War, or you see like, I mean, I like Otterlinger, but I mean, the accessories, like, I like how it looks and how the energy it gave and stuff. But you see brands like that get swallowed, they get bought, and it's like they can never grow from that point anymore, because now it is super, in a good and a bad way, it becomes so corporate that I have to hit triple bottom line sales. I have to hit certain marketing touch points, and not just marketing as, you know, has to be promoted. It's like product has to be a certain way. We have to read the reports that come out from market research. Like everything has to fulfill the criteria. And now it's a bit soulless from what it became. But it's like you have to kind of just like submit and be like, you either support it to gain its fame again, or, you know, you see like a Samuel Roscoe and make concrete couches that are so cool. But it's like, dude, we need some new stuff, bro. Like we'd love some new stuff. Or like a Converse collab.
Do we need more concrete couches, or do we need more accordion?
Like you have to decide, yeah, bro.
It's
Like,
no more. He said it's no more a cold war. It's a cold chair. That's it.
and that stuff is cool because it'll go to like Art Basel and like auction for like hundreds of thousands. Like he's at Art Basel showing us stuff we've never seen, winning awards, and it's like, well, when the designer is only
making
designing
Chinese terminals, fam.
But the truth about Samuel Ross, obviously, because I talk to him sometimes, is, to be fair, I knew he was going to sell his brand way before he sold it, because I remember speaking to him one time and he was saying that this whole fashion thing is just not like, and it just seemed like since the investors came in, they kind of just sucked out the soul from the brand. And you could see slowly that he was focusing more on other things. Like, that's when he started making different projects. Like, he had polythene optics, he had concrete objects, he had SRD, where he was like at like Art Basel showing like furniture and all this stuff, like selling furniture. And you could see that the whole fashion thing wasn't for him. So once we had that discussion, I was like, yeah, I can see him selling this brand very soon. And then shortly after, you see the news and it's like, yeah, like the writing was already on the wall. But it's kind of sad that like that happens sometimes, in terms of these corporations just come and suck out all the soul and the passion out of the making of the fashion.
Yeah. Like, to be honest, my phone is about to die, so I do have to leave. This has been phenomenal. I'll chat to you, man. In the next live stream.
He's like, I'll chat to you, man.
DM me when you're doing the LV one, because I'm not on socials like that. So you might actually even so yeah. Just let me know the day, and I'll try and make time to be there, so that I can like counteract whatever Micah is saying.
I'm good.
Like, I just come on the stream.
You guys are always arguing. Like,
and
it's so funny.
I'll be like, wait, what is Micah saying? Okay, let me say the opposite. I will just try and conjure up the counter argument for whatever he's saying, just as a brain teaser for myself. So yeah, I'm like, what's the best way? No, I'm joking. I actually don't do that. He just says some wild things sometimes, and he thinks I say wild things until I'm proven right, and that's just how I roll.
No, you guys are always arguing. I remember when we in Paris. That's just the funniest one. You guys were arguing in Paris.
No,
like,
was I okay? Was it an argument, or was I making a point that lasted the time?
Look at this.
That is the real question, because my point still stands, and he looks like the wild one today. So
that's Dummy does that auntie pose when he's like trying to show that he's right. Like,
yeah, that auntie pose was yeah.
No, but this is the thing, yeah. You guys tried to make it seem like I was the only one disagreeing with him, when I never heard anybody disagree with him, not even in the chat. You guys really tried it, but I'm now the African uncle that has to now sit here and tell him why. But you know, it's fine. No, it's all fine.
I was just playing my position. I was just playing devil's advocate, which is what you do sometimes.
No, but I like kind of believe what I'm saying, though. I believe what I'm saying. That's the only thing. I like believing harder in what I'm saying than whatever the person across from me believes. So that
right.
I'm joking. I'm just waffling, fam. I literally, Micah just doesn't say that I like when sometimes he does say things I like sometimes. This today just wasn't one of those times. But yeah. And I've told him that actually. I told him that he is right on some things. That one was just wild though. Double R. Wait. Oh wow. Double R.
Yeah, I saw that.
Olawalia might end up.
I think Martine Rose is on track to become a big house. Bianca Saunders, I don't really. The problem. So Martine, I think, is big enough to where she's going to become a big house probably. Bianca and Alawali, I think they can't end up like Samuel because they're not multifaceted creatives in the way Samuel is. So like Samuel Ross has always had different projects and he's always made like furniture and like done side projects and stuff. Whereas Alawale and Bianca are fashion designers through and through, and they don't really do anything else. So I don't see how they could end up
Yeah.
the same. They don't
Who
even move in
is-
those circles. Like Samuel Ross was going to Art Basel with Virgil. Like
Yeah.
Aloha and Bianca aren't there. Like
Who is the one that was at Lacoste? What's her name?
Louise Trotter.
Yeah, Louise Shaw. I think's hard. Like she's a true fashion designer.
She
Who's,
went to a
like-
different brand recently, actually.
Yeah. What's
I
the
need
other
to let me Google it.
Butter is also really good.
Yeah,
I
but it's
think
cool.
Yeah, she went to
Rushemi-
Carvin. Facts.
Rushemi, and Lisi, amazing. Who else is really good British designer? The ones that I see being like on the level of a Cold War is actually now Grace Osborne. It's so weird. I don't know whether I'm just seeing an enormous amount of activity from people.
Do you
with
think
Grace
it's
Osborne.
doing as good commercially as like in a Cold War though?
Yeah,
Like Grace Osborne.
I
don't know if I
believe
see
it
people
is.
wearing it. There was
I
a time when
don't
everyone was wearing a
believe-
Cold War in London.
I don't see this. The thing I don't believe it is, but I do believe it can be because it's like I don't know, but I do need to see Grace Osborne clothes without Adidas stripes on them. That's
Yeah.
when I will fully believe in Grace Osborne. Like, because I do
Man
like her
says without
designs.
Adidas stripes. That's crazy.
I do believe in Grace Osborne. I just want to believe in her clothes on the everyday person.
Yeah, because what people wear, obviously the Adidas collabs, the Jamaica jersey, that's what
Mhm.
people actually wear. But like she makes really interesting, like ready to wear, but it's just not
Exactly.
really moving the needle. Not that I don't like it, it just isn't moving the needle in terms of sales, that's all.
Yeah. Because she did transition from what she was doing, which is like not something that I would see a lot of people wear. And now she's doing stuff that more people would wear. And then, you know, I feel like if she makes that transition again and she hits an inflection point, she could get like, you know, really, really big. Hopefully she
Yeah.
doesn't sell off too much of her brand by that time. But yeah, like I do see her making an investment in herself to become one of the more valuable designers of this generation. So yeah, it's definitely a female British designer at this point because we've already got Daniel Lee and we've got J.W. Anderson and like several other names as well. So yeah, it's not even that it's only Bright, it's just that the women in fashion are just like really great designers and there's just like opportunity meets timing at this point. So yeah. And the weirder part about Sam Ross or Cold War, yeah, that no one is really talking about is that he did that with menswear.
Yeah.
He did
Yeah.
that. He did that with menswear. Like
That's
he
facts.
built a valuable brand on the back of menswear, and it's like so if you extrapolate that, if he did women's wear,
He
he
did do
would
women's
be
wear, but it didn't catch on
no.
like the
I mean
same way.
like if he were doing women's wear and on that scale, if you extrapolate it, because women's wear is just bigger than menswear, that then he would be Jack Moss level. Like that would be the type of brand he has because women's wear just has a bigger market share than menswear does, just naturally. So like, how can he be everywhere with menswear? So if he was everywhere with women's wear in the same instance, he'd be making at least 4 times more. Or should I say his brand would have been at least 4 times more valuable. Let me say it like that. So yeah, I don't know what he sold
That's
his brand
facts.
for, but let's say it was 20 M's. It would be worth 100 M's if women's wear was involved. So yeah, I do believe one of the women in fashion could do it though. And if I were to pick, it would be Grace Osborne or
Not
Louise
Martine.
Grace Osborne, Louise Trotter, Lisi and Rushemi,
But I
and
swear they're not. They're like they study at the Royal Academy of Fine Arts. They're not British. They're like Caribbean by way of Antwerp.
Okay. do I want to say Martine? If Martine showed
Martine, I think Martine is closest. Like Grace was Bonner and Martine, they're the closest.
If Martine if Martine dropped at least 2 times a year, then I would say that.
But Martine is doing big, like that dressing the USA like football team at the time she did it.
That was big.
Was huge.
That was big.
Like that was huge. So it's like she's doing things where she's really getting her name out there and becoming visible. So obviously it might not be you know, it might not be that common.
Okay.
But yeah.
I just personally believe that if you're gonna become a really big designer, that you're going to have to succumb to some fashion week things, which is being able to appease buyers, which means showing at least 2 times a year. Like that's the minimum that you can do. But you know, if she
think if she did
if she shows once every 3 years and becomes a really valuable designer, that would break the mold.
Yeah, it would.
The entire thing would shatter on its axis if she does not show barely, if ever. So like, and what is she dropping? What was the last Martine drop? Like
the runway show is recent.
No, like you know what I'm saying, like.
Yeah, like
you mean like clothing drop?
Yeah.
Probably Clark's collab.
And imagine people are talking about the Nike Shocks with Kendrick Lamar, and like you would think they would capitalize on that. So do you get what I'm saying? It's like
I do think she is my frustration with
because we said that with the football jerseys as well. Remember? Yeah, we said that.
She's a bit slow to capitalize on things. She's a bit too slow, and it really does frustrate me because, like Martine, and that's the thing because I love Martine, but sometimes she complains about things. I'm like, but you can kind of control that. Like when she's like, "Oh, it's so hard. I don't make any money." Blah blah blah, and I'm like, "Yeah, but like." Capitalize on this stuff then when it happens,
bro. Football jerseys are about to skyrocket, and Martine doesn't have a drop. Like, I'm not sick in the head when I'm saying certain things. Like, she should be there. She should have every single country that she's mixed race a part of. She should have a British one. She should have a Jamaican one. She should have a Scottish one. She should have, like, you know what I'm saying? But she doesn't. And so being as big as Samuel, like at least, or not even Samuel Ross, sorry, being as big as a Cold War, so at least.
He literally disappeared midpoint.
I was actually going to ask him, do you think if she did both menswear and womenswear, like bigger collections, should get to a higher point? Because she really only shows on...
Yeah, really menswear.
Yeah. I was about to get into my bag, and I'm happy the stream cut off when it did, because
Are you gonna finish your point? You're cooking.
I don't know where my point was.
He was cooking, and then he.
I don't know where my point was when I cut out. To be honest with you, what was my point? I was on 1%. I was on 1%.
While you're back, I'll ask you this question. Do you think if she did a more comprehensive and larger like women's wear line also and menswear at the same time, she would get to that point where you'd be like, okay, she's like through, she's there?
Who? Martine
Rose.
I don't think, like, I feel like we've grown past the point for a need for big collections, but I don't think we're past the point for a need to be show or drop. Not just show, but drop at least 2 times a year. You need a full winter, spring, summer. Like, and I think that's okay. Like, I think it's okay to do that. Or you can do a Cortez and drop whenever you want, but drop, please. Like, she should own football jerseys. You know what I'm saying?
I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on that.
She doesn't. And that's sad.
because it's such a Martine thing. Like it's so part of the zeitgeist of what she does. She already makes football jerseys anyway. And it makes sense because when you think of rave culture, that's what people wear to a rave anyway, which is why she designs them. So like just capitalize.
Yeah.
Literally just capitalize.
And now everybody's talking about the Martine Rose Nike Shocks because Kendrick done his Hate Chella, and we don't see a second drop by Nike. Like, where's the business acumen? Like,
Facts.
But Nike have been known to be a bit off the ball with certain collaborations that they do.
So
I mean, I know this because I even work with them. So, because the problem with Nike is like the kind of people sometimes you have to convince to get these things past the line. It's like, even if I tried to convince you, you wouldn't even understand.
Okay,
like...
let me say something. You know the hoodie
that
Kendrick Lamar was wearing for Hate Chella? The roll hoodie. Yes.
Yeah.
It is sold out. Last I checked, it was sold out.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you get, like, I don't like it. Actually doesn't take a genius to say that there should be another Martine Rose shoe, or a Martine Rose football jersey when there's Euros, World Cup. Anytime there's a Euros or World Cup, Martine Rose should drop a jersey.
Facts.
Like,
literally Euros. Like, why isn't there some like Martine Rose like England jersey? Like, you know how Y3 does the alternate kit for Real Madrid? Martine Rose should be designing the alternate kit for England.
Yeah, man. Anyway,
she's already done it. She's already designed England jerseys anyway for Nike.
Yeah.
And Nike's the kit sponsor. Like, the shit just doesn't make any sense to me. But
anytime someone brings up Martine Rose, I just have to bring that point up because it doesn't make sense to me. Because yes, she's literally our best designer, but she doesn't do best designer things. Well, maybe not best designer things. She doesn't do best business person things.
Yeah, it's the business, but she's never been the business savvy person. She's never been that person though. She's always just a designer that like grinded her way to the top, which is very commendable. But at some point, you have to accept that clearly you don't know how to capitalize, and you need someone to help you with that.
But like, for the past 4 years, I don't think she would have needed to grind that hard. Like, we are in your era, Martin. Like, you made this. Like, you did oversized. Like, you are like grandfathered in or mothered into oversized football jerseys, Nike Shocks. You're grandfathered in. Your mother to these people. Like, let these people know. Well, you know.
Yeah, she definitely has a cult fan base. Sorry for interrupting you. She definitely has a cult fan base that she needs to cultivate before it, like, I don't want to say dissipates, but it becomes a bit weaker than it is. Because this fashion thing we're in, it's a bit fleeting. Like, a lot of fans are a bit fickle. So like, if you don't capitalize on it for a bit too long, it kind of gets a bit stale at the ranch. And I think we have these expectations because she's so good, not because she's bad.
Yeah, Kiko is a fraction of the size of Martine Rose. He shows 2 times a year. Like, I won't say what I know about Kiko, but let's just say the Kiko brand isn't as big as Martine Rose. Can we like agree on that at least?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. But the thing about Kiko is that like Kiko's collabs like with Asics, they're not as, because Asics is just such a tiny brand compared to Nike. So even though they're very innovative and he's making new silhouettes and doing all of that, it's not going to move the needle the same way as like, because who does Asics sponsor like football kit wise? Who?
Yeah. But that's the thing. At least he shows and at least he drops new designs or colorways.
Yeah.
Like that's really it. That's what I'm saying. Like at least he can drop. So that means for the people he designs for, he's front of mind.
Yeah.
So yeah. So although like, you know, off-piece guys that wear Essex or Asics or Unrunning or whatever, yeah, man. You there, man.
Yeah, the thing about owning a store, it's not a correlation to what brand is doing better, because there's brands that are like, I know brands that have stores and they make less money than YouTubers that have brands. Like Vuja Day, they make less money than Vuja Day. So like, if we're gonna be honest, just having a store, he probably has a store because like most of his customers are in Tokyo. So it's just a way to have like build a cult following and have that touch base for where most of his customers are. But it doesn't necessarily mean he's doing better financially.
And yeah, I think that's okay. Like, you know, to have a store where your best business is, like, that's just good business practice, to be honest with you. Like, and I think those things are valuable, but I do believe some of the more valuable things to do is to just show up. Like, I don't think Martine Rose needs to work hard. She just needs to be persistent in the things that she does, and then just be smart about, you know, the business moves, which is like, just drop. Like, literally, people will eat it up. Like, you know what I'm saying? But she's a mom. She wants to be a mom. Let her be a mom. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, she's got other responsibilities, hence why I said like she needs. And I know she probably has someone on board, but let me just spade a spade. That person clearly isn't good enough, and that's business. Like, sorry to say, but like, clearly you're not good, and that's just the reality of business. Because once again, like I told you, I've the Nike thing. There's people there that make loads of money, and I'm thinking those ideas aren't going to move the needle. But I can only say that because I'm so involved in fashion, whereas these people just work in an office all day and don't really know what's going on. So it's just like, it just is what it is. Like, that's business. Your friend might be doing a business. You need to fire that person and hire someone that specializes in this, like this kind of stuff. That's if you want to build your business. If you just want to have a fun environment where you and your friends key, then you can do that. But it just depends what you want.
Not key. But you're right. There is a certain level that some people can take you. Like, there is a certain level, and then there's like, sometimes you need that business person who they have a few more contacts that can put you in certain rooms to have certain conversations, or they know certain parts of the marketing functions that allow it to be easier for you to express your creative ideas. Because while we were speaking, some of the things that ran through my head is like, maybe her ideas are a bit hard to produce. But then I thought about it again, it's like, no, but these like the football shirts are not hard to produce. Like, there are many factories in like Portugal, Spain, like across Europe that you can get that done very easily. And that's just from me knowing that. I'm sure in the UK she could probably even produce. It's not, you know, it's not like she's making pearl shirts or something like that. So yeah, maybe it is a business decision that has to be changed to make her life easier, and she only has to do minimal work in design to like maximize her value there.
This is facts though. Her football shirts could have been her Comme des Garçons play. That's a fact.
But yeah, that's my final tidbit. What would it be if I didn't talk about fashion business? So yeah, I do need to jump off. So that is my final word. Peace.
Yeah, I think we're going to end the stream now because it's pushing on 8 hours. This might have been the longest one I've done in a long time. Jeez.
Bro, it
that's
literally
crazy.
feels like 2020 again. We're restoring
Facts. But yeah, thank you for everyone that joined. Thank you, Leo, for hopping on. You did what everyone else was scared to do. Everyone was ducking and diving.
I'll go back into the crowd.
See you guys in the next stream. We'll probably be talking about Pharrell LV. So yeah, that's probably going to be the next stream, but it won't be today or tomorrow. It'll be like maybe Thursday or so. But yeah, thank you very much for tuning in. You guys have a good night. I'm going to go to the grocery store and buy some groceries. So yeah, peace.